Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Naruto was Lord of Hueco Mundo and had harem with Yoruicchi? Join Patreon for early Access and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description too. Support the original author for this beautiful creation. Ichigo sighed as he walked through the front doors of The Sly Fox. The small cafe had been a hotspot for his friends and him, though lately he hadn't stopped by. Why? Because his most recent friend, the Shinigami named Rukia, had been captured by two other Shinigami named Renji Abarai and Byakuya Kuchiki while he had been beaten trying to stop them badly. Yo, Strawberry-chan, where ya been lately? Out with your girlfriend? Wah, Ichigo yelled as he jumped up and spun around to glare at the young man who had surprised him. Damn it, Naruto, I thought I told you to quit doing that, Ichigo yelled. Naruto Uzumaki was the owner of The Sly Fox, and quite annoying when given the chance, at least for Ichigo. He stood at least 6 feet and looked to be 21 years old. He was dressed in a short-sleeved, button-up white shirt with the top 2 button undone, a black vest, black pants, and black sandals. If you managed to see past the sunglasses he always wore, you'd also note his eyes were a deep shade of blue. The blonde man laughed. "Oh, come on, Strawberry-chan, lighten up. So, where have you been? You and that girl Rukia used to stop by for a cup once a day before. Now you've been gone for a week," Naruto said. Ichigo winced. For the past week, he had been training with an old man named Urahara Kazuki to rescue his friend. And he had just finished today when he managed to get out of that damn hole he was thrown into. "She's not around much lately," Ichigo said. Naruto grew a sympathetic frown before patting Ichigo on the back. "So, she dumped you, huh? Don't worry, there are plenty of fish in the sea." Naruto was cut off by a punch in the nose from Ichigo. "I told you we weren't dating," the redhead yelled. "So you're gay?" "No, you must be. You hang around with girls like Orihime-chan, Tatsuki-chan, and Rukia-chan and you still haven't had a girlfriend," Naruto stated. "I am not gay," Ichigo yelled. Naruto had 2 pastimes: scaring the crap out of Ichigo and annoying the crap out of Ichigo. Sure, whatever you say. Now, what can I get ya?" Naruto asked. "Just get me the usual," Ichigo said, taking a seat. "So, has your old man finally won one yet?" Naruto called as he turned to make the coffee. "Are you kidding me? He never wins," Ichigo said. "Hey, you never know, he may surprise you one day," Naruto said. Ichigo shook his head. "Oi, Strawberry, heads up," Naruto called lazily as a black cat jumped on Ichigo's head causing him to bump it on the table. Clutching his head, Ichigo glared up at the cat and, realizing who it was, started an angry retort. "What the hell was that for Yorui?" Ichigo started but stopped quickly when he remembered Naruto was in the room. Meow. Catching on, Ichigo got up. "Oi, Naruto, I'll have to take a rain check on the coffee." Ichigo got up and ran to the door. Naruto blinked lazily then shrugged. "More for me," Naruto said before sipping the coffee and pulling out a familiar little orange book. Ellipsis. "What's up?" Ichigo asked the cat. "Urahara wanted you to know that he's getting one of his old friends to help us," Yoruichi said. "An old friend? Why, I'm sure Ishida, Chad, or Hime. And I can take care of everything," Ichigo complained. "You want to save Rukia, don't you? Well, then you'll need this guy. Trust me, he may be weird but he is very powerful," Yoruichi said. As she started to walk away, "Come to the shop tomorrow morning, we're leaving then." Ichigo nodded before heading off. Ellipsis. "It's been a while since I've had to use you, hasn't it?" "Quite. I can't remember the last time I got to stretch my legs." "You don't have legs." "Shut up. Man, it's gonna be a pain, though. Has anyone ever told you that you're too laid back? Besides, you should be excited. You may get to see Yoruichi-chan transform again." "Good point. Anyway, it's all going down tomorrow, so let's get some rest." Ellipsis. "I'm here, hat and clogs," Ichigo said as he walked into Urahara's shop. The man smiled and waved a fan in front of his face. "Ah, Ichigo, good. Everyone else is already here, Urahara said. They're downstairs. Ichigo nodded and walked down into the larger room where he was greeted by his friends. So, did you guys meet the guy Urahara invited? Ichigo asked. Yes, you'll never guess who it is. Orihime said. Who is it? It's, hey, Strawberry-chan. Wah. Ichigo spun around and glared at Naruto. Damn it, I told you to STO, Ichigo began but grew silent. Why are you here, Naruto? Naruto grinned and patted the sheath of his katana. Simple. I'm here to help you guys rescue Rukia-chan. You? Ichigo asked. Naruto blinked. What? I never told you I was a Shinigami. Oh well. No time like the present. Ichigo fainted. Naruto's sweat dropped. Wait till he finds out about his old man. Ellipsis. Well, that's all for tonight, folks. It's 3:35 and I am tired as hell, so I'll be stopping for now. Hope you like it, and good morning. Ichigo slowly woke up, trying to remember what had made him faint. That's right, Ichigo thought. Naruto's a Shinigami. Ichigo was about to open his eyes when splash, slap, slap. Come on. Wake up, Strawberry-chan. Naruto said as he continued to slap Ichigo. Wake you. Naruto was cut off once again by a punch to the nose. Alright, damn it, I'm up. Ichigo yelled. It doesn't if he is a Shinigami. He's still the same annoying weirdo. Ichigo thought. Suddenly, Urahara poked Ichigo with his cane, separating him from his body. Amazing, he's completely separated. Ishida said. Oh, Kurosaki-kun. Does this mean you can enter this Kurosaki-kun over here? Orihime asked. Oi, quit poking me, Ichigo yelled. Yeah, that is my body, too. Don't touch it, yelled a small lion plushie as he popped behind Ichigo. Kon, why are you here? Ichigo asked while Ishida and Orihime looked shocked. A stuffed animal talking, they both thought. You're asking me, why? I'm coming with you, of course. I'm a man, and as such I will brave any difficulty and reach Seraiti. Kon yelled before being yanked off by Chad. Whatever, just leave my body alone, Ichigo said. Ha, you are gay. What straight man would ask Orihime-chan to leave him alone? Naruto declared, pointing to Ichigo. My, is that true, Kurosaki-san? Are you gay? Urahara asked. Personally, I'm not shocked, Yoruicchi stated. Suddenly, Yoruicchi was lifted off the ground by Naruto. Yuru-chan, it has been so long tilde. Naruto exclaimed as he cuddled the cat. Yoruicchi giggled. It's nice to see you too, Naruto-kun. Are you gay, Kurosaki-kun? Orihime asked. I am not ggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggggh Yoruichi smirked. You seem defensive about this, Ichigo. It took Urahara, Chad, Tessai, and Ishida to hold Ichigo back as he tried to tackle Naruto. Ellipsis. After Chad had bound and gagged Kon to a rock, Urahara stepped forward. Well, now that the fun is over, it is time to get started. Urahara said as he tapped his cane on the ground, causing 4 pillars erupted from the floor, ceiling, and walls to form what appeared to be a door. Okay everyone, listen closely. I'm going to explain how to get through this door without dying, Urahara said. Naruto zoned out as Urahara explained to the group of teens. He would be going back to Seraiti. How long had it been? He couldn't remember how long it had been since he set foot there. Flashback. Naruto peacefully sat under a tree, sleeping calmly, his Zanpakuto at his side as he relaxed. He had been up late last night practicing his Bankai and was currently resting in the training grounds. He woke up and smirked. Hello Yoruichi-chan. Naruto greeted cheerfully. Wasn't as happy. You're late, Naruto, Yoruichi stated. Clearly annoyed. Late for what? You know, if you want me to show up for a date, I wouldn't mind, but you have to tell me about it first. Naruto said, grinning. Baka, you are late for the meeting. Yoruichi said, blushing. Besides, who would want to date a slacker like you? Naruto chuckled. How cold, Yoruichi-chan, you know you love me. Bonk. Baka, just get to the damn meeting. Yoruichi said, blushing even more before shunpoing away. Ow, she didn't have to hit me. Naruto mumbled, oh well, might as well get to the meeting. Ellipsis. You're late again, Uzumaki Taicho. Yamamoto said as Naruto walked into the room. Lighten up. Gigi, I'm here, aren't I? You guys are so stiff, Naruto said as he took his place. HMPH, be that as it may, you can't keep showing up late like this, Yamamoto stated. What are you gonna do? Dock my pay, Naruto joked, drawing chuckles from Jashiro Yukitake and Shunsui Kyoraka. Naruto chuckled as well, not at his joke, but when he turned to find his best friend, Urahara Kazuki, asleep. Yamamoto sighed. Yes, well, moving on. Ellipsis. So, how is your student coming along, Naruto? Urahara asked as Naruto, Yoruicchi, and himself walked through the door of a local tavern. Jashiro had had an appointment with Unohana and Shunsui had to finish the paperwork he had held off on doing. He has some real talent, I'll give him that. But I really wish he'd lighten up. He's always so cold towards everyone, Naruto complained. I still can't believe a slacker like you actually took on an apprentice, Yoruichi said. What made you do it? Don't know. Maybe I just thought he could make something of himself one day. Guess we'll find out in a few years. He'll be graduating soon, Naruto said. He does have skill. He did pretty well with the Shunpo training I gave him, Yoruichi agreed. Interesting, Urahara said. Has he unlocked his Shikai? Yep, it's quite a unique one, too, Naruto said. Never seen anything like it. But enough talking about work, let's relax and get some drinks. Nodding in agreement, Urahara and Yoruichi followed the blonde to a table. End flashback. Noticing Urahara was done explaining, Naruto stopped reminiscing and was about to follow the others into Dongai when Urahara stopped him. Naruto, you do know why I really called you here, right? Urahara asked. Naruto grinned lazily and nodded. Sure. I'll bring back the Hogyoku. Thank you. Oh, and say hi to Jashiro and Shunsui for me, will you? Urahara said, grinning slightly. Naruto chuckled and nodded before walking through the door. Ellipsis. After a quick race with Seimichio, the group found themselves at the Saraimon Gate. So, it's right in there, right? The place where Shinigami live, Ichigo asked. Hi, it is, but I wouldn't rush in there if I were you, Ichigo, Yoruichi said. Why? Because you'll get crushed, Naruto said smiling. Ha, as if, I'm strong enough to take on anything, Ichigo said as he walked towards the door. Oi, Ichigo, look up, Ishida called to him. Ichigo looked up and saw a giant, falling right towards him. Wah, Ichigo yelled as he scrambled back, barely avoiding the giant as he hit the ground. Told you so, Naruto called. Shut up, Naruto, Ichigo yelled. Who is that? Orihime asked while Chad looked on in interest. That is Jidanbu, guard of the Saraimon Gate, Yoruichi explained. He is one of the elite in Soul Society, Naruto said chuckling, and Strawberry-chan just challenged him by approaching the gate. After all, he has been the guardian for over 300 years, Yoruichi said. We'll have to retreat for now and think of a plan. Hey, didn't you hear me? Yoruichi yelled as Orihime and Chad rushed off to help their friend. There is no point in telling them to stop, Yoruichi-chan, Naruto said. It'll all come down to a one-on-one fight anyway. And he was right. After learning that all duels in Soul Society were supposed to be one-on-one, Ichigo proceeded to fight the behemoth. The fight didn't last long, either, as most of Jidanbu's attacks proved useless against Ichigo. With his final attack, Jidanbu slammed his two hammers down on Ichigo, only for it to be blocked and himself pushed back. Jidanbu looked at his broken axe and began to tear up. My axe, you broke it, Jidanbu yelled as he started to cry. Ichigo sui. Chi dropped and looked back to his friends to find that they were as confused as he was, well, except for Naruto who was reading some orange book. Sorry about your axe, Ichigo comforted the giant. You are such a great guy. I was your foe and you're still so nice to me. I was defeated, both as a man and a fighter. Not in 300 has anyone defeated me, you are the first. I, Jidanbu, grant you permission to enter the gate, Jidanbu said, standing up. Really? Ichigo asked as his friends walked towards the pair. Sure, but be careful, the warriors inside are all tough, Jidanbu said as he turned and lifted the gate up. Behind the gate was a white-haired man with a large smile on his face. "Ah, you're supposed to guard the gate, not open it up for people, Jidanbu," the man said. "Who is this guy?" Ichigo asked. "Ichimaru Jin, Taicho of the 3rd Division," Jidanbu said. Jin drew his sword and slashed off one of Jidanbu's arms. "What did he?" Ishida mumbled. Jidanbu struggled to keep the door open. But his strength was slowly decreasing. "Oh, you can keep the gate open with just one arm. No wonder you're one of our elites," Jin said. "However, you're still a failure as a guard." "Jin, I wasn't expecting him. Guess I was too careless," Naruto thought. "If we draw attention to ourselves now, the worst-case scenario will happen. We can't fight him here," Yoruicchi thought, before glancing at Naruto, who, in turn, nodded to her. If the Guardian lost, he opens the door. Those are the rules," Jidanbu stated. "Fool, what rules are you talking about? If the Guardian loses, he doesn't open the door." Jin said. "If the Guardian loses, he must be executed." Jin readied his sword and was about to attack again when Ichigo's sword clashed with his. Ichigo, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Yoruichi thought. "Bad move, Strawberry-chan," Naruto thought before walking toward the group. "Orihime, can you heal Jidanbu?" Ichigo asked. "All right," Orihime said before turning to Jidanbu. "If you're so eager to fight," Ichigo said to Jin, "then I'll be your opponent." Ichigo stopped messing around. "It's time to retreat," Yoruichi yelled. "Ichigo," Jin thought. "Kurosaki Ichigo, so then, you really do exist. In that case, there is no way I can let you in," Jin stated as he readied his sword again. "What are you going to do? Throw that knife at me?" Ichigo mocked. "It's not a knife, it's my Zanpakuto. Shoot him, Shinso," Jin said as his blade extended towards Ichigo quickly. Clink. "Sorry, I can't let you kill Strawberry-chan, Jin," Naruto stated as he blocked Jin's Zanpakuto. "You look familiar. Do I know you?" Jin asked the blonde. Naruto, holding his blade in one hand, smirked and used his free hand to adjust his sunglasses. "Ah, don't remember me, Jin-chan. I'm hurt. If I recall, you said you looked up to me back when you were still in the academy," Naruto said. "Uzumaki Taicho, long time, no see. How have you been?" Jin asked jokingly. "I've been better." Naruto grinned before growing a serious look. "We have to go now, but rest assured, I'll be back to wipe that grin off your face personally later." "Looking forward to it," Jin laughed before they withdrew their blades. The doors came down and Jin waved them goodbye just before they closed. Ellipsis. Well, that's chapter 2. If you missed my notice before, please go to the top and read it. If you are reading this, please review. Oh, and I am off all week, so expect me to update a lot this week. In the words of Jin, bye-bye. "So, what do we do now that the gate is closed?" Ichigo asked. The many villages in Rugonkai to plan out their next move. "We shouldn't have tried to use the gate in the first place. You just ran straight up to it, Baka," Yoruichi responded, glaring at the boy. "Are there other ways into Seraiti?" Chad asked. "Hi, there are. You just need to know where to look," Naruto said, smiling. "What about the other gates?" Ishida asked. "It would take 10 days to get to another gate and, in the end, it would just be a waste of time," Yoruichi stated. "We'll just have to enter, without the entrance." Yoruichi turned to the elder man who was sitting in the room with them. "Elder Dono, can you tell us where Kukaku Shiba is?" "Kukaku Shiba, are you planning to enter the city that way?" the elder asked, shocked. "What do you mean? Ichigo Street. Arted but was cut off when a man flew through the door." "Ah, thrown off my pig again," the man mumbled. "Hey Gigi, long time, no see." "Ganju, what are you doing here? Go back home," the elder shouted. "Oi, I haven't stopped by for a long time and now that I'm here you're kicking me out. Besides, you're scaring your guests, don't be so impolite," Ganju said. "You're the one who was scaring them." "Yeah, well, hold on. What is a damn Shinigami doing here?" Ganju yelled as he spotted Ichigo. Ichigo simply stared at the man. "Oi, I asked you a question. What is a punk Shinigami doing here?" Ganju asked again, only to be punched in the face by Ichigo. "Kurosaki-kun," Orihime gasped out, shocked. "Ah, Strawberry-chan is making a new friend. Naruto chuckled. Ganju got up and glared at Ichigo. Why the hell did you punch me? You wanna pick a fight with me? That's my line, you pig-riding creep. You suddenly barge in here. Who the hell do you think you are? Ichigo yelled. They are going to start fighting. What do? I have to stop them, Orihime said to herself. Just as I thought, the elder stated. What do you mean it's just as you thought? Elder, who is that man? Ishida asked. What, you don't know who I am? You really are a stupid Shinigami, Ganju stated. Alright, I'll tell you. I am Ganju, self-proclaimed, biggest hater of Shinigami in Rugonkai. Ganju yelled. Self-proclaimed. Everyone thought with a sweat drop, except for Naruto, who smiled and said, well, it's good he gives himself a goal. Suddenly, Ganju rammed Ichigo through the door. Ellipsis. Well, that certainly was interesting. Naruto grinned as he watched Ganju and his gang ride away yelling something about 9 o'clock. Such a disaster, Kurosaki-kun, Orihime mumbled. Ichigo, however, was twitching like crazy. Take it easy, Ichigo, Ishida said, patting him on the shoulder. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Next time I see him, I'm gonna kill him. Ichigo roared into the night. Quote, what the hell do you mean, you're not coming? Ishida yelled. It was a brand new day, the sun was shining, and Ichigo was refusing to budge an inch. I'm gonna wait for that guy. If I leave now, he'll think I ran away. Ichigo said. Scratch. Ah, Ichigo yelled in pain. Yoruichi's claws ran across Ichigo's face. Have you forgotten why we're here? Yoruichi asked Ichigo. Yeah, Strawberry-chan, we have to save your girlfriend. Naruto yelled. Ichigo sat there on the floor, thinking, before Yoruichi jumped up and head-butted him. Baka, don't just sit there. We're leaving. Ellipsis. How are we gonna know for sure that the house is this Kukaku guy's house? Ichigo asked as the group walked through a trail in Rugonkai. Don't worry, even though the location moves, the house always stays the same and I can spot it with one glance. There it is now, Yoruichi said. Ichigo, Chad, Orihime, and Ishida gawked at the house. Two muscular hands made of stone held a banner that said, Kukaku Shiba, above it, and there was a large tower in the back. How can you not find it in one glance? The group thought. I don't know, Yoruichi-chan, are you sure this is it? Naruto asked, making the teenager's face fault. Scratch. Ow. I was just joking, Naruto mumbled, nursing the wound. This time it's human hands holding the banner. That's pretty good, Yoruichi observed. There are different themes, Ichigo and Ishida thought. Come on, Yoruichi said, walking towards the house. Hold it. The group turned to find two large, muscular guards standing by the doors. You people are strangely dressed. And one of you looks like a Shinigami. Who are you people? Asked one of the guards. A bunch of suspicious people. We, Koganehiko and Shiruganehiko, will not let you pass. Koganehiko stated. Leave or die, yelled Shiruganehiko. Relax guys, we're just here to see Kukaku-chan. Naruto chimed in, adjusting his sunglasses. And Naruto dono. Yoruichi dono. Is that really you? Yes, Yoruichi replied. We need Kukaku's assistance. Ellipsis. Please wait here for a moment, Koganehiko said as he turned to a door, knocking on it. Is it Koganehiko? Was the reply. Why yes, Koganehiko answered. We have some rare guests, then. Open the door. Yes, Koganehiko said before opening the door. There, in the middle of the room, was a woman with one arm. It's been a while, Yoruichi, and you. Kukaku yelled as she pointed to Naruto. Hello Kukaku-chan, how's it been? Naruto asked nervously. I'm going to kill you. Kukaku yelled as she ran towards the blonde. Ah, Kukaku, you can kill Naruto later. For now, we have come to ask a favor, Yoruichi said. Of course you have, you come here every time you need a favor, don't you? Kukaku said. Is it complicated? I think it is, Yoruichi said. It's been a while since it has been. Hey, alright, tell me. I love complicated stuff. Who are those kids? Kukaku asked. Allow me to explain, Yoruichi began. Ellipsis. Alright, I understand. Since Urahara is a part of this I can't really say no, I'll take the job. Kukaku said. Really? Yoruichi asked. Yes, but just because I trust you and the slacker over there, Kukaku said, pointing to Naruto and Yoruichi. Doesn't mean I trust those kids, so I'll have one of my men escort them. Very well then, Yoruichi stated. Thank you, Kukaku-chan. Naruto said, sweat dropping when Kukaku turned to glare at him. Don't think this means you're off the hook. You're still dead, Kukaku yelled. What did you do to make her so angry, Naruto? Chad whispered to him. Naruto chuckled. I'll tell you when you're older, Chad. But it involves some alcohol and a game of strip poker. She may be mad as hell at me, but it was well worth it. Chad, Ichigo, and Ishida blushed. Yoruichi shook her head and sighed, and Orihime, being the innocent girl she was, didn't understand what Naruto meant. Here is my worker now, Kukaku said as the sliding door opened. Hello, my name is Ganju Shiba, pleased to meet you. Ganju said, grinning with his eyes closed. Quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote. Well, it's a small world, huh? Naruto said, grinning. Ellipsis. What is it, Renji? Isn't a bit early for the execution? Rukia asked from her cell. Your execution is in 14 days. I need to transport you to the Repent Tower, Shishin Jail, Renji stated. After moving her to the tower, Renji glanced out the window. Do you see that, Rukia? Out that window is the Su-Kyoku. They'll be using it for your execution, Renji said. For the next 14 days until your execution, you will stay in this room and look at the Su-Kyoku, and think about your crimes. That is why this is called the Repent Tower, stated one of the guards. Suddenly, Renji grabbed Rukia's shoulder. Listen to this. It's an unconfirmed report, but, the other day, some troublemakers tried to break into the city. They were a group of 6, but, one of them was a Shinigami with orange hair and a sword as long as his height. Renji said. Ichigo, Rukia thought with wide eyes. Ellipsis. Flashback. Where am I? Welcome. It is about time you have come here, boy. Whoa, who and what are you? My name is and I am your Zanpakuto spirit. What's your name? I couldn't hear you. It would seem you are not yet ready to learn my name. Come back white. End flashback. Naruto, stop daydreaming. Ichigo yelled, trying to knock the blonde out of his stupor. Oh, sorry Strawberry-chan. What do ya need? Naruto asked, looking at Ichigo, Chad, Orihime, and Ishida. For the past hour, Naruto had been watching them try to form a shield around them using the Spiritron shell. Anyo, yesterday, when we faced Jin, it seemed that you knew him, Orihime said. Then, he called you, Taicho, Ishida recalled. Naruto chuckled. So, basically, you want to know a little bit about my past, right? Seeing the group's nod, he grinned. Well, all ya had to do was ask. Now where to begin? How about I start at when I first came to the Soul Society? Naruto took the group's eager look as a, yes. It happened so long ago, but I can remember it perfectly. Flashback. What happened? Naruto asked as he sat up groggily. You died. What? Who are you? Naruto asked as he glanced up at the person before him. It was an old man, but, despite his age, something told Naruto he was much stronger than he appeared. My name is Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, Taicho of the 1st Division, and you, my confused soul, are dead, Yamamoto said. I'm dead, Naruto asked. Yes, exactly how? I do not know, but from the looks of the devastation in this area, it was quite a gruesome fight. Tell me, how did you die? Yamamoto asked. Naruto began, but paused. How did he die? A good question, one he didn't know the answer to. I don't know, Naruto said honestly. I see. Oh well, I guess that it will just be one of life's many mysteries, and who knows? Maybe the secret will reveal itself in time. So boy, have you any idea why I'm here? Yamamoto asked. Since you say that I'm dead, I guess you're here for my soul, right? Naruto asked. Correct. I sense you have much potential, boy. I am now going to judge your soul and, if I am right in my assumption about you, then you will go to a place called Soul Society. I will meet you when you get there. I have something I think you will be interested in to show you, Yamamoto said. Are you ready? Naruto nodded. Good. With that, Yamamoto performed the soul burial, and Naruto was enclosed in a bright light. Ellipsis. 120 years later. Naruto smiled lazily as he walked through the halls of the academy. Since that fateful day, Naruto had remembered every moment of his life, except for his death. In terms of power, he was amazing, surpassing Yamamoto-sensei's expectations completely. In fact, he had been offered the chance to be in the Zero Division just last week, but turned it down, stating that he had better things to do than protect some spoiled brats. Suddenly, Mi-1 grabbed him by his Taicho's cloak and yanked it back, causing him to fall on his ass. You made me drop my sunglasses, Yoruichi-chan, Naruto said as he picked them up, before turning to see the Flash Goddess glaring at him. Where were you? Yoruichi asked. Where was I? Why, right here. Where were you? Naruto asked, confused. At the Taicho's meeting. Honestly, Naruto, I can't keep covering for you. I don't know why I even do it in the first place, Yoruichi sighed, massaging her temple. Because you love me, Naruto said, grinning. Bonk. Ouch. Naruto mumbled, nursing a rather large bump. Why are you at the academy, anyway? After your time here you said you'd never come back to this hellhole. Yoruichi asked. I've been thinking about taking on an apprentice, so I thought I'd come to the academy and see if anyone stood out to me, Naruto said. You take on an apprentice? I'd never thought I'd see the day you'd finish your paperwork, let alone take on an apprentice. Yoruichi said, astonished. Did Urahara drug you with something? Ha ha. Very funny, Yoruichi-chan. No, Urahara didn't drug me. I really want to take on an apprentice. Besides, after all the fun we had in the academy, do you really think that he'd try to change me? Naruto said. Fun. You mean trouble. I still don't know how you two managed to paint every building in Seraiti pink. Yoruichi said, giggling at the memory of Yamamoto's face when he had opened up his window, only to be splashed in the face with pink paint. Hey, we didn't get caught, did we? It's not like the paint in the face helped Gigi see who did it. Naruto said, chuckling as he came to the door of a classroom and slid it open. And that is why most Shinigami don't cut a hollow's mask off, Kaian Shiba said. Oi, Kaian, Naruto called. Naruto Taicho, Yoruichi Taicho, why are you two here? Kaian asked. Hey, you're still the sensei. You'd think by now you'd be in one of the divisions, maybe in a few more years, Naruto said. Look, I can't have any more pranks going on around here, okay? Kaian stated, glaring at the blonde. He is here to look for an apprentice. Yoruichi whispered in his ear. An apprentice? I swear, Naruto, if you're going to teach them pranks. Relax, Kaian, I'm serious this time, Naruto said. Man, I have no idea how you got to be Taicho of the 10th Division. Kaian mumbled as he slapped his forehead. Naruto looked to the back to see a boy with long hair. Smiling, Naruto walked up to the boy, ignoring the murmurs of the students. Hi, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. What's yours? Naruto introduced himself. The boy glanced at him, his face expressionless. It's end flashback. Naruto, you know they don't have time to hear you stories tonight. They only have one day to master this and Ichigo needs all the practice he can get. Yoruichi called to them. Hey, I'm not that bad at this. Ichigo yelled, walking towards the cat. Noticing the looks from Chad, Orihime, and Ishida, Naruto chuckled. Don't worry, I'll tell you some other time. For now though, you really should get back to training. Naruto said. Naruto grinned as the three nodded and turned to go train. They were such great kids. It's too bad they had no idea what they were going up against. Ellipsis. Well, that's all for now. Who is Naruto's apprentice? I'm pretty sure some of you can guess who it is by now, but who knows? Well, besides me. Okay, Jin, get out here. Jin. Do I have to? This whole brining out a character to do something like this is so cliché. Too bad. Get to work, or I'm teaching you the definition of gender bender, next chapter. Jin. Geez, okay sorry. Ahem. Bye. Renji strapped on his lieutenant's armband and took off running down the hall of the 1st Division. He and every other lieutenant had been told to meet there. This is the first time I've been ordered to wear this thing, Renji muttered as he glanced at it. Tell me about it. This is the first time I've been ordered to wear it, too. Iba Tetsuziman said as he came down the hallway. Abarai-kun, Iba-san, Hinamori Momo said as she looked up at them as they came as the room. Hinamori, are you the only one here? Renji asked, looking around. I think so, Hinamori said. What do you expect? Most of the lieutenants are scattered around Seraiti. Matsumoto Rangaku said as she came into the room. I suppose you are right, Azane Kotetsu mumbled as she joined them. Abarai-kun, have you spoken to Aizen Taicho lately? Hinamori asked. No, I haven't seen him. Why? Renji asked. I think he has been acting strange lately, Hinamori said as she began to tear up. He won't tell me what's wrong, no matter how many times I ask. What should I do? There is no point in crying about such a matter. A deep voice said. The lieutenants looked to see the strongest lieutenant in Seraiti, Gaara no Sabaku. Now, Gaara said, why have we been called here? Ellipsis. Jin, smile and all, glanced at the large door before him before opening it and walking through. It was no secret why he was here. He had faced 6 intruders out of his jurisdiction and allowed them to escape. Is everyone here? Good, then let us begin. The subject of our meeting is Ichimaru Jin, Yamamoto spoke. He looked to the smiling man. What's going on? Jin asked, innocence laced in his voice. Is it really that serious for EV? Where is Yukitake Taicho? Jin asked. Yukitake is excused for injury, Konami Tusen answered. Still, good luck to him, then. Jin said. Cut the crap, I'm not here to chit-chat, yelled Kenpachi Zaraki. I heard that you went to deal with 6 intruders and failed to kill them. Why? With your skill, 6 intruders should have been easy. He didn't die. I was sure I'd killed him. Perhaps my skills are dulling, Jin said, frowning a little. Stop playing around, Mayuri Kuretsuchi spoke. It's not possible for someone at a Taicho's level to be unable to tell if his opponent is dead. Did you fail deliberately and are now using carelessness as an excuse? Here we go again. Old men and their pointless arguments, Tushiro Hitsugaya mumbled. Are you saying that I let them live? Jin asked. Exactly, though I have no idea why. Just who was at the gates, Jin? Mayuri asked. Shut up, Kuretsuchi, I was speaking. Though if you want me to kill you, keep talking, Kenpachi said. How dull, Soi Fan muttered. Aizen, Byakuya, and Shunsui quietly observed as the scene unfolded. Enough, Yamamoto yelled. There is still the matter of Ichimaru Taicho's punishment. But, just who was at the gate? Ichimaru, Uzumaki Naruto, Jin answered. The room grew silent as eyes began to widen and, soon enough, the whole room burst out in noise. Naruto Taicho, has he really come back? Naruto, here, now, who is Uzumaki Naruto? Silence. Yamamoto yelled. Ichimaru Taicho, is what you say true? Has Uzumaki Naruto returned? Hi, I saw him with my eyes and clash blades with him. He hasn't lost his strength, either, Jin said, grinning. I see, this is troubling, Yamamoto spoke, stroking his beard in thought. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. Alert, alert, intruders in the city, all personnel should report to their stations. Yamamoto grew a look of shock. It was indeed Uzumaki Naruto, it had to be. Who else could cause him this much stress? Ellipsis. Rukia glanced out the window of her cell, noticing something strange happening in the sky. The sky, it's getting brighter, Rukia stated, shocked. Ellipsis. 15 minutes before the alarm. So, we're all set then, Ichigo said as he looked at the group. You sure you're up for this, Strawberry-chan? After all, you had such a hard time with it, and even when you did do it, you had no control. Naruto said, gaining a glare from Ichigo. Oh yeah, well, let's see you do it, Ichigo said as he chucked the orb to Naruto. Me, I've never done it before, but, okay then, Naruto said, adjusting his glasses and grinning. Naruto twirled the orb on one finger and, in barely a second, had a large shield around him. Hey, it's not so hard, Naruto exclaimed to a crestfallen Ichigo. Can you do it, Yoruichi-san? Orihime asked. I've never done it before, Either, Yoruichi said as she jumped on the ball and created a shield. Ichigo's face hit the ground when he saw that a cat did it faster than he did. What's the matter, Ichigo? Do you feel even more inferior? Yoruichi mocked him. Get in, all of you. I'm going to begin, Kakuzu yelled as the group walked towards the cannon. See ya, Kakuzu-chan. Naruto said, hopping in the cannon. Next time I see you, Uzumaki, you're dead. You hear me? Dead, Kakuzu yelled. Ellipsis. Soon, the group was flying towards the Shikanmaku barrier on a collision course. We're going to crash, Orihime yelled. It can't be avoided. Channel all your energy into the orb. Make it as hard as possible, Yoruichi shouted. Naruto smirked as he felt the group hit the seal. Saraiti, it looked just as he remembered it, well except for all the shocked Shinigami staring at them. Flashback. So, this is Saraiti? Naruto asked Yamamoto as he looked around. Hi, this is the home of all Shinigami. Outside of this is Rugonkai, where most souls live, Yamamoto explained. However, this is not what I wanted to show you. What I wanted to show you is over there. Naruto and Yamamoto walked towards a large building. What's this? Naruto asked. This is the Shinigami Academy. I want you to become a Shinigami, boy. End flashback. Naruto glanced and saw Ishida falling away from the group. He was about to move when Chad beat him to the punch and grabbed Ishida, throwing him back to the others. This, however, caused Chad to fall. Sato. Orihime gasped. Chad. Ishida yelled. Chad closed his eyes, waiting for the fall. It never came. Chad opened his eyes to see Naruto holding him by the arm. Come on, Chad. You're no help if you're dead, ya know. Naruto said as he yanked Chad back to the group. Yoruichi then latched onto Naruto's shoulder with her claws. Ah, Yoruichi-chan. I knew you couldn't keep your hands off me. Naruto grinned. Naruto. I swear, Yoruichi wa. Cut off as the four separated into three groups: Ishida and Orihime, Chad, Naruto, and Yoruichi, and Ichigo and Ganju. That was the last they saw of each other before being shot into different directions. Ellipsis. Damn, they separated. Which one is the strongest? Kenpachi asked wildly as he and Yakiru looked at the three groups flying off. Which is Uzumaki? Ellipsis. Byakuya glanced at the groups before signaling in on one and following it. Ellipsis. Ichigo and Ganju sputtered and coughed as they rose out of the sand Ganju had created. Yoho, I'm so lucky. A voice called out. Originally, I thought guard duty was boring. So I took off, and look what I found. The same voice called again. Two people jumped down in front of Ichigo and Ganju, a bald one and one with strange spikes in his eyebrows. Today is my lucky day, Akaku Madrame exclaimed. Unfortunately for you, Yumashika Yasugawa began. You are very unlucky, Akaku finished. Ellipsis. Naruto, Chad, and Yoruichi were currently hiding in a tree. Aching as random Shinigami ran around looking for them. What should we do now? Chad asked. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I have to go meet someone. See ya, Naruto said as he shunpo'd away. Meet someone. What is that baka thinking? Unless. Yoruichi trailed off. What? Chad asked. That baka is going to draw the Taicho's attention away from us. Ellipsis. After bandaging Orihime's shoulder, Ishida glanced around. Good, Ishida thought. No one's around. Oh, Kurosaki-kun, you're so close to me. Orihime said. Inoue-san, I'm not Ichigo, Ishida said. Oh, sorry, Ishida-kun, where are we? Orihime asked. I don't know, but no one is around. Come on, people must have seen us land here. We can't stay, Ishida said as they walked away, never noticing the Shinigami stepping out of the shadows. Ellipsis. Naruto smiled as he landed in the back of the Kuchiki Manor. Oh baya baka, where are you Tilda? Naruto shouted out, looking around. I thought I told you a long time ago not to call me that, Uzumaki. Byakuya Kuchiki stated calmly as he appeared in front of him, so it appears Ichimaru was correct, you have returned. Yep, I have. And what did I tell you all those years ago? Treat me with respect, baya baka, Naruto declared while adjust his glasses. Hi, I suppose you did tell me that. Naruto-sensei, congratulations, MPC 797, you called it, Byakuya said. What has it been? 70, 80 years. You are till that same Gaki that doesn't know how to let loose and relax. Naruto yelled. And you are still the same slacker that can't take anything. Seriously, Byakuya said, before drawing his Zanpakuto. If you are here to fight, very well, draw your sword. I'm not gonna fight with you, Baka. I have a friend who wants his shot at you first. Naruto said, you have no say in the matter. I knew you would come here and I knew I wouldn't be able to beat you alone, Byakuya began, so I brought help. Suddenly, Hitsugaya, Jin, and Yamamoto appeared beside Byakuya. Uzumaki Naruto, you are hereby under arrest for the betrayal of Seraiti. Yamamoto yelled. Geez, you guys still think I betrayed you. Well, I guess I can't blame you. Urahara and Yoruicchi thought I betray. Seraiti to when I left until they found out my reason. Naruto trailed off. Anyway, you should know I won't go without a fight. Drew his Zanpakuto. Ready buddy. It's been a while. But let's show them why we were called Denko Juden. Naruto said, strike, Raikuri Ryujin, Lightning Dragon King. Ellipsis. Flashback. Naruto smiled as he watched his apprentice make a dive for the bell, failing to catch him once again. Come on, Baka, I'm barely trying here. Naruto mocked Byakuya as he stood up and brushed himself off. I told you not to call me that, why are we doing this? You said you'd be teaching me some great secret. Today. Byakuya complained. I am. Naruto said as the clock went off. Well, looks like you're getting tied to a post. Ellipsis. You still haven't explained the secret why. Oh, you taught me. Byakuya mumbled as he munched on the ramen his sensei had bought them both. They had finished up training an hour ago, and, seeing the darkening sky, Naruto had offered to treat him to ramen. You mean you haven't figured it out yet? The secret is teamwork. Naruto said as he slurped up more noodles. Teamwork. But I didn't have a partner or a team. Byakuya said, confused. Nah. Naruto grinned and shook his head before tapping Byakuya's Zanpakuto. Your teammate was right here. Naruto exclaimed. My Zanpakuto? Byakuya asked, glancing between it and the blonde. How is it my teammate? Naruto smiled, before ruffling Byakuya's hair, chuckling at the annoyed look the boy grew. Nothing is more important for a Shinigami than the bond they share with their Zanpakuto. Remember, it has a mind and will of its own. You should always treat it as your most valued partner. Trust me, listening to my Zanpakuto has gotten me out of a few jams. Is that how you see yours? Byakuya glanced at his sensei's blade. It was no secret that Naruto's sword was the strongest lightning-based Zanpakuto there was, just like Yamamoto had the strongest fire-based one. Naruto grinned before looking up to the starry sky. It's funny, at first, we didn't want to have anything to do with each other. He thought I wasn't worthy to wield him and I thought he was an arrogant jerk. But something happened that bonded us together. We've been friends and partners ever since, Naruto stated. What happened? Byakuya asked, a curious look on his face. Nope. Sorry Baka, but it's getting late and you have to get up early for tomorrow's training. Naruto chuckled at Byakuya's disappointed look as he paid for the ramen. Naruto-sensei, I just have one more question. Why did you pick me for an apprentice? Byakuya asked. Hey, you know, I've been thinking about that, Naruto said, looking to the sky once more. I think I finally know why. Back when I was alive, I had a friend who I considered a rival and a brother. His name was Sasuke Uchiha. Actually, you kinda remind me of him. But, anyway, he got so caught up in getting power and revenge that he got started down the wrong path. When I saw you that first day, I recognized that look on your face. It's one Sasuke and I used to wear. You were lonely. I didn't want you to go down the same path he did. You're better than that. That answer your question? Byakuya nodded, contemplating the new information. Good, then meet me here tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Naruto said as he walked away. Had he looked back, he'd have seen the small smile that broke out on Byakuya's face. End flashback. Byakuya shook the memory out of his head as he looked at his former sensei's shikai. It was black, the hilt seemed to be a dragon's claw and at the end of the handle was a roaring dragon. The most striking feature, though, was that the handle seemed to be made of scales. Pick on profile. So, who's first? Naruto asked, as he pointed Ryujin at the group. Ellipsis. Akaku started to dance on his toes before he slammed his feet down and held out his sword. Ichigo and Ganju stared at the man, still knee-deep in Ganju's sand. What the hell are you two still doing in there? I did the lucky dance, so you two had time to get out of that sand. But you two just stared at me. Ugrateful creeps. Akaku yelled. What's up with him? Ichigo asked. Hey, Ganju whispered. Let's get the hell out of here. What? Now is not the time for more of your stupidity. Ichigo said. You're the one being stupid. They're spiritual stray. NGTH is much higher than a normal Shinigami. Ganju retorted. What are you two arguing about? Akaku asked as he looked at the pair. Oh well, go ahead and argue. Nothing can change your upcoming demise, anyway. But if we keep waiting, someone will come and steal our kill, Yumashika said. Okay, I'll give you a limited amount of time to argue. You have until I finish my next dance. Akaku said. I don't care. I am running. If you want to fight, have fun doing it alone. Ganju yelled as he started to run away. What is he doing? Are you two splitting up? Akaku asked Ichigo. More or else? Ichigo mumbled as he got out of the sand. Damn it. Yumashika. Akaku said. Affirmative. Yumashika said before taking off after Ganju. Akaku turned to Ichigo with a smirk on his face. Hey, Akaku said, I have a question. Why didn't you run away, too? That guy noticed we are stronger and ran off, which I thought was a smart decision. If you really are stronger than me, what would be the point in running? You'd have caught me. However, if you're a weakling, I can simply kick your ass and move forward. That's what I thought, Ichigo said, placing his hand on the handle of Zangetsu. I see. You're not as stupid as I thought, Akaku said, grabbing his Zanpakuto. Suddenly, Akaku sprang forward, bringing his sword down on Ichigo. Ichigo, seeing this, took a step back and slashed at Akaku with Zangetsu. Akaku grabbed his sheath and blocked Zangetsu at its hilt. He's using the hilt, Ichigo thought, shocked. Akaku stomped on his sheath and sent him up into the air. Igo readied his blade and fell towards Akaku as they both slashed at each other. Blood was thrown in the air and the two panted slightly. Hey, what's your name? Akaku asked, ignoring his bleeding head. Kurosaki Ichigo, Ichigo said. Also ignoring his bleeding head. Kurosaki Ichigo, huh, nice name. My name is Akaku Madrame, 3rd seat of the 11th division. Since we're both already bleeding, let's make this a good fight. Akaku declared. Ellipsis. Naruto pointed Ryujin at the group and smirked. Strike them, Ryujin. You got it. Suddenly, 5 orbs of electricity surrounded the blade of Ryuj. And began to take the form of dragons' heads. They then opened their mouths and fired lightning at the Taichos. Move. Yamamoto yelled as he and his subordinates jumped to the side. It won't work, Gigi. As long as you guys are holding your swords, you're a living lightning rod to Ryujin. Naruto shouted out. He smiled lightly as he looked at the dancing lightning. He hadn't always been so appreciative of it. Flashback. So, boy, you have returned. Are you finally ready to hear my name? Ryujin asked. Naruto looked up and took in the form of Ryujin. He was a long, blue dragon with long whiskers, 2 horns, and orange ridges running over his body. His most intimidating feature was not his long claws and fangs, but his glowing blue eyes which lightning was currently shooting out of. Pick on profile. Why, yes, I am. So, what is your name? Naruto asked. My name is Ryujin, Raikuri Ryujin. Ryujin declared. Well, Gaki, did you hear it that time? Yeah, your name is Ryujin. Naruto said happily. He did it. He had met his Zanpakuto spirit. Good, it is about time. I have waited far too long for you, Gaki. Are you truly so pathetic that it has taken a year since our first meeting to hear my name? Ryujin roared. Hey, I wasn't even in the academy when I met you the first time. I'm one of the few to ever unlock their Shikai this early. Naruto yelled. Insolent fool. Do you know who you are talking to? I am Raikuriryujin, king of all Raiju, thunder creatures. I do not know what cruel deity above me has summoned me to be your Zanpakuto spirit, but I will not be disrespected, boy. Ryujin yelled. Yeah, well you overgrown lizard and I'm the one holding the sword. I never give respect to anyone just because of some damn title. If you want my respect, put your money where your mouth is. Naruto yelled back, and that was the start of their beautiful friendship. End flashback. Naruto rolled to the side as Hitsugaya tried to strike him with Hyorinma. Ruin then jumped up as a large flame came waving towards him, courtesy of Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. Aiming Ryujin downward, all 5 dragon heads came together to form one large head at the tip of the blade and, with a mighty roar, it opened its mouth and fired a large lightning bolt at Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya, knowing he couldn't block with his metal blade, tried to use Hiranmara's ice to intercept it, only to be shocked. Hey. Shocked. It's a pun. Okay. I apologize, that was terrible. When the lightning maneuvered around the ice and struck him, leaving him temporarily paralyzed. You know, for my replacement. You sure do seem uptight, Hitsu-chan. Naruto called to Hitsugaya, earning a growl. How did I lose to him? Hitsugaya thought to himself. Suddenly, Ichimaru Jin fired Shinso at him. Jin, don't you know? Lightning always strikes the tallest object. Naruto said as the 5 lightning bolts he had fired at the beginning of the fight struck Shinso and Jin, knocking him out. That's 2 down, Naruto thought. Glancing down at Yamamoto and Byakuya, 2 to go. I see you still have the skills to carry your title of Denko Juden. The Lightning God. Such a fitting title, Yamamoto muttered, no matter. Prepare yourself, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto quickly jumped backwards to avoid another inferno that was sent his way, but found himself surrounded by Byakuya's petals. What will you do now, Naruto-sensei? My weapon is no longer touching me. You can't shock me through my sword anymore, Byakuya said, frowning when Naruto broke out into a grin. Baya baka, don't you remember what I taught you? The second rule in becoming an expert Shinigami. Naruto asked. Always have 2 aces up your sleeve, Byakuya muttered. Exactly, Naruto exclaimed, you're forgetting I was the second fastest Taicho on record, second only to Yuru-chan. So, let's see how fast I really am. I'll block them all if I have to. I won't let you even get a scratch on me, Baya baka. Naruto Rei died his Ryujin and crouched down slightly. Yamamoto had stopped attacking momentarily, interested in how this event would turn out. Naruto-sensei may be strong, but there is no way he could take on 4 of the strongest Taichos and come out without a scratch. Byakuya thought, finish him, Senbon Sakura. Naruto smirked as the flurry of blades rained down on him before launching into action. Byakuya and Yamamoto looked on, shocked. It's not possible, they both thought. Uzumaki Naruto was blocking each and every blade that flew at him in a flash of movement. Snapping out of his stupor, Yamamoto readied Ryujin Jaka and fired another inferno at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto began dodging the incoming blades and fired a bolt of lightning at the fire. As the 2 attacks collided, a large explosion occurred, and Byakuya was blown back, losing his concentration and canceling Senbon Sakura's attack. Quickly, Naruto appeared behind Byakuya and delivered a hit to the back of his neck, knocking Byakuya out cold. And not a scratch on me, Baya baka, Naruto said before his eyes widened and he quickly brought his blade up to block Yamamoto's slash. Uzumaki, you truly were my best student, Yamamoto said as the 2 struggled against each other's blades, being able to take down 4 Taichos and while fighting me without gaining a scratch in no small feat. However, neither of us has activated Bankai yet. What's your point, Gigi? Naruto asked as he began to sweat from the heat of Yamamoto's blade. Simply that one of us is going to lose here, right now. Yamamoto roared as his flames increased and he began to push Naruto back. Hey, you're right, Gigi, Naruto muttered as he struggled to push Yamamoto back. One of us is about to lose, you. Hearing static, Yamamoto looked to see a large bolt of electricity soaring down towards them. Yamamoto's eyes widened before he jumped back, just as the lightning struck the ground and created a bright flash. Momentarily blinded, Yamamoto shielded his eyes. When he had recovered and looked back up, Naruto was gone. Uzumaki, Yamamoto Sotaicho. Yamamoto turned to see Unohana Retsu, Azane Katetsu, Shunsui Kyoraka, and Joshiro Yukitaki running towards him. What happened here? Shunsui looked as the scorched land that was once the Kuchiki Manor's land. Hana and Azane ran to check on the Taichos. They're out cold and high. Sugaya Taicho is paralyzed, but they should all make a full recovery after a full night's rest, Hana said, but what happened here exactly? Uzumaki Naruto has indeed returned, stronger than ever. He defeated those 4 without as much as a scratch, Yamamoto muttered as he glanced at the shocked faces of the Shinigami, and he escaped capture, again. Ellipsis. Naruto landed in the 11th division and sighed. That was a close call. Naruto muttered, Gigi almost had me back there. Naruto smirked and wiped a smudge off his sunglasses and turned around. It's been a while, hasn't it, Gaara? Naruto asked as Gaara appeared next to him. Yes, it has, Gaara stated, handing Naruto a bottle. Here. Consider it a welcome back present. Sake. Gaara, you are amazing. Naruto exclaimed as he took a sip of the drink. Ah. You can only get the good stuff in Seraiti. Yes, now about the matter at hand. Gaara stated with annoyance growing in his voice. 80 years and you haven't changed a bit. Hey, and you wouldn't have it any other way. But, you're right, time for the matter at hand. So, what information do you have on Sosuke Aizen? Ellipsis. Ganju looked back to see Yumashika running after him. Damn, so persistent. Stop chasing me, Ganju yelled. The way you run is so ugly. Yumashika called out to him. What do that have to do with anything? Ganju thought before looking ahead of him. Damn, a dead end. Change to sand. Seba, Ganju yelled, slamming his hand into the wall, turning it to sand. Oh, so he can use weird magic. Yumashika said to himself as gave chase. But you should be more careful. Yumashika said with a smirk, ahead is. Gah, how am I supposed to run with all this smoke? Ganju shouted as he tried to get through the veil of smoke, he'll catch up to me at this raw wah. Ganju stopped talking as he stared at the large hole he nearly fell into. What is this? If I fell in that thing, I'd die for sure. Ganju yelled. That is an execution pit, Yumashika stated. We used to put hollows in there with criminals while we watched from the stands. Shinigami have cruel hobbies, Ganju muttered. It's nothing compared to your face. Besides, that type of cruel punishment was abolished a long time ago, Yumashika said, drawing his sword. I think you've run long enough. I'll let you choose. Would you rather have me kill you or jump into that pit and die? Yumashika asked. I can't stand it when people are facing a life or death situation and don't know what to do. When I said your hobby was cruel, this is what I meant, Ganju said. Ellipsis. TCH. You're too strong. Tough luck, Akaku muttered before falling to the ground. Damn you. That's my line, Ichigo panted lightly, glancing at the cut on his arm. Akaku had been stronger than he had expected, there was no doubt about that. Still, it was nothing he couldn't handle. Oi, I have a question, Ichigo said, glancing at Akaku. I thought you might. What do you want to know? My birthday, Akaku mocked. Where is Kuchiki Rukia being held? Ichigo asked. Kuchiki, that girl on death row. Why do you want to know? Akaku asked, surprised. I'm here to rescue her. Ichigo said, jerking his thumb towards himself. Rescue her. How many of you are there? 7, 8 maybe. Akaku spoke, shocked. 6 people and a cat, Ichigo answered. A cat, you'll rescue her with 6 people? Akaku asked, shocked. Yeah, Ichigo replied. Ha 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 ha. How's that possible? Are you guys all stupid? Akaku laughed, before cursing as his wound opened up. Shit. I laughed too hard. Baka, Ichigo said. So are you going to tell me or what? Go south from here and you'll find the main offices for the Gote 13. West of those offices is a tall, white tower. She's probably in that tower, Akaku said. Really? Ichigo asked, staring warily at Akaku. You think I'm making this up? Who's the one on the ground, me or you? Akaku pointed out. Ichigo nodded and stood to leave when Akaku stopped him. Oi, I have a question for you, now. Akaku called out as Ichigo turned around. Who is the strongest in your group? Is it you? No, it's not me. If I had to guess, it'd probably be this Baka called Uzumaki Naruto, but I've never seen him fight. Really? Ichigo said. Naruto Uzumaki? Akaku asked in shock. He's that guy Zaraki Taicho told me about. Yeah, you heard of him. Ichigo asked. Only a little. Nothing big, Akaku lied. Kenpachi had told him tales about how strong Uzumaki Naruto was. Kenpachi had even called him the best fight he had ever had. Well, see ya, Ichigo said as he walked off. Oi, watch out for a guy named Kenpachi Zaraki, you'll know him when you see him. Akaku warned. Ellipsis. Another dead end. Kenpachi Zaraki yelled as he glared at the wall. Ken-chan has a lousy sense of direction tilde. Yakiru giggled from his shoulder. It's because of your intuition. Forget it, let's try another way. Uzumaki has to be around here somewhere. Kenpachi said turning around. Uki doki tilde, Yakiru said as they walked off. Orihime chose this moment to poke her head over the roof of a nearby building. Are they gone? Ishida asked. Yeah, Orihime mumbled, he felt strong. Good thing he didn't see us. He was probably like Ichigo, powerful but stupid, Ishida said. Anyway, which way do we go? Ishida asked. That way, I see a large tower over there. Orihime said, pointing in a direction. Tower, where? Ishida asked turning around. Look, it's over there, Orihime said before a large body jumped onto the roof, slamming his SWO. Road down where Orihime would have been if Ishida had not pushed her out of the way. They were able to dodge so quickly. Not bad, he mumbled, nonetheless, farewell. Be remorseful, if you hadn't appy read before me, you might have lived longer. Ellipsis. Damn it, Ganju, where the hell are you? Ichigo yelled, out as he ran about before seeing fireworks go off in the sky. Oh, there he is. Oh well, looks like he won, Ichigo mumbled. Ellipsis. Chad and Yoruicchi were walking across a roof of one of the many buildings in Seraiti when Yoruicchi stopped and looked back. Yoruicchi. Chad called to the cat. An hour ago, I sensed an amazingly high amount of spiritual pressure. It has me worried, Yoruicchi said. You think it's Naruto? Chad asked. Most likely. The Baka never was one for being subtle, Yoruicchi stated. Earlier, when he was explaining to us about his past, he mentioned that you were and could transform into a woman, right? Chad asked. Hi, I am and I can, Yoruicchi stated. Yoruichi-san, do you like Naruto? Chad asked, smiling slightly. Me. L like th that Baka. D don't be r ridiculous. C come on let's hurry. Yoruicchi stuttered before walking faster. Chad just chuckled and followed. Naruto. Don't die, Yoruicchi thought. Ellipsis. Well folks, it is 2:35 in the morning, so I'm going to go ahead and respond to some reviews then close up shop. Aldo Montoya. Your idea for the N. Naruto making fun of Yukitake, Hana is just genius. I'll definitely have to use that one. Kenta Senek Reikiri. That's right, he is here and he is not going anywhere. And don't worry, Kukaku's grudge with Naruto will be revealed in greater detail in time. Well folks, since I am about to pass out, I think that's all I can do for now. Jin, get your ass in here. Jin. Yawn it's 3 a.m. Do I really have to do this now? Plus you knocked me unconscious this chapter. Too bad you're doing it. Jin. No, gender bender powers active. Jin. Okay. Ahem bye bye. The fight to the tower. Hello folks, guess who is back? Yep, that's right, me. Let's get started. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach, talking. Thinking. Hollow talking. Hollow thinking. Spirit talking. Spirit thinking. Hello readers. Today, to honor the first time I have ever broken 5k views in 3 days, I am making this the longest chapter I have ever typed. So, behold, my first super chapter. It's alive, ha ha ha, it's alive. Ellipsis. 10. The giant man before Ishida and Orihime yelled, time allowed for regret is over. Did you regret enough? Here he comes, Ishida said as Orihime nodded. And now, you will regret even more. The man yelled, charging at them with his sword and slamming it down as they jumped out of harm's way. Tsubaki. Kotenzanshin. I repel thee, Orihime shouted, throwing Tsubaki at her opponent. The giant mumbled before slamming his sword down on Tsubaki, leaving a large gash on his shoulder. Tsubaki. Orihime yelled running up to him. Baka. Why did you use such a weak attack? Tsubaki mumbled. Even thought that was my first time seeing a technique like that. I have to say, it held no killing intent. Even if an attack like that can kill a hollow, it has no hope against a Shinigami like me. Where do you think you are, an amusement park? The giant mocked. This is a war zone. Attacks with no killing intent won't stop anything. With that, the man brought his sword down, only or his hand to be shot before he could finish his strike. You want an attack with killer intent? Then come get me, Ishida said, his bow ready. My bow is filled with it. Oh, this is new. Are you a Quincy? The giant asked. That's right, Ishida said calmly. This is interesting. One uses techniques I've never seen before and the other is a Quincy. They're both airborne weapon users, the giant mumbled. Plus 2 different people who want to defeat me. Such an encounter. It must be fate playing a joke. I'll let you see the true strength of my Zanpakuto. Open your wings and fly high, Sunzukigarasu. The giant yelled before his blade dispersed into the air as many smaller blades. There, regret all you want. I am Jorubo. Mine is the strongest airborne weapon. All WHO have seen this, have never lived. So, is it too fast for UT? Jorubo was cut off as Ishida destroyed all the floating knives in one attack. It seems the strongest airborne weapon user is just a baka. Sorry, but if you really are the strongest, then after today, you won't hold that title anymore. Ishida said. Ellipsis. Why am I always being chased around? Ganju yelled as he ran from a small group of Shinigami. Stop running. Get back here. Quote, I'm gonna bite your head off. Ganju looked ahead to see Ichigo running. Ichigo, perfect timing. Is he here to help? Ganju asked himself before his eyes wide at seeing the large amount of Shinigami behind Ichigo. Oi, there you are, Ganju. Ichigo yelled as he ran towards Ganju, waving. Oi, he's waving at that guy. It must be his friend, kill him too. A Shinigami yelled behind Ichigo. Oi, stop waving. What's the point of regrouping when we're surrounded? Ganju yelled, hoping Ichigo would stop. He didn't. Get ready, Ganju. Ichigo yelled. Baka. Ellipsis. After they had finished that group of Shinigami, Ichigo and Ganju looked to another that had appeared. What are we gonna do now? Ganju whispered. Suddenly, a Shinigami was thrown out in front and fell. I've got an idea, Ichigo whispered back before he grabbed the Shinigami and held Zangetsu against his throat. Hey, make way if you don't want your friend to die. Ichigo shouted at the group. Wah, the Shinigami shouted in shock. Quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, quote ellipsis quote, do we look like we're friends with that guy? Ichigo glanced down at his hostage. Are you? I'm from the 4th Division, they're from the 11th, the hostage explained. The 11th Division is the strong 4th is so weak all they're good for is medical operations, one Shinigami muttered. Besides, the division we dislike the most is the 4th. If you want to kill him, go ahead. One Shinigami yelled. No, the hostage cried. Hold on, just 'cause you don't like his division you don't care if he dies. That's horrible, Ganju yelled. Let's go. Kill them all. Shit, looks like we have to fight our way out. Ichigo said before a large hole was created in a wall, revealing Chad and Yoruicchi. Are you two friends with those two? A Shinigami asked. Probably, Chad muttered. Then we'll kill you in 2 minutes. A Shinigami roared. Sorry, but that won't be happening, Yoruicchi said. Because, I will finish you off in 2 minutes, Chad mumbled. Boom. Ellipsis. Main hospital, first treatment room. Are you sure there is nothing else to report? Mayuri asked Akaku, who was ignoring the hole in the wall the man had created. Yes, Akaku mumbled. Place please, Taicho. Fighting is not allowed here. A nurse pleaded. Be quiet, Mayuri yelled, creating another hole. You should listen to her, Mayuri, Hitsugaya said, walking into the room. You wouldn't want Unohana Taicho to hear about you causing so much trouble, would you? Mayuri growled. What are you doing here, Hitsugaya? I was paralyzed by Uzumaki Naruto, Hitsugaya said, still glaring at the man. Why are you here? Information. Mayuri snapped. I really don't have any information, Akaku chimed as he lied. I don't even remember what my opponent looked like or sounded like. So you just crawled back here after losing? Too bad then. You will now receive your punishment for failure. Mayuri yelled before a strong hand grabbed his wrist. I'm surprised, Kenpachi muttered, glaring at the man. Since when have you had the authority over Shinigami in other divisions, Kuretsuchi? Let alone mine. Zaraki. Mayuri glared at the man. Since your Taichos is here, I'll take my leave. Hitsugaya glared at Mayuri as he walked out of the room before following the suit. Taicho. Akaku mumbled as he looked at the man before Yakiru popped up over his shoulder. Ah. The lieutenant is here. Too. Akaku said. I was worried, Baldy. Yakiru shouted. I told you to stop calling me that. Akaku yelled as he glared at the girl. So, you lost a fight? Kenpachi asked. Yes, I'm sorry, Taicho. Akaku replied. Was he strong? Very. He has orange hair and a sword as long as he is. He is heading to rescue that girl. I told him to watch out for you, if he remembers what I said, Akaku muttered. Looking away, it will be a great battle if you two meet. He will probably get stronger. By the time you see him, he could be even stronger. Is that so? What's his name? Kenpachi asked, grinning. Ellipsis. My name is Hanadoro Yamada, Hanadoro greeted, bowing to Ichigo and Ganju. The three hadn't wasted any time in running away when the Shinigami were distracted, and did not see Chad or Yoruicchi. You're our enemy, why are you introducing yourself? Ganju asked. That's true, Hanadoro muttered. Why did you take him with us? Ichigo asked Ganju. It was an accident. Ganju yelled. Anyhow, we know Rukia is in the White Tower, but which road should we take to get there? Rukia, Hanadoro asked. Shut up, we're strategizing. Don't interrupt, Ichigo snapped. When you said, Rukia, did you mean Kuchiki Rukia? Hanadoro asked. Ichigo and Ganju turned to him. If you are trying to get to that tower, I know a shortcut. Ellipsis. To Ryutana. I hop. This next scene will help clear up a little of the confusion about Gaara for you. I never said he was in the 11th division, I just said he met Naruto there. From the 11th division, 3rd seat Madram. Iikaku and 5th seat Ayasagawa Yumashika have been withdrawn due to injuries, 1st division Lieutenant Gaara read from the paper to his fellow lieutenants. Also, the 11th division, besides Zaraki Taicho and Yakiru, has been completely wiped out. The 11th division, Kira gasped out. No way, Hinamori muttered. The intruders only came a few hours ago, that's a lot of casualties, Hisagi muttered. Also, Gaara added, a member of the 4th division has been kidnapped. The 4th seat of my team also lost contact with us, Iba said, please send someone to check on him at Block West -20. 4th seat, isn't that Jorubo? Matsumoto asked. He's fallen, too, Hisagi asked, shocked. It's likely, Iba muttered. There is more, Gaara spoke, gaining the attention of everyone in the room, a list of defeated Taichos. Taichos. These guys defeated a Taicho. Renji asked in shock. Who were they? Nanao asked, shocked as well. Gaara glanced down at the list, pretending to be surprised. Hitsugaya Taicho, Ichimaru Taicho, and Byakuya Taicho were all defeated by Uzumaki Naruto. The room grew silent. What is going on here? Who's this Naruto guy? Iba asked. What kind of monsters are these intruders? Hinamori muttered before turning to Renji. It seems the situation is getting worse. Renji. It was at this moment that everyone had noticed that Abarai Renji had left the room. Ellipsis. Naruto looked at the view from the top of the tall, white tower he was currently sitting on. Seraiti. It really hasn't changed, Naruto thought as he looked around. It's been a while, hasn't it? A deep voice said behind him. Naruto turned his head slightly to grin at Shunsui, who was laying there next to him as the two caught up sharing what was left of the bottle Gaara had given him. It has. So, how's Joshiro? Has he gotten any better? Naruto asked. Nope, he pretty much stayed the same with that sickness of his, though I doubt he minds the visits to Unohana's, Shunsui said. Naruto smirked and adjusted his sunglasses. Somehow, I don't think that Joshiro is the one getting the shots, if you catch my drift. Shunsui burst out laughing at that. You really haven't changed, Naruto. So, why have you come back? Shunsui asked. I'm just here looking for something and making sure these kids don't die, Naruto answered. I see. Well, I better get going before Nanao-chan comes looking for me, see ya. Shunsui said before he shunpo-ed off. Naruto looked down and smirked as he watched Ichigo, Ganju, and Hanataro pop out of the ground. Now, time for a good show, Naruto said, finishing off his drink. Ellipsis. There is no direct way into the tower. This is as close as I can get you, Hanataro said. Look, that's the Senzaikyuu. Ichigo stared at the Senzaikyuu. So that's where they're keeping Rukia, Ichigo thought, glaring at the entrance of the tower. Man, we're so close. But it is huge. We'll probably have to fight our way up there, Ganju muttered before noticing Ichigo's glare. What's up? Someone's there, Ichigo said. Suddenly, the group noticed a red-headed Shinigami guarding the entrance. Long time no see, remember me? The Shinigami asked. Abarai Renji, Ichigo growled. So, you do remember me then? Renji mumbled. You have a pretty good memory. Thanks, Ichigo said, still glaring at Renji. Who is this guy? Compared to the other guys we met, his spiritual pressure is completely different, Ganju stated. That person is Abarai Renji, the lieutenant of the 6th Division. Hanataro shouted, shocked. Lieutenant, Ganju shouted. They had never faced a lieutenant before. I'm surprised. I thought you had been killed by Byakuya Taicho's attack, Renji said, walking forward. Ichigo started walking over to meet him as well, glare still on his face. I don't know how you survived, but it's impressive, Renji said. However, it is all over now. I said I'd kill the one who took Rukia's power. As long as you're still alive, then her power cannot be restored. Didn't you take her away to kill her? What is the point in restoring her power now? Ichigo roared. I have to keep moving forward and you're in the way. Zangetsu drawn. Ichigo charged at Renji, who had drawn Zabumaru. Whether or not you progress depends on if you can defeat me or not. Come, if you have guts, don't life. Renji mocked him. Ichigo froze before Ling and swinging Zangetsu to meet Zabumaru. What does Ichigo think he's doing? It doesn't matter how strong he is up against a lieutenant. There is no way he can win. Ganju shouted. No, he may not be so. Look closely at Ichigo-san, Hanataro said as Ichigo pushed Renji back a good few feet against a rock wall. He is very strong. He completely overpowered Lieutenant Renji just now. What kind of person is Ichigo-san? Naruto smirked as he watched from above. Good question, kid. I think we'll find out soon, Naruto thought. Oi, Kurosaki, I have a question, Renji said. How do you plan on rescuing Rukia? Even if you defeat me here, there are still 11 other lieutenants and above that 13 Taichos. Can you defeat them all? Unless you can, there is no way to save Rukia. Can I do it? Ichigo restated Renji's question before looking Renji in the eyes with a glare. Of course I can. How many lieutenants there are and how many Taichos there are? What does that have to do with me? If they dare to get in my way, I'll defeat them all. Hey, how many fights have you had today? 2 life or death battles and this much confidence? Or is it because you have a different Zanpakuto? Had a little boost in power, made you this arrogant? Renji roared and he pushed Ichigo back. Howl, Zabumaru. Zabumaru lashed out to clash swords with Ichigo as he was pushed back. It won't stop, Ichigo thought before he crashed into a wall. Hey, you think you know everything about me just because we fought once? Let me fill you in, Kurosaki. When any Shinigami at or higher than a lieutenant's level go to the human world, we suppress our power so we don't draw attention or create unnecessary disturbances, Renji explained as he walked towards the hole in the wall. Right now, my stray NGTH is 5 times strong than when we last met. Face it, it doesn't matter how strong you've gotten. It's near impossible for you to beat me. You say that this is your true power, Ichigo muttered as he stood and walked towards Renji. But your attacks are totally ineffective. Ichigo, ignoring his bleeding head, glared at Renji. Thank you for the information. If there are 11 more of you lieutenants, I should be able to handle them easily. Renji scowled. TCH, son of a. Oi, Ichigo, you okay? Ganju asked as more of Ichigo's blood hit the floor. You unbelievable. Being able to stand aft. Such a hit from Zabumaru, Hanataro muttered. Crap, Ichigo thought. Everything is so blurry. That hit was too damn hard. I can hardly stand. I lost too much blood when I fought Akaku. Is it really okay for you to be talking so big when you can't stand up straight? Renji asked, smirking before leaping into the air. It's over. Renji yelled as he brought Zabumaru down. Ichigo jumped to the roof of a nearby building to avoid the strike glaring at Renji as he charged forward and clashed blades with him again. This isn't good, he is being overwhelmed. Fighting a lieutenant like this. Hanadoro said as he watched the two fight. Naruto frowned slightly and adjusted his sunglasses. How will you get yourself out of this mess, Strawberry-chan? Naruto thought. Ellipsis. Abarai-kun disappeared. Kira asked as he and Hinamori stood in a hallway in the 6th division. Why? I don't know, we were at the meeting and then he disappeared. Hinamori said. Then, I tried to find him and found this in his office. Hinamori held out Renji's lieutenant's armband to Kira. Kira looked at it with wide eyes. Do the Taichos know about this? Kira asked. No, I haven't reported it yet, Hinamori answered. I was going to tell Aizen Taicho, but I don't want to get Abarai-kun in trouble. Since we don't know why he disappeared, let's not report it for now, Kira stated. But where would he go? Hinamori asked. I wish I knew. He has been very moody lately because of Kuchiki. I hope he's not doing anything foolish. Kira spoke solemnly. I'll go search for him. Hinamori looked at the sky as Kira walked off. Abarai-kun, where did you go? Ellipsis. Zangetsu and Zabumaru clashed and, once again, Ichigo was pushed back. You really are stupid. Do you want to save Rukia this badly? Renji asked as he sneered down at Ichigo. Baka. Ichigo panted out. I didn't say, I want to save her. I said, I have to save her. Don't make me laugh. Renji yelled as he brought Zabumaru down on Ichigo. Ichigo brought Zangetsu up just in time to block. It is your fault that Rukia lost her power. That is why her sentence is so heavy. Renji yelled. Don't you get it? It's your fault that she is going to die. What right do you have to want to save her? Quit joking around already. It's my fault that Rukia is going to die. Ichigo mumbled. I know that already. That's why I have to save her. Naruto grinned from his perch. Clapping his hands quietly. Bravo, Strawberry-chan, you're beginning to grow. Ichigo brought his Zangetsu up and blocked Zabumaru, knocking Renji back a little. Damn you. Renji yelled, slashing Zabumaru out. 1, 2, 3. Ichigo thought as he blocked. Ichigo had figured it out, thanks to Urahara's training. After 3 strikes, Zabumaru had to return to its hilt. And that would be Ichigo's window to attack. Ichigo rushed at Renji, whose eyes had widened when he realized he was defenseless. It's over, Renji. Ichigo roared as slashed down, only for his eyes to widen when Renji dodged to the side. I told you, Renji stated coldly, you can't defeat me. Period. Renji slashed Zabumaru across Ichigo's chest, leaving a large gash. He dodged it. How? Ichigo thought. It was a good idea to attack during the break, Renji stated, but you're too slow. You see, you and I are on 2 completely different levels. It's that simple. Do you understand now? Ichigo's eyes widened. You can't rescue Rukia. Renji began, because I am going to kill you right now. Renji brought down Zabumaru straight towards Ichigo. Ichigo. Ganju yelled. Suddenly, Ichigo grabbed Zabumaru, stopping the attack. Sorry to keep you waiting, Renji, Ichigo said. I will now put all my will into defeating you. What's with him? Renji thought, jumping back. All of a sudden, Ichigo and Renji ran at each other, bringing their swords to clash once more. Suddenly, Zabumaru broke at the hilt. Zangetsu broke through, cutting a large gash in Renji. Congratulations, Strawberry-chan, Naruto thought, grinning. Suddenly, Renji's hand shot out and grabbed Ichigo. Kurosaki, I know that it is probably shameless for me to ask, but fighting to save Rukia is nothing but an impossible dream for me. Kurosaki, please, you have to save Rukia. Renji yelled before he collapsed. Yeah, Ichigo muttered, before he collapsed as well. Ichigo. Ganju yelled as he ran to his friend, Hanadoro following behind him. Ichigo, are you okay? Can you stand? Hanadoro looked at Renji in shock. Lieutenant Abarai, lost. He thought. Hanadoro then looked up and noticed a small group heading their way. Ganju-san, someone is coming. It looks like a small group of 3, no, 4, 5. Hanadoro called out in shock. It'd be bad if a Shinigami showed up now. Take us somewhere deserted. Ganju yelled as he picked Ichigo up. Suddenly, Naruto jumped down to the group. Naruto-san. Ganju said. Nice timing, we need to get out of here. I know, follow me. Naruto said as the group ran off. Ellipsis. As that, a Shinigami asked as Kira and a group of 4 Shinigami approached Renji. Abarai-san, are you okay? No way. They defeated Renji. Kira whispered. Seems like someone ran away. Should we follow them? One of the Shinigami asked. No, right now, saving Abarai-kun is more important, Kira stated. Ellipsis. So, Hanataro, right. Do you think you can heal Strawberry-chan? Naruto asked as he looked around the sewers. Yes, I can heal him, though it will take some time. Hanataro muttered as he began his work. I just need 1 night. 1 night, huh, this isn't good then. Naruto muttered. Asked. I fought with some Taichos on the way here and knocked them out. By tomorrow, they should be at full health, Naruto said. You fought Taichos? Ganju yelled in shock. But you don't have a scratch on you. That's because I didn't let them get a scratch on me. Naruto said. Hey, don't take all the credit. I helped you. I guess you're right, Ryujin. Thanks for helping out back there. Naruto said, ignoring the odd looks he got from Ganju and Hanataro. Ellipsis. How can this be? Hinamori gasped out as she looked at Renji. When we found him, he was already like this. If I had been there earlier, I could have helped him. Kira mumbled. I'll contact the 4th Division and ask for a higher official's assistance, Kira said. That won't be necessary, Byakuya said, appearing behind Hinamori. Throw him in jail, Kuchiki Taicho. Hinamori and Kira gasped. And no. Abarai-kun faced the intruders alone and now you, Hinamori began, but was cut off. I don't want excuses, Byakuya stated. Since he was alone, there is no reason he should have lost. I don't want an idiot who cannot even understand this. Hurry and move him somewhere else, he is just getting in the way. Please wait, Hinamori shouted. How can you say that? Never mind, Kira said, placing his hand on Hinamori's shoulder. But Kira-kun, Hinamori protested. I'm very sorry, Kira apologized, bowing deeply. I am sorry, Hinamori mumbled. Byakuya said nothing, not even sparing them a second glance, before walking out of the room. Oh scary, Ichimaru Jin said, making Hinamori and Kira jump. Ichimaru Taicho, Hinamori exclaimed. He actually said those words. Jin said, the 6th Division Taicho is as scary as usual. Taicho, I heard that you were injured. Kira shouted. Quote, it was nothing serious, I just need some rest, that's all. Come with me, Kira. I can help you contact the 4th Division, Jin explained, walking out of the room with Kira following him. Hinamori stared at the ground quietly. Oi, how did Abarai get beaten so badly? Hitsugaya asked, making Hinamori jump up. Shiro-chan, Hinamori shouted. Oi, I am a Taicho, you shouldn't address me like that. Hitsugaya replied. Be quiet, that's enough. How come none of the Taichos make noise when they walk? By the way, Shiro-chan, how are you feeling? I heard that you were defeated, Hinamori commented, not noticing Hitsugaya twitch. I ran into that baka, Uzumaki Naruto. You know, the ex-Taicho of the 10th Division. I can't believe I lost to him. Hitsugaya mumbled, but I came here to warn you. Watch out for the 3rd Division. Watch out for the 3rd Division. What do you mean? Hinamori asked. I'm talking about Ichimaru Jin, but it wouldn't hurt to watch out for Kira as well, Hitsugaya warned, before walking out of the room. Ellipsis. Yamamoto looked at the line of captains before him. As you know, Yamamoto spoke, we are currently short 1 lieutenant and we have an opponent that is easily able to take on 4 Taicho-level Shinigami at once with just his Shikai. Right now is not the time to hand out missions to lower-ranking Shinigami, especially during this emergency. Yamamoto glanced at Ichimaru Jin before speaking again. Ichimaru, because of recent events, you will not be punished for your actions earlier. We will need all possible personnel patrolling the city at all times. Thanks, Jin called. All seated officials must carry their Zanpakuto with them at all times and are allowed to go all out in battle. Yamamoto decreed, please inform those who were unable to come to this meeting. Yamamoto paused a moment before speaking again. Everyone, Yamamoto called, gaining the Taicho's attention, we may soon begin an all-out war. Ellipsis. Ichigo's eyes fluttered open as he glanced up at the person kneeling next to him. Hanataro. Where? Ichigo began, but was cut off by Hanataro. Please don't move, Ichigo-san, I'm not done healing your wounds yet, Hanataro stated. Wounds. That's right, I fought Renji. Suddenly Ichigo's eyes widened and he sat up and began to walk away. Ichigo-san, Hanataro called out. Thanks Hanataro. I'm fine now, Ichigo mumbled. What are you talking about? You can't get up yet. Hanataro exclaimed. I have to. Ichigo mumbled before he got a hard punch to the face. Sorry, Strawberry-chan, but you should listen to the nurse. Naruto said, picking Ichigo up over his shoulder and dragging him back to Hanataro. Naruto-san, you gave him another injury, Hanataro mumbled. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the mask Ichigo had dropped. Walking over to it, he picked it up. Hanataro. Where did Ichigo get this? Naruto asked. I don't know where he got it, but he had it inside his shirt when he fought Renji. It saved his life, actually. Since it blocked Renji's slash from doing too much damage, Hanataro stated. Naruto nodded and stepped over the sleeping Ganju to go to the door and see if anyone was coming. Hey, you and I are becoming more and more alike every day, Strawberry-chan, Naruto thought. Ellipsis. The medical treatment on Abarai Renji is complete. Please open the door, a Shinigami said as he walked towards the door of Renji's cell. Whatever did that to him is powerful, the Shinigami thought. For a moment there I thought he died. Ellipsis. And the ban on full power release is lifted. These are direct orders given from Yamamoto Sotaicho himself. Please be careful, Lieutenant Hinamori, a Shinigami stated before walking out the door of the 5th Division. Okay. Hinamori mumbled. Special orders, we can carry our weapons. Abarai, how did you end up like that? Is it better if we not carry our weapons and keep things peaceful? Hinamori thought back to what Hitsugaya had said. Be careful around the 3rd Division and be even more careful around Aizen Taicho. Hinamori finished. I really don't want to fight anyone. Ellipsis. Aizen sat alone in his room, glancing over a scroll when he heard a knock on his door. Looking up at it, he called out, Yes, do you need something, Hinamori-chan? Sorry, could I talk to you for a moment? I know that it's wrong to be bothering you this late at night but I can't sleep. I'm always screwing up in front of Taicho. Hinamori exclaimed. Did you think that I would dismiss you for something like that? Is that what I seem like during the day? Come in. You've had a long day so stay as long as you need, Aizen said kindly. I heard that Abarai-kun is safe, Aizen said. Really? That's a relief, Hinamori mumbled. Kuchiki Taicho wanted to demote him, but others argued against it. When he fully recovers, he'll be able to return to his rank, Aizen stated. Were you the only one defending Abarai-kun, Taicho? Hinamori asked. No, he is talented and everyone likes him. Aizen said with a warm smile. No one would be happy if he got demoted. Hinamori smiled. Yeah, his words, his voice, Taicho calms my restless spirit. I'm so lucky to serve under you, Aizen Taicho. Ellipsis. So, sorry, I fell asleep. Hinamori looked around. Aizen Taicho. He's gone. Hinamori looked at the clock. Oh no, I'm already late. Hinamori shouted in shock. Captain probably woke up early. But why didn't he wake me up? Hinamori ran out the door and turned the corner before stopping and staring in shock at the sight before her. Ellipsis. The rest of the lieutenants were in the meeting room waiting for Hinamori. Where is she? Gaara asked, clearly annoyed. She'll be here, Gaara-kun, Matsumoto stated. That sounded like Hinamori. Hira shouted as they rushed to the place they heard the noise. What's wrong, Hinamori-chan? Hira asked as he and the others turned the corner before they also stopped and stared in shock. Aizen Taicho. He's. Hinamori started but couldn't finish as tears welled up in her eyes. The rest of the lieutenants stared at the dead body of Sosuke Aizen. What is going on? Jin asked as he walked onto the scene. Hinamori looked at the 3rd Division Taicho with tears leaking out called Hitsugaya's words, twisting them. Be careful of the 3rd Division. Hinamori looked at Jin's grin. Especially. Hinamori's eyes widened before they began to narrow. When Aizen is taking a walk alone at night. It was you. Hinamori roared at Ichimaru as she rushed at him with her Zanpakuto drawn. Just as Hinamori was about to slash at Jin, her sword was blocked by Kira. Kira-kun. Why? Hinamori asked. I am the lieutenant of the 3rd Division. No matter what the reason. I cannot allow you to point a sword at my Taicho. Kira said. Please, move aside. Kira, I can't. Move aside. Move. I can't. What part of, move aside, do you not understand? Hinamori yelled. What part of, I can't, do you not understand? Kira roared. Burst. Tobiame. Hinamori shouted, activating her Shikai. What? Kira shouted, shocked. A large explosion sent Hinamori and Kira sliding back. How dare you release your Shikai like that? Kira yelled, how shallow. Think about what you're doing right now. Don't mix personal feelings with official business, Hinamori. Ira dodged to the side as Hinamori fired a ball of energy at him. If you insist, I have no choice, Kira muttered. But to treat you, as an enemy. Lift your face, Wabisuke. Kira and Hinamori charged at each other with their released Zanpakutos when Hitsugaya and stopped them mid-clash. Don't move, Hitsugaya said, restrain them. Both of them. Gaara and Iba grabbed Kira while Matsumoto and Azane grabbed Hinamori. I will report this to Yamamoto Sotaicho. Take them away and lock them up. Hitsugaya ordered. My apologies, Hitsugaya Taicho, that one of my men caused you so much trouble, Jin apologized. Ichimaru, were you planning on killing Hinamori? Hitsugaya asked. Ah, what do you mean? Jin asked. I'm warning you, if you make Hinamori shed one drop of blood, I'll kill you, Hitsugaya warned coldly. My. What a terrifying thing to say, Jin said. If you feel that way, you ought to be careful not to let bad guys get close to her. Ellipsis. Ganju slowly opened his eyes when he felt something wet on his leg. Looking down, he found out that Hanadoro was currently drooling on him. Why the hell are you sleeping on my leg? Why you drooled all over my pants? Ganju yelled, waking Hanadoro and Ichigo. He is tired. A little drool is no big deal, Ichigo called to him. You okay, Ichigo? Ganju asked. Yeah, thanks to Hanadoro, Ichigo stated while stretching. Where is Naruto? Right here, Naruto yelled, scaring Ichigo. Wah, damn it, how many times do I have to tell you not to do that? Ichigo yelled at the blonde. Hey, that never gets old, Strawberry-chan. Naruto said, adjusting his sunglasses. Why are you wearing those in the sewers? Ganju asked. Focus, Ganju, Ichigo said. This time, we have to make it to the Senzaikyu. Ellipsis. Chad looked around as he woke up. Yoruichi-san. Chad called out to her. She must have gone on ahead. Okay, next we'll check this storage room. Squad 2, go to the back. Chad's eyes widened as he looked to the door. Good thing I woke up early. Chad muttered, if I woke up to such an annoying sound, I'd be in a bad mood. Ellipsis. What the heck is that thing? Ichigo asked, looking at the pills Naruto and Hanadoro were holding. This is the special energy pill created by the 4th Division designed to keep Shinigami energized even when they're tired, Hanadoro answered. You should take one too, guys. They really work, Naruto said. It has a skull mark on it. Is this a joke? Ganju asked. If I swallow one, my stamina will be miraculously restored. Hanadoro said as both he and Naruto swallowed the pill. Ichigo and Ganju waited with interest as they watched the two. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Okay guys, let's go. Naruto said as he and Hanadoro turned to walk away. Wait a minute, Ichigo shouted. What? Hanadoro asked. What do you think? Did that thing even work? Nothing happened, Ganju shouted. Naruto and Hanadoro looked at each other before looking back to Ichigo and Ganju with confused looks. What do you mean? Don't we look completely re-energized? Hanadoro asked. Not at all, Ichigo said. I think you got ripped off, Ganju muttered. Ellipsis. Good, nobody's here, Ichigo said as he and the group crawled up out of the sewers. I don't know, Strawberry-chan. A fight took place here just yesterday and they didn't assign anyone to guard this area. I don't buy it, Naruto said. Maybe they don't Ink the enemy will show up at the same place twice so soon, Ganju stated. Maybe, Naruto muttered, but still looked unconvinced. Oi, what do you think happened to the others? That guy's with the glasses and the cutie. Ganju asked. If you mean Ishida and Inoue, then I wouldn't worry. They are 100 times smarter than me, Ichigo said. And what of that big guy and the cat? Ganju asked. If Yuru-chan is with Chad, he'll be fine. Besides, Chad seems strong enough to hold his own, Naruto said. Ellipsis. Chad sighed as another Shinigami fell. Damn, you monster. The Shinigami muttered. Chad grabbed him by the collar. Where is the Senzai-Q? I asked that guy where Kuchiki Rukia was and that was all he said before fainting. I don't know how to get there so. It's that white tower over there. The Shinigami stated, pointing towards the Senzai-Q. I see, thank you, Chad uttered before walking off. Ha! Never turn your back on the enemy. The Shinigami yelled as he jumped at Chad, only to be smacked away. You, don't come at me again, Chad said to the knocked out Shinigami before running off. He is coming, Nanao said as she looked through a window, Ryoka. Oh, so soon, Shunsui muttered, bummer, it is just a Ryoka, I could handle it, Nanao offered. I can't be helped, it's a direct order from Yamajiji, Shunsui said, besides if I let my Nanao-chan enter the battle and she gets hurt. Whatever would I do tilde? Excuse me, you're Nanao? Nanao asked, annoyed. Ah, you are extra cruel today, that's what I like about you tilde. Shunsui said, I get it, just go. Nanao snapped, fine, there is no need to be so worried it'll be over soon. After all, this is just a little show, Shunsui muttered. Ellipsis. Damn it. These stairs are way too long. Ichigo muttered as Ganju nodded in agreement. What are you talking about, Strawberry-chan? This is nothing. Naruto called back to him. You see, I told you those pills work. Hanataro called to them from besides Naruto. Shut up. Ichigo and Ganju yelled at the same time. There, we made it. No guards in sight either. Ganju said. Good, then all we have to do is charge straight through. Ichigo said. Suddenly, the group was surrounded by an enormous spiritual pressure. What? Ichigo began. Where is this pressure coming from? Naruto smirked. He'd recognize this pressure anywhere. Ellipsis. 5th Division Special Phi. RST class holding cell, God that is a mouthful. Hinamori sat in her cell quietly. She looked horrible. Her skin was pale and her eyes had heavy bags and were dull. Suddenly, Matsumoto Rangaku walked through the door. Rangaku-san. Hinamori quietly greeted. What are? Matsumoto handed Hinamori a letter. This was found in Aizen Taicho's room, Matsumoto said, it's addressed to you. From Aizen Taicho. To me, Hinamori muttered. I don't know what is in it, but you're lucky my Taicho found it first, otherwise it'd be taken in as evidence. I don't know what is in it but, I think it is an honor to be the receiver of her Taicho's final words. Read it well, Matsumoto said before she walked out of the room. Thank you, Rangaku-chan. Hinamori uttered, tears begging to form as she opened the letter. Hinamori, if you are reading this, I am probably in another world I cannot return from. I am sorry for the anxiety and the grief I have caused you, I really can't emphasize that enough no matter how much I say it. I had been hesitant to tell you about the reason I have been acting oddly lately. I hope you understand the reason I hid it from you is that I didn't want to drag you. You can forgive me. As I am about to drag you into it anyway. I sense that my time is near, and thus, I will tell you everything I have uncovered about a conspiracy that I have uncovered. Hinamori unfolded the last part of the letter and gasped before dropping it to the ground. This is, Hinamori gasped out as she looked at the unfolded part of the letter on the ground. Hitsugaya Taicho has betrayed us. He and Uzumaki Naruto will be coming after me tonight to kill me. Ellipsis. Strawberry-chan, Ganju, Hanataro. Keep together and run as fast as you can. Make sure you're following me. Naruto shouted as the group began to run. Despite the large pressure. If it is him, Naruto thought, if he finds me, he won't give a crap about them, but if he found them alone. Up on a rooftop a few blocks away, Kenpachi Zaraki smirked. So, they're finally here, Kenpachi muttered, Uzumaki Naruto, I want my rematch. Naruto looked back momentarily to check if they were following him. Good, Naruto thought. I need to get them as close to the Senzaikyu as possible. This is so weird, Ichigo thought. We've been running for a while now, but I still feel so close to the source of that pressure. It feels as if he is holding a sword against my throat. Up on the roofs, Kenpachi smirked as his eyes locked in on Hanadoro. Not him. He moved to Ganju. Not him either. Ichigo was next. He's the one who beat Ikaku, but he isn't my target. Naruto. Naruto. Naruto stopped as his eyes grew wide and he broke out in a grin. No point in avoiding it now. He's caught us, Naruto thought. Hello. Kenpachi Zaraki. Naruto greeted the large man. Ichigo, Ganju, and Hanadoro looked up to see a large man flying at Naruto with his sword drawn. Naruto quickly unsheathed his sword and parried. Uzumaki Naruto, you promised me a rematch. Kenpachi grinned. I figured you'd bring that up. Naruto muttered. Strawberry-chan, Ganju, Hanadoro. Just keep running towards the tower. I hold this guy off. But, Ichigo hesitated. He could literally feel the energy pouring off of this guy. Go. Ichigo nodded and the trio took off running, not looking back. So, ready for round 2, Kenpachi? Naruto asked, grinning more at the maniacal look on Kenpachi's face. Suddenly, Yakiru popped over Kenpachi's shoulder. Oi, Slacker-chan, you came back. Hey, nice to see you too, Pinky. Naruto greeted the small girl. Before taking something out of his pocket and throwing it to her, catch. Yakiru's face lit up when she saw what he had tossed her. Pocky. Thanks, Slacker-chan. Anytime, Pinky. Now why don't you go somewhere safe and enjoy the show with those? I have a feeling Ken-chan here is going to want to go all out. Naruto grinned as the girl nodded and jumped to the roof of a random building. I see you're still great with children, Uzumaki. Kenpachi said as he tried to push Naruto back. Yeah, guess I am. Naruto stated as he began to push Kenpachi back a few feet. Zaraki growled and jumped back, glaring at Naruto. What's the matter, Ken-chan? Getting rusty. Naruto mocked. I'll show you. Rusty, Uzumaki. Kenpachi roared as he launched himself towards Naruto. Ellipsis. Rukia looked out the window again. The spiritual pressure is especially intense today. Rukia muttered, I can feel it even though I am surrounded by these. Sekiseki mineral that absorbs spiritual pressure. No. Not making this up. Walls. Did one of the Taichos show up? Rukia wondered aloud. Judging from the explosions and the spiritual pressure, is the city under attack? Could Ichigo really be here? I wonder where they are, Rukia thought. Ellipsis. Naruto smirked as he blocked Kenpachi's strikes. You still haven't unlocked Bankai, have you? Naruto asked. You still have such a weak bond with your Zanpakuto. Baka. You're still preaching the same crap even after all these years. My Zanpakuto is just a weapon for me to use. Bonding with it won't make me any stronger. Kenpachi yelled. You're the Baka here, Ken-chan. Because you and your Zanpakuto aren't in sync, it's just making you weaker. Naruto retorted. Let me show you the true power you can gain when you hold a bond with your sword. Strike. Raikuri Ryujin. The 5 dragons' heads formed around the blade and began to rotate until they were just a blur. Naruto smirked at Kenpachi's shocked look. Fire. Naruto yelled as an electric tornado fired out from the blade, hitting Kenpachi straight through a building. Hey, not bad, but I'm not impressed. That was way below your normal standards. Kenpachi yelled as he emerged from the building. A scorch mark and some scratches on him. Don't worry, Ken-chan, that was just a warning shot. You're strong, Kenpachi, there is no doubt about that, but as long as the bond with your Zanpakuto is weak, you have no hope of winning. Naruto declared as he pointed Ryujin at Kenpachi. Come on then, I'll show you I don't need any bonds. Kenpachi roared as he charged Naruto. Naruto and Kenpachi clashed blades, blocking each other's strikes. Kenpachi then swung his sword in a wide, horizontal arc, which Naruto ducked under and slashed up with Ryujin, leaving a long, straight gash on Kenpachi's chest. Naruto, following through on his attack, delivered a powerful kick to Kenpachi's chest, pushing him back through the building again. Suddenly, the spiritual pressure increased. Shit, Naruto cursed, knowing exactly what had just happened. Once again, Kenpachi Zaraki emerged from the building, his eye patch missing. I'm not holding anything back, Uzumaki. Why don't you unlock your Bankai so we can go all out? Kenpachi asked, his grin threatening. To split his face. I don't need Bankai to defeat you, Ken-chan. Naruto smirked as the man began to growl. Don't take me lightly, Uzumaki. Kenpachi yelled as he disappeared from view and reappeared in front of Naruto, slashing down on him. Naruto caught the blade, drawing blood. Kenpachi smirked and applied more force, drawing more. Do you see now, Uzumaki? I don't need any bond. Kenpachi roared crazily. Like I said, you're pretty strong. But, Naruto said as he strengthened his grip on the sword, like I said, my bond with my Zanpakuto would beat you. Suddenly, Naruto applied his electricity to Kenpachi's Zanpakuto, delivering a large shock to the man and throwing him back and on the ground. When Kenpachi stood and lifted his head, he saw Naruto pointing Ryujin at him as the 5 dragon heads came together to form one large one. Naruto smirked at Kenpachi's widened eyes. You see, Ken-chan. My bonds are my power. Goodbye. Naruto yelled as the dragon roared and fired a large lightning bolt at him. It hit dead on and Kenpachi was thrown back, unconscious. Yakiru jumped down and rushed to Kenpachi with a cry of, Ken-chan. Naruto walked over to Yakiru and patted her head. Here, give him this and he'll be just fine in an hour, Naruto said, handing Yakiru some medicine. Yakiru nodded then grinned to Naruto, got it. See ya slacker-chan. Naruto smiled and waved before rushing off to find Ichigo. Ellipsis. Let me go. That was Zaraki Kenpachi. If we don't help him, Naruto-san will die. Hanataro yelled as he struggled against Ichigo and Ganju's grips. Look, I'm worried too, but if we go back we'd just be in the wa. Ichigo started but was cut off. Hey guys. Did I miss anything? Naruto asked as he ran up to the group. Ganju and Ichigo released their grip on Hanataro and stared at him in shock. Naruto-san, did you beat Kenpachi Taicho? Hanataro asked, shocked. Yep, he wasn't so tough. Naruto said, now come on we gotta get to Rukia remember. Ichigo just shook his head and Ganju nodded before the group took off once more. Naruto, just how strong are you? Ichigo thought. Ellipsis. Chad stared at the ceiling of his cell. He had lost to the 8th Division Taicho badly. He glanced down at his bandaged chest and sighed. He had failed to keep his promise to Ichigo. Suddenly, the door op. And a bandaged Ishida was thrown in. Ishida, how did they catch you? Chad asked. I lost to Fission Taicho. You, Ishida answered. The 8th. Where is Orihime? Still out there, somewhere. Ellipsis. Kenpachi awoke as stared at Yakiru. Ken-chan, I called you Nohana. Yakiru stated. Hey, looks like I lost to Uzumaki again, Kenpachi muttered. You didn't lose. Slacker-chan said he was fighting with Ryujin. It was 2-on-1. Ken-chan wins, Yakiru declared. Do you remember when I named you, Yakiru? Yep, I'll never forget. Neither will I, Kenpachi mumbled before he picked up his Zanpakuto and gazed at it. It's been so long that I almost forgot the pain of not having a name. I know you have waited a long time and this may seem a little late, but can you tell me your name? Quote ellipsis quote. Quote ellipsis quote. Che. Didn't work, Kenpachi muttered. Recalling Naruto's words. My bonds are my power. You're a strange one, Uzumaki, Kenpachi thought, but you have some wise moments. With that, Kenpachi passed out. Ellipsis. Naruto and the group stared at the tall tower before them before Naruto whistled. It seems bigger than I remember, Naruto muttered. It always does, doesn't it? Yoruichi said as she jumped up to the group. Yuru-chan, you made it, Naruto said as he picked the cat up and began to snuggle it. Was there any ever doubt? Yoruichi asked. Who is the cat? Hanataro asked Ichigo. Long story, let's just go. Ichigo said as he and the others began their trek up the tower. Ellipsis. The pressure stopped. Rukia muttered, I wonder who lost. Rukia paused before speaking again. Why? No one show. LDB bleeding because of me. Am I really worthy of having someone bleed just to rescue me? Tell me. Kyan Dono. Ellipsis. After knocking out the guards, the group stood facing the door. This was it. Everything they had worked for was nearly done. Hanataro fished out the backup key he had stolen and opened the door. "Hello, Rukia-chan." Ganju smiled as he looked in but stopped, and stared in shock. Rukia's eyes widened as she looked at the group before her before rushing over to Ichigo. "Ichigo, Hanataro-san, Naruto. What are you doing here?" Rukia asked in shock. "We'll explain later, HT now we have to get you out of here and find the others." "Come on Ganju, we're leaving," Ichigo said. Ganju didn't move, he didn't breathe, he just stood there in shock. "Ganju, you're the one who killed him. You're the one who killed Kaien." Ganju roared as he rushed at Rukia, grabbing her collar. Rukia's eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" Ichigo yelled. "Rukia didn't kill Anion." "No, Ichigo, he's right. I did kill Kai and Shiba," Rukia muttered, shocking Ichigo and Hanataro. Suddenly, the spiritual pressure in the area strengthened and the group turned around to see Byakuya Kuchiki standing there. "So, this is why you had returned, Naruto-sensei," Byakuya spoke, shocking everyone there but Yoruichi. Rukia turned to Naruto in shock. "You trained him? Naruto was your sensei?" Ichigo asked, surprised. "Hi, I came here with these guys to rescue Rukia, Baka," Naruto declared. Rukia looked towards her brother, Baka. "Rukia, can you hold out just a little bit longer?" Naruto asked. "If we fight Byakuya here, we will draw the full attention of the Gote 13. Can you wait a few more days to be rescued?" "What? No, we're not leave." Ichigo was cut off by a swift chop to the neck from Naruto. "Why yes, I can wait," Rukia uttered, walking back into the cell with renewed hope and a lot more questions. "Good, be strong now, Rukia-chan," Naruto said before turning to Byakuya. "Baka, I could easily wipe the floor with you here and now but I'd get Gigi on my ass as quick as possible. Like I said before, I won't fight you. You opponent will be this Baka on my shoulder. If you think that weakling can ever hope to defeat me, you are slipping, sensei," Byakuya stated. "Believe what you will, Baka," Naruto muttered before grabbing Hanataro and Ganju by the collars as Yoruichi hopped onto his shoulder. Naruto's eyes met Byakuya in a small glare before he shunpo'd away. Byakuya said nothing as he walked off. His sensei was going crazy. That fool would never beat him. Never. Woo. 31 pages. Well, since I'm about to pass out now, see ya folks. Please review and tell me how you liked the super chapter. A storm is brewing. Hello folks, I am back with the next chapter once more. I know some of you are going to be disappointed that this chapter isn't as long as the super chapter, but I'm only going to do those for special occasions. The next one will probably be when we hit 100 reviews. On to the show. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach. Talking, thinking, hollow thinking, spirit talking, spirit thinking, Renji opened his eyes to see a white monkey with a snake for a tail looking down at him. "Zabumaru," Renji muttered. "How long do you plan to lay here, scumbag?" Zabumaru asked him. Nice choice of words after all this time. "What do you want?" Renji asked his spirit, his eye twitching. Zabumaru turned his head to Renji's Zanpakuto, which was now unscratched as if his fight with Ichigo had never happened. "I am completely recovered. I can fight now, I'm just waiting for you. Stop laying there and recover already. Then, let me fight Zangetsu again. This time, I won't lose," Zabumaru stated. "Baka, did you fall asleep back there?" Renji asked. "He's not my enemy anymore." Zabumaru stared Renji. "He's not. Then, who is? Who shall I fight next?" Naruto glared at Ichigo. What had that Baka been thinking? Flashback. Ichigo blinked, his eyes opened and looked around. Where was he? "Oh good, Strawberry-chan, you're up," Naruto said as he and Yoruichi walked to him. "Where are Ganju and Hanataro?" Ichigo asked. "They stepped out," Yoruichi answered. Suddenly, Ichigo's eyes widened as he recalled what had happened at the tower. Ichigo shot up and grabbed Naruto. "Why didn't you take Rukia with us? Why did you leave her there?" Ichigo yelled. "Strawberry-chan, if we had taken Rukia with us, then the Gote 13 would have followed us. You're not strong enough to face Baka, not yet," Naruto said. So when do I get strong enough? Ichigo asked. Right now. We don't have time to wait for you to heal completely, so Naruto and I are going to train you, Yoruichi answered. You? No offense, Yoruichi-san, but how is a cat going to train me? Ichigo wondered aloud. Yoruichi looked at Naruto. I thought you told him. I did, Naruto said. The baka just can't remember anything. What are you talking about? Ichigo asked. Yoruichi was engulfed in smoke and, when it cleared, there stood a beautiful woman, who was naked. Ichigo immediately recalled the time Naruto had told him about this, blushed, and looked away. Put Ss some sea clothes on. Ichigo ordered, blushing. Naruto, who was staring at Yoruichi, snapped out of his stupor and turned to gape at Ichigo. Now, Yoruichi. You don't have to. You can stay like that. Yoruichi just chuckled and shook her head before putting her usual clothes on. Sorry Naruto, but he has to be able to focus on his training. Ichigo, meet me outside in 5 minutes. With that, Yoruichi walked out of the room. Naruto turned and glared at Ichigo. Damn it Ichigo, do you know how long I had been waiting for that? What kind of man are you? There is no way you're not gay. Ichigo started to twitch before he glared at the blonde. I am not gay, you perv. End flashback. Naruto sighed. Ichigo had just started training and already the boy seemed completely clueless. Have you noticed that your Zanpakuto is always in its released form? Yoruichi questioned. Really? That explains why it doesn't change when I call its name, Ichigo mumbled. So you didn't know? Then you probably don't know that there is another level of release. It is called Bankai and every Taicho can use it. Everyone except Kenpachi Zaraki, Yoruichi called. Naruto glanced down at his Zanpakuto. He remembered the day he had finally achieved Bankai. Flashback. Urahara and Yoruichi watched as Naruto tried to achieve Bankai within Ent. Ion something about being able to achieve Bankai quickly and Naruto had jumped at the chance. Ryujin, what is all this? Naruto asked as he looked at the large amount of swords scattered around the area. The area was mountainous and the sky was filled with lightning. This, Naruto, is your test. Only one of these blades is the real thing. Find it and shout its name. Ryujin said. Naruto nodded and set to work, running to grab one, only to be knocked back by Ryujin. What are you doing? Naruto yelled. I never said it would be easy. So, tell me, are you willing to die to grow stronger? Ryujin yelled as he flew at Naruto again. Naruto dodged and ran to grab a sword, only for lightning to strike him back. I will not be your only opponent, Naruto, Ryujin said from above. These swords act like lightning rods. If you are fast enough, you won't get hit. Naruto dodged more lightning bolts as he tried to grab another sword. However, when he nearly grabbed it, he was struck by Ryujin. Damn it! Where would he keep the sword? Naruto wondered as he looked around. Don't stop moving if you want to live. Ryujin yelled as tried to bite Naruto. Damn! Naruto cursed as he jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. Suddenly, a large flash of lightning caught Naruto's attention and he looked to the tallest point of the mountain. There, Naruto immediately began to charge up the mountain side, dodging lightning and Ryujin. Naruto got to the top of the mountain and ran to grab the sword. Ryujin, seeing this, fired a powerful bolt from his mouth at Naruto. As soon as Naruto touched the blade, lightning from the sky and Ryujin had struck him, knocking both Naruto and the blade off the mountain and plummeting towards the bottom. Naruto, look out! Urahara yelled. Naruto, Yoruichi shouted. Naruto, shout its name. Ryujin roared. Naruto tightly shut his eyes and unsheathed the blade. Strike, R. End flashback. Naruto, Ichigo is ready to begin training. Yoruichi called, waking the blonde from his thoughts. Naruto grinned and nodded, walking over to Ichigo. Okay, let's see what you got, Strawberry-chan. Ellipsis. Renji smirked as he walked through the broken bars of his cell. Let's go, Zabumaru, Renji said as he ran out of the room. Ellipsis. Hinamori was silent as she held the letter to her heart. She then set it on the ground and looked up with a glare. He would pay. Ellipsis. I raised my blade at Hinamori-san. Kira mumbled as he sat in his cell. I'm despicable. Suddenly, Kira's head shot up. Who's there? Hello. This is horrible. Very horrible indeed, Jin declared as walked through the doors. Ta Taicho. Kira mumbled, Ichimaru Taicho. Poor thing. You look so frail. Want me to save you? Jin asked. Come with me, Kira. Ellipsis. Orihime was currently sitting in a room in the 11th division, surrounded by Akaku, Yumashika, Yakiru, and Kenpachi. So, what happened, Inoue-san? Akaku asked. Is Ichigo Kurosaki still alive? Yumashika asked. Well, actually, I don't know, Orihime mumbled. Don't ask such stupid questions, Yumashika. That Gaki is still alive, I can feel it. And he's getting stronger. Interesting, Kenpachi declared before glancing at Orihime. I'll help you, Inoue-san, Kenpachi said, because if I go with you, I'll meet up with Uzumaki again in no time. Ellipsis. Hitsugaya sighed as he watched Matsumoto sleep when she should have been working. Suddenly, she sat up, rubbing her eyes. Did you sleep well, Matsumoto? Hitsugaya asked, annoyance clear in his voice. Taicho, what are you doing in my room? Matsumoto questioned. Baka. This isn't your room. Since you're up, help me with these papers. I'm dead tired, Hitsugaya said as he handed Matsumoto a stack of papers. Just as Matsumoto was about to complain, a Shinigami walked through the door. What is it? Hitsugaya asked. Hitsugaya Taicho, I bring word from the detention center, the Shinigami said. Lieutenants Hai, Namori and Kira have escaped from their cells. Ellipsis. Ichigo and Naruto were currently relaxing in the hot springs. Sorry I couldn't make the technique last longer, Strawberry-chan, Naruto said, but that doll takes up a lot of energy. Don't worry about it, Ichigo replied, I still have 2 more days to reach Bankai. Ichigo then noticed something. Hey, my wounds. They're all healed, Ichigo exclaimed. Yep, this hot springs has special properties, Naruto said as he sank into the water more. How is the temperature? Yoruichi called to them. It's not bad, Naruto answered her. It's okay, Ichigo said. Oh, that's good, Yoruichi spoke. I'll take a bath, too, then. Yes, Naruto cheered. And no, Ichigo yelled, blushing. What do you mean? No. Be a man, Naruto yelled at Ichigo. I am being a man. You're just being a pervert, Ichigo roared. All men are perverts. If you are being a man, then be a straight man, Naruto retorted. I'm not gay, Ichigo shouted. Suddenly, they eared a splash and the two turned around to see a cat swimming towards them. Okay, enough shouting, Yoruichi said. Is this okay? Naruto and Ichigo stared at Yoruichi, twitching. What, are you disappointed, perverts? Tell me the truth, Yoruichi mocked the two. Don't make me drown you, Ichigo muttered. I'm disappointed, Naruto sighed. Scratch, ow, oi, Yoruichi, I've been thinking, this place looks a lot like the training room in Urahara's shop, Ichigo said. It should. He probably modeled it after this place, Yoruichi exclaimed. You see, this place was built back when Naruto, Urahara, and I were still in the academy. It's where we practice our combat training. Ichigo turned to Naruto who smirked and adjusted his sunglasses. Really? Yep, Naruto answered. We used to come down here all the time. Yoruichi nodded. He and Naruto joined the Gote 13 and I joined the Special Op Brigade. Really? So then why were you all in the human world? Ichigo asked. Naruto's face began to grow a far of look and his eyes grew cloudy. Yoruichi glanced at Naruto before looking back at Ichigo. That's a story for another day. Naruto had stopped listening, though. Flashback. So, you're leaving, huh? Wanna tell us why you're betraying us? I'm not betraying you. Would I do something like that? I didn't think you would until I saw you point your blade at his throat. I had a reason to attack him. What could possibly be important enough to betray Seraiti for? To betray us for? Yoruichi. Urahara. Just go. We can't stop you anyway. Okay. Ford. You'll understand why I can't stay soon. Quote. Promise me that you won't trust Aizen. End flashback. Ellipsis. Ichimaru and Kira walked down the halls of the 3rd Division. So, I was right, you two are together. Jin and Kira looked up to see Hitsugaya standing there, glaring at them. Just as I thought. Kira's cell door was opened from the outside. If you broke him out, it wasn't very smart of you to make it so obvious. Ichimaru, Hitsugaya stated. What? You misunderstood. I did that because I wanted people to know, Jin said, his grin growing. It's a good thing I got here before Hinamori did, Hitsugaya said. Before she gets here, I'll kill you. Hitsugaya grabbed Hiranmara and was about to charge when Hinamori landed in between the two. Hinamori, Hitsugaya called out to his childhood friend. Finally I've found you, Hinamori mumbled, grabbing Tobiame's handle. I didn't think you would be here. Stop, Hinamori, Hitsugaya yelled, he's too strong for you. Back down and leave this to me. Suddenly, Hinamori drew her blade and turned to point it at Hitsugaya. Hinamori, Hitsugaya whispered, shocked. You're Aizen Taicho's murderer. Hinamori hissed, her voice laced with anger. Hinamori jumped into the air and slashed at Hitsugaya, who dodged. Baka, do you really think that Aizen was the type of man that would walk into a battle he isn't certain of winning? Aizen wouldn't have sent his lieutenant into a fight that even Hisu yelled out. But it has to be true. It is what he wrote. You and Naruto are going to kill everyone. Hinamori shouted, taking more shots at Hitsugaya. I don't want to believe it, but that is what Aizen Taicho wrote. I have to do this for Aizen Taicho. Hitsugaya dodged more, ignoring Jin, who had a grin that was now threatening to split his face in two. I don't know what else to do, Hinamori whispered as tears began to pour out her eyes. Hinamori's lost it, but Aizen wouldn't write that letter. Someone must Avenue changed his will to make Hinamori fight each other. Hitsugaya thought before he noticed Jin's grin. I see, so this was also part of your scheme, Ichimaru. Hitsugaya roared at the man. Suddenly, Hinamori appeared in front of Hitsugaya, about to slash downward when Hitsugaya knocked her out. The 10th Division Taicho is so cruel, there is no need to hit so hard. Jin chided, the girl has lost her mind to her emotions. Not just Aizen, you made Hinamori suffer too. She held her Zanpakuto so tightly to the point her hands bled. Hitsugaya muttered, I thought I told you, if you made Hinamori shed one drop of blood I'll kill you. Hitsugaya ripped Hiranmara out of its sheath and glared at Jin. Ah, that's no good, Taicho, if you draw your sword here, I'll have no choice but to stop it with my own. Jin yelled as he drew Shinso. Chi Taicho, Kira muttered. Move back, Kira, Jin called, unless you want to die. Kira froze. Who are you kidding? Backing up won't be enough. Kira, get out of here. Don't stop running even after we're out of sight. If you are within 7 miles of this area, I cannot guarantee I will not drag you into this, Hitsugaya declared, jumping into the air. Soar in the frozen sky, Hiranmara. This is the first time I've seen Hitsugaya Taicho's Zanpakuto before, so this is the strongest ice-based Zanpakuto. This is Hiranmara. Kira thought, looking at the ice dragon in the sky above him. Suddenly, the dragon launched itself at Jin, who jumped to the top of a building to dodge. Jin didn't have time to rest, however, as Hitsugaya's chain wrapped around his arm, freezing it. Seeing his opponent was trapped, Hitsugaya shouted out, You're finished, Ichimaru, and stabbed forward with Hiranmara. Hitsugaya then realized that Shinso was pointed directly at his face. Shoot him, Shinso, Jin said. Hitsugaya jumped out of the way just as the blade extended. Are you sure you dodged it? Jin questioned. Hitsugaya looked confused. Before his eyes widened and he looked to Hinamori, who Shinso was aiming for. She will die, Jin muttered. Hinamori, Hitsugaya called. Just as the blade was about to strike Hinamori, Matsumoto appeared and blocked Shinso. Matsumoto, Hitsugaya sighed in relief. Put your sword away, Ichimaru Taicho, or I will be your opponent, Matsumoto said. Jin grinned. Ellipsis. Yoruichi stared at the sky as she sat on a cliff. In just a few days, Rukia would be being executed in this very spot, and, in a few days, their adventure would be over for better or worse. Should I extend the training? Urahara invented the method himself. Though he and Naruto were the only ones to ever achieve Bankai this way, Yoruichi thought, we still have 8 days after the 3-day training session. It's horrible, isn't it? The calm before the final fight. Yoruichi smiled and turned to see Naruto standing there. You're up early. Didn't think that was possible. Yoruichi exclaimed, chuckling when Naruto pouted. That's not nice, Yuru-chan. Naruto said before sitting next to her. Is Ichigo up? Yoruichi asked. Not yet. Strawberry-chan is in for a little surprise when he does, though. Naruto said, grinning. I don't want to know, Yoruichi said. Giggling. Naruto, do you remember the day that we celebrated graduating from the academy? How can I forget? That's where Kukaku started her grudge against me. Naruto exclaimed. Flashback. Naruto, Urahara, Shunsui, Yukataki, Kukaku, Yoruichi, and Unohana were currently in the basement of the Kukaku house. Out of the 7, Naruto, Urahara, Shunsui, and Kukaku were currently drunk. I can't believe this, Unohana muttered as she shook her head at her friends. Oh, Lighten hiccup up, Uno-chan, it's a party. Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, how did you even get this stuff? Yoruichi asked. Gigi has a secret stash in his desk. I just grabbed a few bottles and ran. Naruto exclaimed, while a drunk Urahara and Shunsui applauded him. Why Yano, you're pretty cute. Urahara slurred to the person next to him, what's your name? Urahara, it's me Joshiro Yukataki, Yukataki said as he sweat dropped at his friend. Oh, Yukataki, you've been a good son. And I'm sorry you're so sick, Urahara muttered. Right, Yukataki said, taking some steps away from Urahara. Come on, Yukataki, have something to drink. Shunsui said, tossing an arm around his friend. You haven't had anything since you got here. Yukataki glanced at Unohana, whose glare clearly said, take one sip and you die. I don't think I should, Yukataki muttered. Oh, I see what's going on here. Your girl has you whipped, Haruki-chan. Naruto mocked, gaining laughs from everyone and blushes from Yukataki and Unohana. Suddenly, Kukaku pulled out a deck of cards and smirked. I have an idea, Kukaku said, why not we play a little game? Yoruichi and Unohana, already knowing where this was going, pulled Kukaku aside. What do you think you're doing? Yoruichi gaped at her friend. Come on, I know you wouldn't mind playing this game with Naruto. Kukaku mocked, causing Yoruichi to blush and Unohana to giggle, and I know you wouldn't mind playing with Yukataki, Unohana. Kukaku smirked at her blushing friends before turning back to the boys. So how do you play? Urahara asked. Oh, it's easy. It's just basic poker, but the loser has to take off a piece of clothing. Kukaku declared with a glint in her eyes. It was that night that everyone learned 2 things. 1. That Naruto Uzumaki was amazing at poker when he is drunk, and 2. Kukaku was very bad at poker when she is drunk. End flashback. She still hasn't forgiven me for that, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, do you remember what happened after the party? Yoruichi asked hesitantly while blushing. Nope. Guess I was a little drunk, Naruto said, not noticing the look of disappointment that spread across Yoruichi's face. Oh, Yoruichi muttered as she recalled a certain event that had happened on their trip home. Flashback. I can't believe you, Yoruichi scolded as she helped Naruto home. How the hell did you drink 7 bottles of sake? Whose sake? Naruto slurred. Yoruichi sighed and shook her head. Yoruichi, you know I always liked you, right? Naruto asked. Baka, what are you saying? Yoruichi stuttered, a blush growing on her face. Don't say such embarrassing thing. Yoruichi was cut off as Naruto's lips met hers. Her eyes widened before they closed and she began to return the kiss. After what seemed like hours, the two broke apart. And Naruto, Yoruichi began, blushing and staring at the ground. I like you too. Yoruichi looked back up to and pulled off Naruto's sunglasses to see he was asleep. Sighing, Yoruichi shook her head and smiled lightly. He really was a baka. But he's my baka, Yoruichi said as she dragged him home. End flashback. So, what happened on the way home? Naruto asked with a curious look on his face. Yoruichi blushed. Well, you see, we key. Naruto, what the hell did you do to my face? Ichigo yelled as he ran at Naruto with a mustache and a monocle drawn on his face. Naruto got up and began to run. Come on Strawberry-chan, can't you take a joke? I'll kill you. Yoruichi smiled and looked back at the sky. She'd tell him, eventually. But for now, it was a new day. Naruto, however, had glanced at the Senzaikyuu. I can't shake this feeling, Naruto thought, that a storm is brewing. Ellipsis. What do you mean? Rukia asked into Vents. The Shinigami before her explained, it has been decided to the date of your execution be changed once. Again, Rukia's eyes widened. The execution will take place tomorrow. Ellipsis. Ganju and Hanadura were panting as they ran away from a large group of Shinigami. Suddenly, they ran into something hard and were knocked to the ground. Looking up, they found it to be Komamura, Taicho of the 7th Division. You two, Komamura spoke, are under arrest. Ellipsis. Ichigo was currently fighting against Zangetsu in a hope to gain Bankai with Naruto and Yoruichi silently observing from above. Suddenly, all four felt a spiritual pressure enter the area and they turned to find Abarai Renji standing there. So, you're training to get Bankai, huh? Renji asked. I think I'll join you. Ellipsis. Well, that seems like a good place to leave off for now. This is it. This chapter W. As the final countdown to the last few chapters of the Rescue Rukia saga. I'll be dividing the next few chapters into parts, so look forward to it. Jin, I'm not even gonna try to say no anymore, bye-bye. The final fight. This is it folks, the moment we've all been waiting for. The final fight part 1. Well, I know you're anxious to get started, so I'll just cut right to it. Let's get started. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Bleach. Talking, thinking, hollow thinking, spirit talking, spirit thinking. Ellipsis. Renji stood and tied his hair back before he sheathed his blade. Well, Renji said, I guess I'll be going. Yeah, Ichigo muttered. Renji walked off before stopping and turning to Yoruichi and Naruto. Naruto-san, Yoruichi-san, will he be able to make it? Renji asked, can he really achieve Bankai? Even though it may be slow, Ichigo has been making progress ever since he started, Naruto said, everyone achieves Bankai at a different pace. Look at the determined look on his face. Yoruichi stated, Ichigo knows that he can achieve Bankai. Thus I believe that he has the ability to achieve Bankai. Ellipsis. Byakuya stared at the picture of his late wife, Hisana. Byakuya-sama, a servant called to him, it is almost time. Please make preparations to go to the Tsukyoku. I see, Byakuya muttered, I am going now, Hisana. 5 hours left until execution. Ellipsis. This is bad, Iba yelled, running down a hall before he skidded on the floor and bowed before his Taicho. I am truly sorry, Taicho. Iba yelled. Iba Tetsuziman, fell asleep on the toilet. It is fine, Komamura stated. I am prepared. You don't need to make excuses to give me more time, Iba. Yes, sir, Iba said. You showed up late so that I could have more time to think about the legitimacy of this execution. Komamura replied, don't worry. I have no doubts. My loyalty lies only in my debt to Yamamoto. So Taicho. Komamura then looked behind Iba. How do you feel about that, Tusen? I will stick with my way, Tusen said as he and his lieutenant, Hisagi, walked into the room. The road I chose with these sightless eyes will never be one dyed red with blood, Komamura. Ellipsis. It's so annoying. A large Shinigami said. First the Ryoka, then a murder, and now everyone is arguing over whether or not this execution is legit. The higher-ups already gave the order, so why argue about it? What do you think, Taicho? I have no interest in whether it is right or wrong, 2nd Division Taicho Soifan said. All I care about is completing my duty as a Taicho of the Gote 13. All who stand in my way of doing that are my enemy. All enemies must be slain. Okay, Umaeda, the 2nd Division Lieutenant, said. That goes for you too, Umaeda, Soifan warned, remember where your loyalties lie. If you get in my way, you, too, are my enemy. Hey, I'll remember that, Umaeda muttered as he followed his Taicho. Ellipsis. Taicho, there you are. Nanao exclaimed as she climbed onto a roof. Please get up and get ready to go. Nanao-chan. I have a problem that I'm not sure what to do about. Want to hear it? Shunsui asked. What is it? Nanao asked. I was distressed so I thought chewing on a blade of grass would help me relax. I don't know if it is poisonous but my mouth is going numb, Shunsui said. Then throw it away, Nanao yelled as she grabbed the grass out of his mouth. Nanao-chan. What should I do? Shunsui asked. You're asking me. No matter what I say, you'll just go and do what you want to, Nanao answered. Don't worry about me. I'll follow at a safe distance so that I don't get dragged into things. That's bad then. Once again, Naruto and I will be the only two scolded by Yamajiji. Ellipsis. Man, I feel horrible, a Shinigami muttered. I think I drank too much. Baka. It's not that you drink too much, it's that you smoke. Another Shinigami snapped. Stop talking smack to me just because you lost yesterday or I'll kill you. The Shinigami shouted. What? Draw your sword. I'll kill you before I clean the street. The Shinigami yelled. Do you hear something? The two turned to see Kenpachi running down straight towards them. KK Kenpachi Taicho. We are honored that you gave us the chance to clean the street. The two Shinigami shouted as Kenpachi ran past them. Suddenly, Akaku ran up and stared at the two men. Bakas, if you're gonna slack off, don't get caught, Akaku said before he ran off. Yumashika ran up next. If you leave one speck of dirt here, I'll kill you. Yumashika ran off. What was that about? The question is, was there two people on Kenpachi Taicho's back? Ellipsis. Oh, look, a butterfly. I wonder if it is spring here, Ishida said as he watched the butterfly fly in through the window. A butterfly. He near the end. Man, Ganju whispered to Chad as the three sat in their cell. Oi, Ishida, if you want to chase it, go ahead. Don't make fun of me, Ishida shouted. Suddenly, Chad held up his hand. Quiet. Do you hear that? Ishida and Ganju grew silent and listened. Please stop this, Taicho. What are you doing? Taicho. Is it just me or is it getting closer? Ganju asked. The seal. Ing then busted open to reveal Kenpachi Zaraki. Ellipsis. Kenpachi, Yakiru, Orihime, Akaku, Yumashika, Chad, Ishida, and Ganju stared at the large, open area before them. After they had busted out of jail, they had followed Yakiru's directions on how to get to the Tsukyoku. Needless to say, it wasn't working so well. Ha! I told you we shouldn't have followed the lieutenant's directions. Akaku laughed. Before anyone could respond however, Kenpachi started to glare at the open end of the area. You boys are pathetic to sneak around like that. Get the hell out, here, Kenpachi yelled, cowardly hid. Your spiritual pressure and stalking around isn't something a Taicho should do. You speak with such authority, do you know how foolish you were to do this? Suddenly, Komamura, Iba, Tusen, and Hisagi appeared in front of the group. Where are you taking the Ryoka to? Tusen questioned. Zaraki, did you lose your pride and righteousness when you lost that fight to Uzumaki? What should we do? Orihime asked. Don't worry, Orihime-chan. By number of people, we still have the upper hand. Yumashika shouted. What makes you think you guys are fighting? Kenpachi asked. 4 verses. 1. That's not even to test my sword with. You want to fight all 4 of us alone, then. I know of your strength, Komamura stated, but you think too highly of yourself, Kenpachi. Blah, blah, blah. You're noisy, Kenpachi mocked, drawing his sword. Just come on and fight already. If all of you attack at once you might actually wound me. Ken-chan, we'll continue to search Tilda. Catch up with us soon. Yakiru shouted as she dragged the rest of the group with her and ran. I see I was wrong. You didn't merely lose your pride, Tusen growled, you seem to have lost all common sense, Zaraki. Common sense? Ha, Kenpachi laughed, a worthless thing like that, I never had to begin with. Taicho, Iba began. Please let us go first, Hisagi finished. Baka. I told you to all come at me at once, I down on me, Kenpachi muttered. In that case, Yumashika started as he and Akaku appeared. We have no choice but to go first, Taicho. Akaku finished. Why didn't you leave with the others? Kenpachi asked. Hey, listen up, Akaku yelled to the lieutenants. Don't think that our Taicho even wants to bother with you. The 2 of us are more than enough to take care of you. Right, Taicho. So, you want to fight, too? Fine. Just don't get in my way or I'll chop you up first, Kenpachi declared. Right, Yumashika yelled. Ellipsis. Renji charged through another group of Shinigami, defeating them quickly. Renji-san. Why? One of the fallen Shinigami muttered. Just little more, just a little longer. Renji thought, I will save you from there. I will not let you die, Rukia. Renji suddenly came to a halt and began to sweat. This, spiritual pressure. Renji looked up and saw Byakuya staring down at him. Where are you going, Renji? Byakuya asked. I'm going to save Rukia, Renji answered. No, you're not. Byakuya said coldly. I am going. Let me pass peacefully, Renji replied. I will not repeat myself, Byakuya stated. Without warning, Byakuya appeared behind Renji, sword drawn and ready to strike. Only to be shocked when Renji blocked his blade. Senka, a special type of shunpo where you move behind your opponent's back, Renji stated. It's your favorite technique. I've been able to follow your movements with my eyes for a long time. My body is now fast enough to catch up, too. Kuchiki Taicho, your sword can no longer harm me. Look at you, talking as thou. You have already won. What are you so confident about? Byakuya asked. With that level of strength, did you really think you could break my blade? Scatter. Senb. Byakuya was cut off when Zabumaru lashed out at him, forcing him to block. I told you, Renji muttered, your sword can no longer harm me. For a long time now, the only person I have wanted to surpass is you, Kuchiki Taicho. You released your Zanpakuto without calling its name, did you? I will now surpass you. Renji shouted. Bankai. Byakuya didn't even flinch from the large explosion that occurred, instead merely staring coldly at Renji, eyes unwavering. Hihiu. Zabumaru. Baboon King, Renji muttered as he held the long snake-like sword in his hand. You, since when have you been able to use Bankai? Byakuya questioned. You'll never know, Renji stated, since you don't give a damn about your subordinates. I'll say it again, I will save Rukia. If you won't let me pass, I'll just defeat you and go. That's not possible, Byakuya stated. With your ability, you won't even be able to make my knees touch the ground. Renji launched Zabumaru forward at Byakuya, who jumped to the top of a tower to avoid it. Seeing this, Renji whipped Zabumaru towards him once more, destroying 3 towers that were in the way. Byakuya drew his sword and blocked it, causing him to be pushed off the tower. Very well, Byakuya mumbled. You have truly reached the level of Bankai, however, it is time to end this. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. As soon as it was released, Senbon Sakura blew Zabumaru away, breaking it into pieces. Only for Zabumaru to reattach itself and slide back to its hilt. Senbon Sakura, Renji spoke, 1,000 blades that are so small, they can't be seen. When those blades take flight, the reflection of the light causes them to look like scattered flower petals. I know it all too well. Byakuya glared at Renji as he continued to speak. Too bad for you, segments of Hihiu Zabumaru are connected by my spiritual power. You can't cut them apart with knives. Why do you look so surprised? I told you, I know your sword inside and out. Suddenly, segments of Hihiu Zabumaru burst from the ground below Byakuya, causing him to fall back. Your knee touched the ground. Renji shouted, I will defeat you. It is time to end this, Byakuya. It's time to put an end to this struggle between us. To put an end to it, you say. Very well then, Byakuya stated, the curtain that falls down, shall be pulled down by my blade. I just told you I know your sword inside and out. The sword that will pull down the curtain, Renji yelled, will be mine. Renji launched Zabumaru at Byakuya, only for him to raise his hand and say, Kido 33, Sukatsui. Renji blocked the blast with Zabumaru. Baka. Do you think you can stop me with such a simple trick? Suddenly, a few of Zabumaru's segments broke off and fell to the ground, completely useless. I lost control, Renji thought. You are fool, Byakuya stated. The biggest flaw in Bankai is the overwhelming power it releases. Its power and form are often beyond that of a normal weapon. Thus, in order for a person to completely master it, it would take 10 years of training. Renji, it is too early for you to use Bankai. So what? Luckily, my Zanpakuto is not only bulky, it is enduring. Losing a few segments won't hinder it. Renji yelled as he rushed at Byakuya. Kido 61. Raikujukuyuro, Byakuya calmly spoke. Just like that, Renji couldn't move. Put away your sword and you live, unless you're still dreaming of defeating me, Byakuya stated. Did you forget or did it never occur to you, that I also have Bankai? Byakuya dropped his sword down and it sank into the ground. Bankai, Byakuya said, scatter, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Ellipsis. Rukia was currently being led across the bridge to her death when her eyes widened and she looked out to the city. Renji. Rukia whispered. I don't believe it. Rukia thought, I can't tell for sure whose. Spiritual pressure that is, but it has to be Renji's. Why you? Renji. Rukia shouted out. Good morning. How are you, Rukia-chan? Rukia turned to see Ichimaru Jin standing on the other end of the bridge. Ichimaru. Jin, Rukia whispered, shocked. That is forbidden. You never change, do you? Still no manners at all, Jin mocked. Instead of, Jin, you should refer to me as, Ichimaru Taicho. Please forgive my rudeness, Ichimaru Taicho, Rukia muttered hesitantly. Ah, you thought I was serious. Don't worry, I don't really care since we've known each other so long, Jin said. Why did you come here? Ichimaru Taicho, Rukia asked. No particular reason. I was taking a walk and I decided to stop by to tease you, Jin explained. He is still alive, Abarai-kun, that is. He is? Rukia asked, turning to the city once more. He'll probably die, Jin stated. Poor Abarai-kun, getting cut up like that just for trying to save Rukia-chan. You lie. Renji would never try something like that. Rukia yelled. Are you afraid? Jin asked. You don't want to die, do you? Are you starting to fear your impending death? Rukia glared at Jin. Would you like me to save you? Jin asked suddenly, shocking the guards and Rukia. Ichimaru Taicho, a guard said, shocked. What? Rukia asked. So, if you want, I could easily get you out. Not just you, Abarai-kun and the others, too. Jin said as he began to lift his hand. Why would he want to do that? What could he have to gain from saving me and the others? No, maybe this man is really, Rukia thought. Jin suddenly patted her on the head. Just kidding, Jin said as he turned to leave. Goodbye, Rukia-chan. Let's meet again, in front of the Tsukyoku. Ellipsis. Yamamoto stood before Rukia as she looked down at the ground. Behind him stood Gaara, whose face was emotionless, Soifon and Umaeda, Unohana and Azane, and Shunsui and Nanao. Let us begin, Yamamoto spoke. Commence the ceremony. Soifon looked around. Attendance is horrible. Absences from the 11th, 12th, and 5th are expected, but what of the others? Suddenly, everyone turned to find another person standing before Rukia. Byakuya Kuchiki. Oni-sama. Rukia whispered. Kuchiki Rukia. Yamamoto began. Do you have any last words? Yes, just one thing, Rukia muttered. Ellipsis. Let us commence in your favorite game of Carnage. Komamura yelled as he defended the defeated Tucson. Sounds good. I'll thoroughly enjoy this. Even if we die, we'll just change a little, and then we'll be able to fight again. Kenpachi roared. Just as the two giants were about to clash, they noticed a bright light coming from the Tsukyoku. It has begun, Komamura stated. Yeah, it's starting, Kenpachi muttered. Ellipsis. Hitsugaya and Matsumoto had stopped walking to look at the light. It is beginning, Hitsugaya muttered before turning Matsumoto. Let's hurry, Matsumoto. Yes, sir. In their rush, they never noticed they were being followed. Ellipsis. This is bad, it has already started. Is Taicho ready yet? Sentaro, one of the third seats of the 12th division, yelled. Don't yell, I can hear you, so you don't have to, baka. Kion, the other third seat, snapped. Suddenly, Yukitaki emerged from a room. Sorry it took so long, Yukitaki said. It took longer than I thought to remove the seal. Appealing to the Central 46 didn't work, so there is no other way. Yukitaki was holding what appeared to be a staff and shield. Let's go destroy the Tsukyoku. Yukitaki shouted. Yes, sir. Ellipsis. What is that? Orihime asked as she observed the bright light. The execution started, Yakiru stated, surprised. What? Then, if we don't hurry, Ishida mumbled. I'll go on ahead, then. Yakiru exclaimed. Why? Orihime asked. I don't really care about the execution, Yakiru said. But Slacker-chan might be there. I have to go help Slacker-chan. Thank you, Orihime muttered. Why is Big Booby saying that? Yakiru giggled. I'm supposed to help Slacker-chan. 'Cause Slacker-chan, as Ken-chan's friend. I'm off, then. You guys get all the small fries, okay? Yakiru called to them before running ahead in a burst of speed. So fast. Ishida mumbled, shocked. More like super fast. Ganju exclaimed. Yakiru-chan. Thank you, Orihime said. Ellipsis. Renji opened his eyes. I'm still alive. Renji thought before looking at the person who was hovering over him. It's you, Renji exclaimed. Hello, Hanataro greeted. You're that 4th division guy that was with Ichigo. Why are you here? Renji asked. I brought him here. Renji looked to see one of the Shinigami he had defeated earlier. Rikichi. Renji exclaimed. I heard that Hanataro-san was in prison for trying to rescue Rukia-san, so I thought he might help you since you have the same goal. Rikichi said. The main medical facility was destroyed by the 11th division and the 4th division went to try and rebuild it. Rikichi used that moment to break me out, Hanataro stated. I joined the Gote 13 to follow Renji-san. I want him to live no matter what. Here, I brought you a new headband and uniform. Rikichi. Renji muttered, thanks. Renji-san, Hanataro began. I really didn't want to cause any trouble. I wanted to save Rukia-san with my own power, this time, but in the current situation, I can't do anything no matter what I do. So, please, save Rukia-san. Renji stood up, a determined look on his face. Yeah, ellipsis. Alright, Yamamoto said, as you requested, the Ryoko will be sent back to the human world by morning tomorrow. Really, I am very grateful, Rukia muttered. How cruel. He says that even though he doesn't plan on sparing any of them, Azane muttered quietly. It is not cruelty, Azane, Hana spoke, it is kindness. Since her end is unavoidable, at least this way. This will let her pass away peacefully. Release the seal, Yamamoto ordered, of the Tsukyoku. Rukia looked at Byakuya. Thank you very much, Onisama. Byakuya said nothing. Rukia began to rise until she was suspended at the top of the towering post behind her. Don't look so sad, Nanao-chan, Shunsui said, otherwise I'll become sad as well. Upset. I did, mean to show that on my face, Nanao mumbled. Suddenly, the Tsukyoku caught fire and began to rise before it took the shape of a large, flaming phoenix. This is the true form of the spearhead and the executioner of the grand penalty. After it pierces through the criminal's body, Yamamoto stated, the grand penalty ends. I'm not scared, Rukia thought, I'm content with my life, meeting R. Enji and the others, adopted by my Onisama, Kyan Dono's guidance, Ichigo's attempted rescue. No pain, no sadness, no regrets, there is nothing more for my heart to linger on in this world. Thank you, everyone, and goodbye. Rukia closed her eyes and waited for her death to come, but it never did. Opening her eyes, she gasped at the sight before her. There was Ichigo blocking the Tsukyoku. Yo, Ichigo greeted. Baka, why did you come back? You can't fight my brother. You'll really die this time. I've already made my peace with this, so, just go. Rukia yelled. How is that possible? Soi Fan asked. The Tsukyoku, with the destructive force equal to 1 million Zanpakuto, was stopped by just his Zanpakuto. That man, who is that man? No one noticed Gaara smirk lightly. So, they made it in time, isn't that one of the Ryoka? Shunsui questioned. He fits the description of one, Nanao muttered. I see, Shunsui whispered. Byakuya stared at Ichigo with wide eyes before they began to narrow. His sensei had something to do with his newfound strength, no doubt. Suddenly, the Tsukyoku was caught by something. The group turned to see Yukitake and the third seats of his division running at the Tsukyoku. Shunsui slammed a staff in the ground and smirked at Yukitake. Yo, Yukitake, you like to cut it close, don't you? Breaking the seal took longer than expected, but we should still be able to do it in time. Yukitake said. Stop him, Soi Fan shouted as she caught on to their plan. They are planning to destroy the Tsukyoku. Shunsui cut the shield that Yukitake had brought in half, destroying the Tsukyoku. Ichigo, what are you going to do? Rukia asked her friend. I'm going to destroy this rack. Ichigo declared as he readied Zangetsu. Ichigo, don't waste your strength. The execution stand of the Tsukyoku is. Shut up, Ichigo yelled, and watch. Ichigo slammed Zangetsu down on the stand, destroying it. Stop telling me to leave you here and run. It's so annoying. I told you, I don't care what you say. Ichigo shouted. Hey, this is the second time now that I've come to save you. Yamamoto glared at the boy as he drew his sword about to charge and kill Ichigo when it was blocked. The Sotaicho and Taichos gasped at who was blocking Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Gigi, haven't you ever read a fairy tale? This is the part where the hero rescues the princess, Uzumaki Naruto said. Don't screw up the plot. Byakuya was about to draw his blade and attack Naruto when he noticed Naruto's glare. Baya baka, didn't you listen to me? I'm not your opponent, he is. Naruto exclaimed as he pointed to Ichigo. Unless you don't think you can handle him. Kuchiki Taicho, please fight that Ryoka. Uzumaki Naruto will be fighting me, today, Yamamoto spoke. Ah, Gigi, I did. NT know you wanted to spend time with me tilde. Naruto chuckled. Fine. Byakuya turned to glare at Ichigo. Ichigo then noticed Renji had appeared. Rukia, Renji shouted. Renji, I'm so glad you're alive. Rukia sighed in relief. Suddenly, Ichigo lifted Rukia into the air. Hey, Ichigo, what are you doing? Rukia asked. Wait a minute. Renji muttered, is he going to catch? Ichigo threw Rukia at Renji, full speed. Baka, Renji and Rukia yelled. Renji caught her and glared at Ichigo. Go. Ichigo yelled to him. Take Rukia away from here. Don't let go of her even if you die. Renji nodded and took off. Shocking the other members of the Gote 13. Abarai-san. Umeda whispered, shocked. Don't just stand there, lieutenants. Go after them. Soi Fan ordered. The lieutenants began to chase them. But were blocked by a wall of sand which came from Gaara's gourd like Shikai. Sabaku Seirei, desert spirit, it's basically his old gourd. The Taichos and lieutenants turned to Gaara in shock. I'm afraid I can't let you go any further. Oto turned to Naruto and glared at him. Are you to blame for Gaara's betrayal? Gaara and I have been friends since we were alive. Naruto said. We'd never turn against each other. Uzumaki Naruto. Wanted for the betrayal of Seraiti. Yamamoto spoke. Today is the day you carry out the penalty. Today is the day you die. Reduce the whole of creation to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Quote. Yamamoto's entire body was caught ablaze as was the area around him. Ryujin Jaka soon turned into a blade of pure fire. Naruto smirked before he held out Ryujin. Bankai. Raikuri Ryujin Onigami, Lightning Dragon King. The fierce god, Naruto shouted as Ryujin and its sheath began to change. Ryujin's sheath became pitch black with a red design on it. Ryujin's handle was still a dark black, but the dragon's face on the end of it was now gold. Its hilt was gold with a dragon's claw and wing, and the blade now glowed a faint gold. Pick on profile. Come on then, Gigi. Let's see how strong the Sotaicho really is. Naruto exclaimed as he jumped off, away from what was the execution site. While Yamamoto chased him, Ichigo and Byakuya clashed. I can see your every step. Kuchiki Byakuya, Ichigo shouted. Why do you so persistently try to save Rukia? Byakuya asked. I'm the one who should be asking questions, you're her older brother. Why aren't you trying to save Rukia? Ichigo questioned. What a pointless question. Even if I tell you the answer, you couldn't understand. It is useless to continue this empty conversation. Byakuya muttered, here I come. Ellipsis. Naruto landed in the middle of the 1st Division training grounds, turning around to face Yamamoto. Why did you stop here? Running is what you do best. Yamamoto roared as he pointed Ryujin Jaka at Naruto. Naruto smirked before adjusting his sunglasses. Why, Gigi, isn't it obvious? This is the largest empty area in Seraiti. While we're here, there's no reason to hold back. Naruto said, before pointing Ryujin Onigami at Yamamoto. It's been many years since our last spar, Gigi. Since then, I have been experimenting with Ryujin Onigami's techniques. I found 10 so far, and those 10 are all I need to beat you. Oh, are you so sure of that, Uzumaki? Yamamoto asked. Don't get cocky. I'm not, Naruto said before he slammed Ryujin Onigami into the ground. A large dome of pure electricity surrounded them in the entire field. This is the first technique, Ryugu Palace of the Dragon King. No one can get to us in here, Naruto yelled before he grabbed his blade and pointed it at Yamamoto. This it, Gigi. This is the final fight. I couldn't agree more. The two rushed at each other. Lightning met fire and the ground around them was completely destroyed as the two tried to overpower each other. Naruto jumped back to dodge a wave of fire that tried to consume him, shooting 3 shots of lightning at Yamamoto. Yamamoto dodged and slammed his sword into the ground, bringing up a tower of flames that started at Naruto. The second technique, Reikurai Tatsumaki, Lightning Tornado. Naruto shouted as he began to spin his blade quickly, eating a whirlwind of electricity that blew through the tower and hit Yamamoto, knocking him back into a wall. Naruto followed through and tried to stab Yamamoto into the wall, only for him to move to the side. Seeing an opening, Yamamoto slashed at Naruto's arm, leaving a cut and a burn mark. The third technique, Raikuri Uyoko, Lightning Wings. Naruto yelled. Lightning shot down from the dome and formed 2 large wings on Naruto's back. Yamamoto slammed his foot on the ground and an eruption of flames erupted out and surrounded Naruto. Naruto spread his wings and broke out before taking to the air. Naruto slashed the air, leaving a large line of electricity there. The fourth technique, Raikuri Buko, Lightning Armory. Naruto shouted as thousands of swords made of lightning flew out of the line and at Yamamoto. Yamamoto's eyes widened before he created a shield of fire and blocked them all. After the barrage had stopped, Yamamoto fired the shield at Naruto quickly. Naruto, having no time to dodge, tried to use his wings to block the shield, but it proved too strong and broke through, knocking Naruto to the ground and destroying his wings. Yamamoto rushed to Naruto and clashed blade with him in a stalemate as the two tried to overpower each other once more. You do have skill, Uzumaki, I will give you that, Yamamoto said, but I cannot allow it to end now, not like this. IWILL not allow Seraiti to be defeated while I am leading it. Sorry, Gigi, but I can't let up here either. Naruto replied, because of Strawberry-chan, I didn't get enough time to stare at Yoru-chan. There is no way I'm gonna die before I get another chance. Baka. Still making jokes at a time like this. Yamamoto yelled as he jumped back and punched a small blast of fire forward. Naruto Baka. NDED the fire away before pointing Ryujin at Yamamoto, the fifth technique. Haika no Ryujin, followers of Ryujin. A large sphere formed on the tip of Ryujin Onigami before 5 mini Ryujins flew out of it and bit into Yamamoto. Shocking him, Naruto was able to run forward and slash across Yamamoto's chest before he erupted into flames, causing Naruto to fly back and lose concentration, canceling the technique. Naruto quickly got up but still received a slash across his shoulder from Yamamoto. Naruto stabbed his sword into the ground. The sixth technique, Raikuri ni Doru, Lightning Needles. Naruto shouted out as lightning began to burst out of the ground in the shape of pointed needles. Yamamoto jumped up but was still stabbed twice in both shoulders. Ignoring the pain, Yamamoto read a fire behind him and used it to rocket down at Naruto with his blade pointed out, stabbing Naruto in the shoulder and knocking him to the ground with this attack. Naruto rolled away from Yamamoto and pointed Ryujin Onigami at himself. The seventh technique, Raikuri Bunshin, Lightning Clone. Naruto shouted as he stabbed himself with his sword. In a flash of lightning, there were now 4 Narutos. This attack may be nostalgic, but it takes up too much energy. Naruto thought before he rushed at Yamamoto, becoming a blur as they all ran around him. Quickly, Yamamoto summoned more fire and destroyed 2 of the clones. Missing the real Naruto and a clone when they closed in and delivered a slash to his back and chest. Yamamoto then blew the other clone and Naruto away with more fire, destroying the clone and badly burning Naruto. Naruto lifted his sword to the sky and shouted, the eighth technique. Ikatsu, cry of a thundering voice. A large bang of thunder cried out before a storm cloud formed and it began to rain. If you are hoping this will stop my flames, Yamamoto spoke, it won't work. I'm not planning on weakening your sword, Gigi, Naruto said, I'm planning on strengthening mine. The ninth technique, Dagu Raiju, angry roar of the lightning beast. Yamamoto's eyes widened as one, large dragon's head modeled after Ryujin appeared in the center of the field. The dragon's head let out a large roar, sending out a wave of electricity that shocked anything it touched, including the soaked Yamamoto. Naruto panted. His wounds and the amount of energy those techniques took were starting to take their toll on his body. Naruto's eyes widened as Yamamoto got up from the ground, burnt and badly beaten, but still strong enough to keep fighting. Yamamoto grabbed Ryuji and Jaka and ran at Naruto, who was too tired to dodge. Yamamoto drove his blade into Naruto's stomach, pinning him to the wall. "Let me tell you about the difference between us and why I have won here today, Uzumaki," Yamamoto said while panting lightly. "You hold so much faith in your Zanpakuto that you ignore your physical attributes. While your strikes are light and shallow while mine are strong and deep. That is the difference between us. That is why I have won here today." Yamamoto did not move his sword as he looked up to see the Ryugu disappearing. Suddenly, Naruto grabbed onto his grip. "We're not done yet, Gigi." Naruto panted out as blood began to leak out the sides of his mouth. "Yes, we are. You can't fight in that condition, Naruto, no matter how strong you are. I still have one technique left, Gigi. Look up." Yamamoto looked up and gasped in shock. There in the sky, surrounded by dark clouds, was a life-sized version of Ryujin made of pure electricity. The 10th technique. Ryujin Onigami Oyuchi Shirai, Dragon God's Final Lightning Strike. Naruto yelled, "As soon as he's done, Ryujin up there is going to fire down the biggest lightning bolt you've ever seen. And guess what the target is? Us. That is suicidal." Yamamoto yelled as frantically tried to get out of the blonde's grip, even to the point of burning his hands to no avail. "Really? Is it? Wouldn't know. I've never tested this move out. I guess we'll find out, Gigi," Naruto said, grinning weakly. "Fire, Ryujin. Here it comes." Ryujin roared as he fired 3 beams of electricity, 1 from his mouth and 2 from his eyes. Those 3 beams came to form one large one, rushing down upon the pair at an alarming rate. "Let me go, Uzumaki," Yamamoto roared as he desperately tried to escape Naruto's grip. But it was too late. The beam came down and hit them both full force. The explosion could be heard all around Seraiti, and the amount of smoke the technique created when it hit the ground was enough to cover the entire training field. When it cleared, Naruto was kneeling on the ground, in front of a paralyzed and unconscious Yamamoto. Both were badly beat up, but only one was standing, and that was Naruto Uzumaki. "Let me tell you about the difference between us and why I have won here today, Gigi," Naruto panted out while adjusting his sunglasses with a smirk. "You don't trust your Zanpakuto enough. You hold your physical attributes above the bond you have with your Zanpakuto. My bond with Ryujin is as strong as it can be. I know Ryujin would never kill me. That is the difference between us. That is why I have won here today." Naruto then sheathed Ryujin Onigami and heaved Yamamoto over his shoulder as he began his trek out of the first division. Ellipsis. Ichigo and Byakai clashed once more as they force each other to slide back. "It looks like there is only one way to end this," Byakuya muttered. "Kurosaki, I will kill you, and then I will carry out Rukia's execution with my own hands." "No, that's not going to happen," Ichigo said. "I came here to make sure of that." Ichigo and Byakuya charged at each other. Ellipsis. "Nei-san," Kion yelled as she was about to run to Azane, who had been defeated by Gaara. "Wait, Kion. Kuchiki Taicho is fighting over there. You'll get dragged in if you get too close," Sentaro warned. Suddenly, Sentaro was knocked back and into he-air as Soi Fan appeared behind Kion. "Wait, Soi Fan," Yukitake and Shunsui shouted before they were surrounded by a mass of Shinigami from the Kido Corp. "We are sorry, Taichos, but we cannot allow you to pass," a Shinigami stated. "I see. It can't be helped then. Let's just get the hell out of here," Shunsui said, grabbing his friend's shoulder and pulled him over the cliff. "Wait, Shunsui, we can't leave. Shinigami from my division are back there," Yukitake shouted. "Relax. If we fought all those Shinigami back there, we would have ended up dragging more unnecessary Shinigami to the 4th division. Besides, didn't you sense it back there? There is one more person back there and she is on our side." Ellipsis. Soi Fan scowled at the girl on the ground before her. "Scum, you disgrace the honor bees." Towed upon you as a seated officer by betraying us. Do not worry, though, I will not prolong your shameful existence. I will cleanse the world of your stench right now, Soy Fawn muttered to Kion as she stepped on her chest. Suddenly, Soy Fawn was tackled off of Kion and into the woods beyond the cliff. Let go, Soy Fawn yelled as they plummeted down. Who are you? Don't yell. You were always so impatient. You are. Soy Fawn gasped out. Yoruicchi. Long time, no see. Yoruicchi greeted. Soy Fawn. Ellipsis. Azane woke up to find that she was on the back of Yunohana's Shikai. Are you awake, Azane? Yunohana called to her. Yunohana Taicho. Azane gasped as she sat up quickly. Don't speak. Even though Gaara-san gave you the least amount of injuries, it is still better that you rest for now, Yunohana said calmly. Please land here. Minazuki. Yunohana's Zanpakuto obeyed and landed in the 4th Division. Yunohana Taicho, Lieutenant Azane. Are you both okay? A Shinigami asked as a group ran up to their Taicho. Yes, Yunohana said. Minazuki, please spit them out. Minazuki opened his mouth and spit out all of the lieutenant who had been at the execution, including Kion and Sentaro before returning to its sheath. Everyone only suffered minor injuries, Yunohana said. They should have healed inside of Minazuki's stomach. Please take them to the 16th medical post before they awake. Yunohana Taicho. What happened to Gaara-san after I was defeated? Azane questioned. We sensed a tremendous amount of spiritual pressure coming from the 1st Division and Gaara-san ran off saying he had to help Naruto-san, Yunohana replied. Yep, but that's not even the half of it. Yunohana and Azane turned and gasped in shock at the sight before them. Standing there was a bloodied and beaten Naruto, Gaara, and a beaten and unconscious Yamamoto. So, Uno-chan, think you can help Gigi here? Naruto asked. He is getting pretty heavy, Gaara muttered as his eye twitched in annoyance. Yunohana and Azane rushed to them and checked Yamamoto. What happened to him? Yunohana asked. Well, he and I had a little spar, Naruto spoke, and it kinda got out of hand. You beat Yamamoto Sotaicho? Azane gasped out in shock. Sure did. Yunohana shook her head and sighed before having 2 more Shinigami to take him to the newly repaired main medical facility. Naruto looked to Gaara who nodded in return and Shunpo ed off. Where is Gaara-san going? Yunohana questioned. Oh, just to find Renji and Rukia-chan. Naruto said before he started to walk off. Wait, Naruto-san, your wounds, Azane started to say before she was interrupted. Don't worry about them. Gaara gave me some medicine for the more serious ones. I'm still a little drained on energy though. Besides, if you help me, you'll just get in trouble. After all, I'm a dangerous criminal, Naruto joked. Where are you going, Naruto? Yunohana questioned. The Central 46. I have some questions for them that I want answers to, Naruto replied. Good, we will follow you. Then, I was about to head there myself and, as you said, we can't let a dangerous criminal go, Yunohana stated as she and Azane began to follow Naruto. Ellipsis. Yoruicchi. I and Soy Fawn met each other's kick with one of their own before jumping back and landing on 2 tree branches. Interesting. Even though you've been gone for so long, you don't seem to have grown any stronger, Soy Fawn mocked. On the other hand, I think you've gotten weaker, Yoruicchi said while smirking. The Shihuan family has fallen. If your actions of assisting the Ryoka are found out, our family name will be removed from the list of the 4 noble families. Just look at what happened to the Shiba family. It seems that the falling of a noble family is not a pretty sight after all, Soy Fawn spoke. Her face turning into a smirk. You sure talk a lot, Yoruicchi replied. Is it because this is the first time you've seen your senpai in so many years or are you just blowing off steam you've stored up from your stressful position? Tell me, oh, great commander of the covert ops. Is it stressful being my successor? Don't get cocky and think that you are still better after all these years, Soy Fawn stated, scowling. Both the covert ops and the executive militia are under my control now. Your era ended a long time ago, Shihuan Yoruicchi. Soy Fawn drew her blade and a large number of men surrounded Yoruicchi. This is the difference between you and me, you remember, don't you? Soy Fawn questioned. When the Letalidia draws her sword, the execution begins. Anyone who opposes the L. Eater is executed, even if that person was the leader once. Since you gave up on being leader, you have no way out, Yoruichi. Yoruichi grinned before knocking everyone out in a quick shunpo, shocking Soy Fan. Don't look down on other people so much. Indeed, I gave up my title as militia leader, but there was one title I kept, Yoruichi stated, do you remember? Shunshin Yoruichi. Soy Fan led before shrugging off her Taicho's cloak. Very well, if there is no other way than with my own hands, I will take that title away from you. Ellipsis. Put me down, Renji. Rukia shouted. Ichigo, if we don't help Ichigo then. Geez, would you stop yapping? Renji shouted in annoyance, we are on the run. What if someone heard your whining? I heard something. Over there. See, I told you someone would hear you. Renji shouted looking back. I believe they heard you, Rukia mumbled. That guy, Ichigo, said that he owed you one, Renji stated. He owed me one? Rukia asked. Yeah, he sighed. Rukia saved my life, she changed my destiny. It is because of her that I became a Shinigami. That's how I'm able to fight, to protect everyone now, Renji replied. You're thinking too much, Renji said, nobody thinks badly of you. For once stop blaming yourself for everything that happens. Depend on me or Ichigo and take your time to get stronger and stand on your own. That's what we became strong for. For once, just believe in him, Rukia. Sorry, Renji, Rukia uttered. Baka. Don't be sorry, Renji replied. Thank you, Baka. Don't thank me either. Renji didn't notice that he was being followed by Sabaku no Gara. Ellipsis. Taicho, where are you? Yumashika called out as he looked for Kenpachi Zaraki. Oi, over here, Kenpachi called. That dog boy muttered something about Yamamoto-sama, and ran off. You sound like you're in a good mood. You won without getting injured. Yep, my clothes were torn badly, though, so I went to change first. Yumashika said, smiling. Kenpachi sighed. Some things would never change. Ellipsis. The battle suit for the commander of the executive militia. What a nostalgic outfit. Yoruichi commented on the outfit Soy Fan was currently wearing. Does it make you recall your past? Soy Fan questioned. A little, Yoruichi muttered. Be my guest, recall the past well, and then, re-evaluate which of us is the stronger fighter. Soy Fan growled as she charged Yoruichi with a kick that was blocked. The two broke out into a series of punches and kicks, all of which were either met or blocked. Soon, the two skidded back. One hit, Soy Fan muttered, looking at her bruised shoulder. You got one hit, Yoruichi. Looks like our last match ended in a draw. Yoruichi looked up, bleeding slightly before she wiped it away. Yeah, what kind of powers does that outfit give you? It seems to prevent me from seeing your movements, Soy Fan. Powers, is that really? Soy Fan said, before appearing behind Yoruichi with her sword pointed at her throat. What you think? Sting your opponents to death, Suzumaki, Giant Hornet. Glancing once at Soy Fan's Zanpakuto, Yoruichi tried to shunpo away, only to be caught by Soy Fan and stabbed in the side. The 2T-hen landed on two separate branches once more. Why don't you just admit it? I am stronger than you, Soy Fan stated. Did it ever occur to you that I might be holding back? There is no way she would do that. Is that what you're thinking? Didn't I tell you not to get cocky? I have been stronger than you for a long time, Yoruichi. Soy Fan glared at her opponent. And now, with death I will make you pay the price of staying away from a battle for so many years, Yoruichi. Soy Fan shouted. I got you with that last strike, didn't I, Yoruichi? Do you remember Suzumbaki's special ability? Without warning, a butterfly mark appeared on Yoruichi's chest. Homunka, Soy Fan said, the seal of death left behind from the first hit by Suzumbaki. The ability that you were never able to moss. Tear, I have perfected it in your absence. Try not to get hit again. Run with all your might. When that target is hit in the same spot the second time, it doesn't matter who or what it is, it dies. Soy Fan appeared behind Yoruichi again. Watch out, here it comes. Soy Fan roared as she stabbed forward, causing a mark to appear on her back. Yoruichi shunpo-ed off with Soy Fan on her tail. Running away won't work, Soy Fan shouted. That mark will never disappear unless I wish it. Yoruichi stopped and landed in a clearing with Soi Fan landing just a few feet away from her. I'll do the honors of ending this, Soi Fan said as spiritual energy began to channel around her, surprised. This must be your first time seeing something like this. It is technique that combines melee combat and Kido. Something that I recently invented. It doesn't have a name Yi. No, it has a name, Yoruichi muttered. What? Soi Fan asked. Its name is Shunko, Yoruichi stated. What are you talking about? Soi Fan questioned. Do you know why that outfit has no back or shoulders? Yoruichi wondered aloud, because it is meaningless to have it. The final form of that technique is performed by channeling large amounts of energy into the arms and legs to improve combat. Thus, the clothing on the back and arms would be blown off. Suddenly, Yoruichi began to channel energy around her and her shirt was blown off, revealing an outfit similar to Soi Fan's. I wasn't planning on using this against you, Yoruichi stated. Be careful, Soi Fan. Because I also can't control it fully yet. The reason why I never showed it to you, do you understand? It's because this technique is way too dangerous. This is not possible. Soi Fan shouted as she rushed at Yoruichi. Stop, Yoruichi said as she caught Soi Fan's hand. It is too early for you to use this technique. Hanki, nullify, Soi Fan thought, using an amount of energy equal to an opponent's Kido to cancel it out, against the speed of my punch and the power of my Kido. She cancelled it in a split second, so easily, just like that. How can this be? Soi Fan asked. I am stronger than you. Soi Fan delivered a kick which was blocked, causing her to skid back. I should have surpassed you already. You should have weakened during your absence and I should have grown in strength. Why is this happening? How can this be? How can you still dominate me like that? Answer me. Soi Fan glared and charged at Yoruichi. The day you left, I was extremely disappointed in you. I hated you. I cursed you. I swore to arrest you one day. Then I struggled to gain strength to surpass you. I will never forgive you, Yoruichi. For betraying my respect and trust, I will never forgive you. Suddenly, Soi Fan stopped right in front of Yoruichi. Why didn't you take me with you? Quote. Soi Fan muttered before she broke out into tears. Yoruichi's eyes softened as the girl fell to the ground on her knees. Yoruichi-sama. Ellipsis. Iba and Akaku sat on the ground in the shade as they passed a bottle of booze between them. So, ready to continue our fight? Akaku questioned. Iba jumped up and ran to a higher ground. Bring it on. Ellipsis. Byakuya and Ichigo clashed once more before they skidded back. So, you have mastered Shunpo? Byakuya questioned. Impressive. However, you're taking this very lightly. You've been casually evaluating my STR. Is it really a good idea to do that? Aren't you going to attack me? Ichigo asked, grinning. You haven't even been able to scratch me. Hurry up and use Bankai. Earlier you said you were going to kill me then execute Rukia yourself. What a sick joke. No matter what the reason, under whatever circumstances, don't ever say that in front of Rukia again. Use your Bankai, I'll destroy it, then I'll take you to Rukia, make you cry while you apologizing to her. Such a shallow taunt. Gaki, Byakuya said, no matter what you say, I will not change my mind about Rukia's fate, and Banzakura. Suddenly, Ichigo slammed his sword down, creating a flash of light that sailed for Byakuya. The attack grazed his hand, causing him to lose his glove and his hand to bleed. What was that flash? Your Zanpakuto's special ability? Byakuya questioned. Yeah, in the instant of the slash, Zangetsu absorbs my spiritual energy and releases it. That is Zangetsu's real power. Until today, I've never been able to aim it. It's called Getsuga Gaidensho. Ichigo replied. I'll say it again, Byakuya, fight me with your Bankai. I will defeat you. So be it. If you so strongly desire my Bankai, witness it and remember it well. Don't worry, you won't regret it, Byakuya said as Senbon Sakura sank into the ground. Before that, you will die. Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. The blades flew at Ichigo who tried to fire Getsu Gaidensho to try and stop it. Naive, Byakuya muttered. Suddenly, a wave of petals fell upon Ichigo, engulfing him. The strength in Senbon Sakura is its ability to attack from all directions, Byakuya stated. It is impossible to dodge using such a slow technique. Ichigo was kneeling in a small crater, bleeding. Damn it, Ichigo muttered, I thought I had it. I guess it's only logical that it isn't possible to beat Bankai using only the initial release. Careful with your words, Gaki, you talk as though you have unlocked Bankai, Byakuya spoke with narrowed eyes. That is exactly what I was implying, Byakuya, Ichigo said as he grinned at Byakuya. What did you say? Byakuya asked in disbelief. You heard me, it doesn't matter if I say it a second or third time. If you refuse to believe my words, Ichigo said, how about you eyes, Kuchiki Byakuya? Ichigo held Zangetsu out and smirked, watch carefully, this is my Bankai. Ichigo was encased in spiritual energy as Byakuya watched with wide eyes. Impossible, only the strongest of Shinigami can use it. It is the ultimate technique of the Zanpakuto. Even the four noble families, whose members are always talented, have only one person capable of Bankai every few generations. Those who have achieved have always played great roles in the history of Seraiti. This is the significance of Bankai, Byakuya thought, but what of him? He only became a Shinigami by absorbing Rukia's power. He is not even a true Shinigami. Why then does he speak of releasing Bankai with such ease? Why does he emit such spiritual pressure? His strength is almost at the level of Bankai. A blast of spiritual pressure kicked up enough dust to cover the area, blocking Byakuya's view of Ichigo. When the smoke cleared, Ichigo stood there in a black jacket with a long, black katana. Tensa Zangetsu, heavenly chain cutting the moon. Ichigo roared. What is that thing? Byakuya muttered, staring at Tensa Zangetsu. That thing is your Bankai. I see, with the execution of Bankai, it seems you enjoy to step on our pride, then I shall carve on your body the penalty of violating our pride. Byakuya shouted as petals erupted behind him. Before he could move, Ichigo had his blade pointed at his throat. Ichigo suddenly stepped back, withdrawing his blade. Why did you remove your blade? Byakuya questioned. Was it arrogance? It matters not. That thing you hold is not Bankai. It is impossible for a mere Ryoka to gain Bankai. You will regret not slicing my throat open. Miracles only happen once. You will not be getting a second one. For the next few moments, Ichigo dodged a barrage of flower petals that flew after him. Such speed, Byakuya thought. Senbon Sakura can't keep up. What's wrong? Am I too fast? Ichigo questioned as he literally began to run circles around Byakuya. I can go a little faster. Don't get cocky, Byakuya said as the petals moved faster. They sped up. Ichigo thought. I've caught you, Byakuya thought. Just as the petals moved in around him, Ichigo slashed wildly in a quick movement, blocking all the petals. Impossible. He deflected all of them. Only Naruto-sensei is able to do that. Byakuya's mind roared. Earlier you said, miracles only happen once. Ichigo spoke, as he appeared behind Byakuya, so what do you call it this time? Ichigo slashed forward, forcing Byakuya to catch the blade, cutting into his hand. I see, you compressed all the power of Bankai and placed it into that small form, and used the power of Bankai for hyperspeed. Combat, Byakuya whispered. That is the power of your Bankai. Your power. I will eradicate it. Ellipsis. What is this enormous spiritual pressure? Ishida asked as he and the rest of the group ran to the top of the Tsukyoku. Is this really Ichigo's power? Ganju questioned. We're here, the top. Chad exclaimed as they looked at the sight before them and gasped in shock. Blocking their way was a forest of snow-white trees. Are they on the other side of this white forest? Ganju wondered aloud. I don't see anybody, though, Ishida muttered. I think I know, Orihime said, no matter how much the pressure grows. It still has the same scent, it is definitely Kurosaki-kun. Kuchiki's pressure is absent. Was she executed? Chad asked. That girl ran away already. The group looked to see Yakiru sitting in the branches of one of the trees. Rukia got away. Then why is Ichigo still fighting? Chad questioned. It's not that simple, Ishida stated. In order to truly help Kuchiki-san, all threats must be stopped. Ideas such as, execute Rukia-san, must be stopped for this to truly be over. That is why Kurosaki is fighting. Most likely, putting his life on the line for it. Because To Ichigo, Rukia is. "Nt just a friend, she is a very important person to him," Orihime said, "because Kuchiki-san is the person who changed his world." Ellipsis. Byakuya grabbed Ichigo's blade once more, forcing him to skid back. "Kurosaki Ichigo," Byakuya stated. "Watch carefully. This is it, the form that forgoes all defenses and concentrates on completely annihilating the enemy. This is Senbon Sakura's true form." Suddenly, the world around them grew dark and they were surrounded by blades. "Scatter, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi." Ichigo looked around, eyeing the swords. "Do not worry. These 1,000 blades won't strike you all at once," Byakuya said. "I swore that this form would only be shown to those I wish to slay personally." A blade then flew into Byakuya's hand. "You are the second person to ever see this." Byakuya muttered. "Thanks for the compliment," Ichigo said. "Let us begin, Kurosaki Ichigo," Byakuya yelled. Byakuya and Ichigo rushed at each other, blades ready to tear each other to bits. Ellipsis. Orihime and the group shielded themselves as a large explosion rocked the area. What was that?" Ganju shouted in shock. "Maybe we should move away," Ishida muttered. "Thank you, Ishida, but I want to stay here," Orihime replied. Ishida turned to the trees. "You'd better win, Kurosaki. If you lose, I'll never forgive you." Ellipsis. Sparks flew as Byakuya and Ichigo slashed at each other, their glares never leaving their faces. The two slid back and glared at each other, planning their next move. So fast. After he did that true form thing, his speed just got faster and faster. "But I can go faster too," Ichigo thought. Suddenly, Byakuya's blade was at Ichigo's face. Ichigo's eyes widened and he moved to the side, only getting a scratch on his cheek. Byakuya pointed his blade at Ichigo's neck only to his strike blocked. "What's wrong?" Byakuya questioned. "Your movements have become sluggish, Kurosaki. Really, you don't even look like you're moving," Ichigo mocked. Suddenly, Byakuya aimed his sword down and pierced Ichigo's foot and he pointed his hand at Ichigo's chest. "Kido 4. Byakurai," Byakuya roared. The blast shot through Ichigo's chest and Ichigo's eyes widened before he began to pant heavily. "You've reached your limit, Kurosaki," Byakuya stated. "Did you think that my speed increased after I released the true form? That is not so. The true form combines the petals into complete S. Words to deal more damage. It does not affect my speed who got slower." Ichigo panted out. "I can't move." "You've done well to get this far," Byakuya said. "You must feel it now. Your flesh and bones will not respond. It is time to end this." Byakuya raised his blade. "It is over, Kurosaki Ichigo." Just as it came down, Ichigo caught it. "That is not possible. Who are you?" Byakuya asked, shocked. "Who am I? I have no name." Ichigo looked back up at him, a hollow mask forming on his face. Ichigo grabbed his sword and slashed across Byakuya's chest. Sliding back, Ichigo then released a Getsuga. A black Getsuga, Byakuya thought. Ichigo then appeared to the side of him and rushed him just as the Getsuga met, causing an explosion. "That spiritual pressure, and that mask, are you a hollow?" Byakuya questioned, panting and bleeding from the head. "Hey, I'll never tell." Ichigo mocked. "You don't need to know. You going to get out of my head." Ichigo suddenly grabbed the mask and tore it off. "Sorry about that. My inner demon got loose. Come on, let's start again from the beginning." "So be it. I'll disregard what I witnessed just now," Byakuya said before pausing. "Nay. Either of us has the strength to continue right now. The next blow will decide it." "Got it. By the way, I have a question," Ichigo replied. "Why do you not want to save Rukia?" "If you defeat me, I will tell you," Byakuya stated. Senbon Sakura Shuke Haku Taiken, final scene, Sword of the White Emperor. The petals came together to form a wing-like shape around Byakuya. Ichigo charged up a Shuga and poured what was left of his strength in it. "Kuchiki Byakuya," Ichigo roared as he fired his attack. "Kurosaki Ichigo," Byakuya shouted as he returned the suit. A large explosion occurred that shook Seraiti. Ichigo and Byakuya stood across from each other, waiting for the results of their bout to be revealed. Ichigo's eyes widened as blood erupted from his shoulder. "I have to stay up," Ichigo's mind roared. Suddenly, blood erupted from Byakuya's shoulder as well and he fell to his knees. "Ichigo Kurosaki," Byakuya said, you wanted to know the reason I was not against my sister's death. One who commits a crime must pay for it, those are the rules. Just to follow the rules. Ichigo yelled, even though she is your sister. In light of rules, all personal feelings have no value. Also, something as simple as emotions, I never had those, either. Byakuya explained, the Kuchiki family is one of the 4 nobles, we are role models for Shinigami, if we don't follow the rules, who will? Forget the rules. If I were you, I'd fight them. Ichigo shouted. Byakuya stared at him and was reminded of 2 people, Naruto Uzumaki and Kaion Shiba. I see, Byakuya muttered, Kurosaki Ichigo, you shattered my blade. Therefore, I can no longer pursue Rukia. The victor of this battle is you. I won, Ichigo whispered, so excited that he didn't even notice his friends rushing to his side. I won, I won. And just like that, Ichigo was out like a light. Ellipsis. Hitsugaya and Matsumoto gaped at the sight before them. How can this be? Hitsugaya muttered, not believing his eyes, the Central 46 has been killed. I thought you would be here, Hitsugaya Taicho. Hitsugaya and Matsumoto looked up to see one of the few people they didn't suspect to see there. Hira, it can't be. Did you do this? Hitsugaya questioned. Hira only narrowed his eyes and ran. After him, Hitsugaya yelled as he and Matsumoto gave chase. Answer the question, Hira. Hitsugaya shouted, did you kill the Central 46? No, Hira responded, I came only moments before you did, Hitsugaya Taicho. I was let in by somebody else. Who let you in? The Central 46, obviously, Hira answered, but shouldn't you be worrying about Hinamori? What do you mean? Hitsugaya roared, she has been following you, the whole time, Hira stated. Matsumoto, continue to give chase. I'll look for Hinamori, Hitsugaya shouted as turned around. As soon as he left, Hira stopped running. What? Done running, Hira? Matsumoto questioned. My mission is to keep you here, Matsumoto, Hira responded. Mission? From who, Jin? Matsumoto asked. There is no need to answer you. You've changed, Hira, I don't know what Jin did to you but. How persistent. What I mean was, Hira muttered as he grabbed his Zanpakuto. There is no need to answer someone who is about to die. Ellipsis. Hinamori walked into the room and gasped at the sight of the dead Central 46. What happened here? Hinamori asked. Hitsuge. A-kun was surprised and Kira-kun was here, too, and Hitsugaya chased after him. What's going on? If Hitsugaya-kun killed Aizen Taicho, did he do this, too? Or did Kira-kun do this? What about Aizen Taicho? Jin smiled as he stepped up behind Hinamori. Welcome, Hinamori-chan. Ellipsis. This is, the Seijutu Kyorin, the residential district for the Central 46. Why did you bring me here, Ichimaru Taicho? Hinamori asked. Have you been in here, Hinamori-chan? Jin questioned as he walked up to the door. No. This place is off limits, Hinamori answered. There is someone who wants to meet you here, Hinamori-chan. Jin said. Someone wants to meet me here. That's right. Look behind you, Jin stated. Hinamori turned and froze. There, in the doorway, was Sosuke Aizen. Ellipsis. Let's go, Jin, Naruto, Hana, and Aizen walked in on the scene before them. Hinamori and Hitsugaya were bleeding on the floor, Jin and a very much alive Aizen towering over them. It didn't take long to figure out what happened. We thought you would be here, Aizen Taicho, Hana spoke. No, I shouldn't call you that anymore, should I? Hello, Hana Taicho, Aizen spoke, before noticing Naruto, oh, and Uzumaki-san, too. I suppose I will have to cut this visit short, then. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. Suddenly, in the whirl of a scarf, Aizen and Jin had disappeared. Naruto growled. Damn it, where did he go? I won't let him get away. Not this time, Naruto yelled as he shunpo-ed out of the room. While Aizen began to tell the entire Gote 13 of Aizen's treachery, Hana began to heal Hitsugaya and Hinamori. Ellipsis. Naruto appeared at the Tsukyoku to late. Aizen, Jin, and Tusen stood over a bloodied Renji and Gaara, with Aizen preparing to deliver the finishing strike. Naruto blocked the strike, sending a fierce glare at Aizen through his sunglasses. Oh, Naruto-kun, you have followed us here. How might I help you? Aizen asked as Jin and Tusen placed their hands on the handles of their blades. Cut the crap, Aizen. You know damn well why I'm here. Naruto snapped at the man. Soon, all the lieutenants, Taichos, Ryoka, and even the newly healed Sotaicho were there watching the exchange in silence and shock. Why, Naruto, I have no idea what you are talking about. The beast inside you was there all along, I just woke it up. Aizen spoke. Beast inside of him, Ichigo thought. Aizen, I may have failed to kill you the last time, but I swear I won't be stopped this time. I will kill you, Naruto roared as Tusen tried to stab him. Tusen quickly spouted a large and deep gash on his chest and fell over dead. Jin quickly backed away, giving the two men space. I see no reason for you to be angry, Aizen said. After all, you were my greatest experiment. Naruto snapped. Bankai, strike, Raikuri Ryujin Onigami. Naruto's Zanpakuto quickly fired a blast of lightning at Aizen, who disappeared and reappeared behind him, about to stab his heart when his strike was blocked. I'm your greatest experiment, huh? Naruto yelled. Then let's see how you stand up against your experiment. Everyone except Aizen and Yoruichi gasped in surprise as a fox-like hollow mask formed on Naruto's face. Not wasting any time, Naruto quickly yelled out, the 10th technique. Ryujin Onigami Wichi Shirai. The thunder cloud formed above and Ryujin appeared, charging his final attack. You destroyed everything, Aizen. You drove me from Seraiti. Now, you're going to pay. Naruto was cut off when he felt someone hug him from bed. Around quickly, he found it was Yoruichi. Please Naruto, this isn't you, Yoruichi whispered. You aren't the type to seek revenge. Please, Aizen will get his one day, but come back to us. Naruto froze before he looked at Ryujin and then to the smirking Aizen. Canceling the technique and sealing his Ryujin, Naruto tore his mask off. You are a fool, Uzumaki. You had your shot at revenge and you chose to leave it. And for what? To please your little girlfriend there. Pathetic. You truly are a baka, Aizen mocked. You are the fool, Aizen, Yamamoto said, stepping forward. You are surrounded. There is no way to escape. Aizen smirked before a light engulf both Jin and himself in a hollow tore a hole in the sky. I believe you know what this is, Yamamoto. Aizen questioned the man. It is the negation. I will be seeing you now. Oh, and Naruto-kun, just one more thing. Everyone looked to see Aizen holding a scroll up. As it would seem, the Central 46 was keeping this in a special room. Aizen said, do you know what it is? Information describing how you died. Down to the last detail, as well. Quite gruesome. Naruto froze and looked at the scroll. Was it really there? The information on his death. Without warning, the scroll caught fire, burning to ashes in a matter of seconds. Naruto's eyes widened and his sunglasses fell to the ground. Aizen, you monster! Yoruichi yelled at the man. That was a step too far, Aizen. Yamamoto spoke. Naruto then noticed something shining in Aizen's hand and drew Ryujin. I won't have my revenge today, Aizen, I just don't believe in it. Not anymore, but an eye for an eye. Naruto yelled as a lightning bolt appeared inside of the negation and struck the Hogyoku, destroying it. Aizen stared in shock at Naruto before glaring at him. Do you realize what you have done? Years of planning, years of research all sent down the drain. I swear to you, Uzumaki, the next time we meet, I will have your head. Aizen bellowed before he and Jin disappeared. No one said anything. They all looked Naruto who had walked over to the ashes of the scroll and picked them up. All these years, 600 damn years to the day, all this time, this scroll had existed, Naruto mumbled before he threw the ash away. Aizen, I'm going to kill you. Not for revenge. I'm going to make sure no one ever has to suffer what you put me through. Yoruichi placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto. Naruto turned and gave a weak grin to Yoruichi. I'm fine, Yoru-chan. Yoruichi didn't seem convinced though she seemed to let it go. Yamamoto walked up to Naruto. All these years, and you didn't betray Seraiti that day you attacked Aizen, Naruto. I am sorry. Don't mention it, Gigi. It's probably for the best I left when I did, Naruto said turning to the Ichigo, Chad, Orihime, Rukia, Ganju, Hanataro, and Ishida. Just think of all the fun I would have missed out on if I never met these guys. Naruto fished out a black cell phone and dialed a number. Yeah, Urahara. Aizen got away, but I destroyed it. Yep. Mission complete. No, nothing's wrong. Yes, they are all alive. I don't sound like someone died. Look, you can expect us back in a few days. Naruto hung up just as the 4th Division arrived, and began to heal the injured, and the Taichos began to restore order under Yamamoto's guidance. Well, if I'm no long needed then I'm out, Naruto said as he turned to leave. CY. Naruto was suddenly yanked around and kissed by Yoruichi, shocking him before he began to return it. If their eyes had been open, Naruto would have seen the death glare he was getting from Soi Fan. They broke apart and Naruto chuckled. So I take it this means you like me. Ellipsis. 1 week later. I'm telling you, I'm fine. Naruto said as he tried to get past Unohana. Naruto-kun, you fought Yamamoto Sotaicho and Aizen in a row with barely any medicine. Unohana replied. Some things will never change. Naruto's new girlfriend. Yoruichi giggled as she watched the scene unfold. Ichigo, Renji, Gaara, and Byaku. Ya had all been released already. The group was just waiting on Naruto. If you don't want to stay, then at least take the shot. Unohana exclaimed. No way. Stop being so childish. Stop being so uptight. I told you I'm fine. Yoruichi sighed before getting up, grabbing the shot, and kissing Naruto on the lips. While Naruto was distracted, Yoruichi stuck him with the needle. Not fair, Yuru-chan. Naruto exclaimed. Come on, everyone is waiting, Yoruichi said as she took his hand and dragged him through the doors. Ellipsis. Here, I made us new clothes to replace the ones we lost. Ishida exclaimed. As he gave Chad and Orihime the clothes. It's kinda cute, Orihime said as she looked at the shirt. Perhaps you have a talent for making women's clothing, Ishida, Chad said. Wow, first Strawberry-chan and now you, Quincy-san. Is there anyone in your little group that isn't in the closet? Naruto asked as he and Yoruichi walked through the door. I am not gay. Something wrong, Naruto? Chad asked. We're leaving, Naruto said. We just gotta pick up Strawberry-chan and we're good to go. Ellipsis. Ichigo was currently staring down Akaku as they were about to charge each other. Hey, Strawberry-chan. Wah. Ichigo turned and glared at Naruto. Damn it, Naruto, I told you to stop doing that. Do you just do it now for some sick pleasure? Relax, I'm just here to tell you that it's time to go, Naruto said. Ellipsis. Naruto grinned as he and Gaara shared one last drink before the gate. See you soon, Gaara. Naruto exclaimed. Gaara just gave a light smile and nodded. Naruto turned and walked back to the group before noticing someone was missing. Where is Rukia-chan? Naruto asked. She has decided to stay in Seraiti, Ichigo said giving a weak grin. I knew you got dumped, Naruto muttered. We weren't dating. Yoruichi chuckled and took Naruto's hand as they walked through the gates. Naruto turned and gave Seraiti one last look before they closed. Well, Naruto thought, at East things are gonna be calmer for a little while. Oh, how wrong he was. Ellipsis. And cut. Holy crap, how is that for a super chapter? I stayed up all night writing this. 42 pages. Well, I closed up that saga, onto the next. You know, it wasn't easy writing this, it took hard work, blood, tears, and 5 cups of Mountain Dew to actually push my attention span through this tough challenge. Naruto. Yes, I finally got the girl. Ichigo. But why didn't I get mine? Naruto. Because you're gay. Ichigo. I am not gay. Naruto. Whatever, anyway, since Jin kinda went traitor on us and got sucked up into a portal. We'll be doing the closure tonight. Naruto and Ichigo. Bye-bye. The family secret. I am back with a new chapter and a headache. I stayed up all night writing the last chapter. Anyway, I have an important note. Since school is starting back up for me tomorrow, I won't be able to keep updating every day. Thusly, you can expect my updates on the weekends. Also, to Fanfic Fanatic. Sorry, I can't answer your questions now or I'd be giving away some of the surprises and twists. I can say that more Naruto characters will be appearing, the Arrancar arc will be happening, and some of your questions will be answered in this very chapter. Any questions that I didn't answer or that aren't answered in this chapter will be answered in the future. Okay, with that said, let's begin. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach. Talking, thinking, hollow talking. Just so you know, Aaronkar are going to talk normally, not in bold print. Hollow thinking, spirit talking, spirit thinking, ellipsis. Ichigo sighed as he walked to school. It was his first day back since the incident in Seraiti. He and the group had made regular visits to the Sly Fox only to find Yoruicchi, who had moved in with Naruto after returning, and no Naruto. When asked, Yoruicchi had said Naruto was working on a surprise for them. Something tells me, Ichigo thought, I'm not gonna like it. Ichigo stuck his arm out and Kon that had come running up behind him. Keigo, Ichigo greeted. L long tea time, N no see, Keigo muttered from his position on the floor. Morning, Ichigo, Mizuhiro said as he passed the red head. Morning, Mizuhiro, Ichigo said as he stepped into his classroom. Morning, Keigo, Mizuhiro said as he leaned down to look down at his friend. I'll kill you, Keigo muttered. Ellipsis. Good morning, Kurosaki-kun. Orihime greeted. Chad simply held up his hand and waved. Morning. Your hair is messy as always, Ishida commented. Suddenly, Orihime was gabbed from behind. Morning, Orihime tilde. Chizuru shouted before she was kicked in the face. Geez, Tatsuki mumbled, it doesn't matter if it is summer or fall, all you try to do is get some. Yes, I do, Chizuru said, every season. I want girls. Tatsuki, it's been a while. Ichigo said as he looked to the girl. I didn't see you much over the summer. What were you doing? Tatsuki questioned. Before pointing at something on Ichigo's hip, what's that? Ichigo looked to see what she was pointing at, and, finding it was the badge that Yukitake gave him to make him a substitute Shinigami. Why you can see that, Tatsuki? Well, yeah, why wouldn't I be able to? Hello class. I am your new teacher, Uzumaki. Naruto. Naruto declared as he walked through the door. Oh, Strawberry-chan and friends. You're in my class. Good to see you all. So, Strawberry-chan, out of the closet yet? You've got to be kidding me, Ichigo thought as he and his friend's sweat dropped. Suddenly, the badge started going off. Hollow. Hollow. Naruto glanced at Ichigo before adjusting his sunglasses. Orihime, Chad, and Ichigo ran out of the room yelling, bathroom. Naruto looked to the rest of the class and grinned. Free period. Go wild. Naruto shouted as he ran out the door as well, causing the class to sweat drop. Tatsuki sighed and looked out the window, her eyes widening when she saw Ichigo running across the track in his Shinigami garb. Ellipsis. I told you guys it was just another normal hollow, Ichigo said. You guys didn't have to come with Naruto, shouldn't you be teaching the class? What, and miss all the fun? Naruto said, not a chance. I've always wanted to try using the bathroom as an excuse to ditch class, anyway. Orihime exclaimed, I think you might have gone overboard on tea. Had excuse. Chad muttered as the three students began to walk away. Aren't you coming, Naruto? I'll catch up guys. Naruto called as the three disappeared around the corner. You can come out now, Shinji. Naruto didn't flinch as the man landed next to him. It's been a while, Naruto. Don't suppose I can convince you to join back up with us. I don't think the others would mind if I brought back our old leader, so how about it? Shinji asked. Nah, when I left for good, Naruto answered, but how is everyone? Good, nothing new has really happened ever since you left, Shinji said. So, Kurosaki, is he one of us? Yeah, Naruto called lazily as he began to walk away. Think you can help him out? That's actually why I'm here. Shinji replied, I'll see what I can do. Ellipsis. Naru. To clean down a counter at the Sly Fox before he felt a pair of hands cover his eyes. Guess who? Orihime-chan. Naruto guessed, only to receive a bump on the head. Baka. Yoruicchi muttered, shaking her head. Naruto chuckled before kissing her, which she returned. Suddenly, much to the annoyance of the two, the door opened and in walked Ichigo and the gang. Oi, just because you're going to remain a virgin for life doesn't mean I plan to, Strawberry-chan. Naruto complained, receiving a punch from Ichigo. Baka, Ichigo shouted. So, what's up? Yoruichi asked. Something wrong? Situally. We were wondering if you could finish your story from before, Orihime stated as the group sat at a table. Ah. That's right, I was telling you about my past. Naruto exclaimed as he and Yoruichi walked over and sat next to them. Where did I leave off? With Byakuya being your apprentice, Ichigo recalled. Oh right, well, you already know that story, so how about another one? Naruto asked. The group nodded and Naruto began. Flashback. What do you mean, Gigi? Naruto asked the Sotaicho. Naruto had been a student of Yamamoto all throughout his years at the academy. Just today, Yamamoto had called Naruto to his office and said that he was no longer his student. There is nothing more I can teach you, Naruto-kun, now that you have Bankai. As the lieutenant of the 10th Division, you also have other duties to fulfill, Yamamoto replied. I understand, Gigi, Naruto said as he walked out of the room. Ellipsis. Naruto walked through the gates of the 10th Division. Since he had just graduated, this was actually the first time. Knocking on his Taicho's door, he heard a muffled voice say, "Enter." Entering the room, Naruto grinned. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the new lieutenant of the 10th Division. And I am reporting for my first Naruto was cut off by a kick to the face that sent him flying out of the room. Baka, you let your guard down. Never drop it. The Taicho shouted. What was that for, you ass? Naruto shouted as he held his cheek in pain. As my lieutenant, I am expecting you to be powerful. Thusly, you must learn to never drop your guard. The Taicho declared. Geez, first Gigi drops me as his student, now this, Naruto muttered. What was that? Did you say that Yamamoto has dropped you as his student? How awful. Are you in need of a new sensei? Yeah, I am, Naruto muttered as he stood and walked back into the room. Then it is decided, I will be your new sensei. The Taicho shouted. Why you will? For real? Awesome. So, what did you say your name was again? Naruto asked. In all the excitement, I forgot to introduce myself. I am. End flashback. What? Why did you stop? Ishida questioned. I really shouldn't say in. Why more? Naruto mumbled as he gained curious looks from the group. Why not? Ichigo asked. Just as Naruto was about to respond, Ichigo's cell phone went off. Hello, I'm at the Sly Fox. Okay, I'll be there in a few minutes. Bye, Ichigo said as he closed the phone. Well, I gotta head home. See you later. Ichigo walked out the door. Seeing what time it was, the others followed his suit. Naruto earned to see Yoruichi glaring at him and tapping her foot. I can't believe you almost told them. Yoruichi scolded the blonde. Okay, I'll admit I nearly screwed up there, but they didn't find out. Naruto replied. Just be careful about what you say to them, Yoruichi said, before walking over to Naruto and smiling lightly. Now where were we? Naruto grinned. Ellipsis. Ichigo sat on his bed, trying to block out Khan's complaints. I can't take it anymore. Khan yelled. I want out. I want contact with a girl's soft skin. You're so annoying. Stop screaming before somebody hears you. Ichigo yelled at the stuffed animal. How can I not scream? I am trapped in here all day getting abused. Khan shouted. When I get out of here I'll sue, you hear me? I'll sue the hell out of you. Suddenly, the badge went off once more, indicating the presence of a hollow. Ichigo moved quickly and getting out of his body and Khan into his own. Don't do anything stupid, Ichigo yelled as he jumped out the window. You got that? Oh, of course. Take your time Tilda, Khan called. Ellipsis. Well, that was easy, Ichigo stated as he finished off the weak hollow. Suddenly, Ichigo felt a presence behind him and turned to block a sword with Zangetsu. Glaring, Ichigo looked at his assailant's face, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he recognized the person. It was Shinji Hirako, the new transfer student in his class. You're, Shinji. Is that a Zanpakuto? Exclamation mark. Who the hell are you? Ichigo asked in shock as he looked at Shinji's blade. Shinji just smiled and held a finger to his lips. Hush, Shinji scolded. Don't make a ruckus like that, Kurosaki Ichigo. With spiritual pressure such as yours, you can't lose your composure so easily. Otherwise, you'll be found out. By whom? Ichigo questioned, confused. You're asking me this, Baka. Do I need to tell you every detail? Shinji asked, can't you figure it out for yourself? Ellipsis. Ishida was walking home when he stopped. Turning, he saw a large hollow appear from a portal. A hollow, Ishida thought. Ishida had lost his Quincy powers during his match with Mayuri, sacrificing them to deal a powerful blow that had torn through Mayuri's stomach. Just then, the hollow completely emerged from the portal. Just my luck, Ishida thought with wide eyes. It was huge. Ellipsis. Khan was walking down the street when he stopped and turned around, looking into the night sky. What was that? Khan asked himself. For a minute there, I thought Ichigo had seen me. Okay, back to enjoying time outside. I have to live the temporary youth to the fullest. Don't do anything stupid. Of course not. Suddenly, a large hollow appeared in the air behind Khan. Kurosaki. The hollow said, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ellipsis. Ishida dodged as the hollow's large tongue came flying at him. It tore a portal between dimensions. It is a Manos Grande. Ishida questioned. The hollow's tongue returned to its mouth and prepared to strike again. Ellipsis. Khan was knocked back by a large explosio. N as something landed on the road before him. What was that? Khan shouted in shock. Why is everyone always picking on me? Khan stopped talking to look at the large hollow in front of him. Why you're, Khan gasped out. Grand Fisher. Ellipsis. Urahara, who had come by the Sly Fox for a visit, looked up from his coffee and out the window. Glancing at Naruto and Yoruicchi, he assumed his friends had felt it, too. Guys, Yoruicchi muttered, this is. Naruto and Urahara said nothing as they continued to stare into the sky. Ellipsis. Ichigo and Shinji jumped back. Shinji looked to his left and scowled. They're here. Shinji. Who are you? Ichigo questioned. See, I told you so. Shinji exclaimed as he looked back to Ichigo. It's all because you left your spiritual pressure unchecked. I'm asking you who you are. Ichigo yelled. You're so impolite. Do you really care that much about who I am? Fine then. Here, have a look at this, Shinji said. Do you know what this is? Shinji held up a pharaoh-like hollow mask, causing Ichigo's eyes to widen and think of Naruto's mask and his own mask. A hollow's mask, Ichigo said, astonished. Correct, a hollow's mask, and a Zanpakuto, Shinji said, don't you get it? I, like Naruto, am a Shinigami that has crossed over into the domain of the hollows. So, let's be friends. Naruto and I, we are wizards, like you. Ichigo's eyes widened at Shinji's words. His mask, did it make him a wizard? Was Naruto one, too, then? Join us, Ichigo, Shinji spoke, you don't belong with them. Ellipsis. Ishida ran as the hollow chased him, looking back once as he collected his thoughts on it. It has such an enormous spiritual pressure, it has to be a Manos, even though I've lost my Quincy powers, I am not helpless. Ishida thought as he grabbed some small cans at the hollow. Battle formation of the air, please accept this holy offering. Heizen, Ishida shouted. The cans came together to form a tower-like object made of spiritual energy and hit the hollow's arm, knocking it off. During my breaks in training, I stored some of my spiritual energy, Ishida thought. Even if they cannot defeat the hollow, it can deal significant damage. Ishida's eyes widened when he saw the hollow's arm grow back and its upper body disappear. Noticing it above him, his eyes shot back to the lower half as his brain raced. It split in two, Ishida thought. No, they were separate from the beginning. Single quote. Just as the hollow's tongue was about to strike Ishida, it was shot off. Ishida's head snapped around to see who had fired the shot. That was unsightly of you, you're, Ryuhan. Ishida muttered as he watched his father walk into view. Calling your father by his first name again, Ryuhan stated, you never change, do you, Ryuhan turned to face the bleeding hollow. You're noisy. Suddenly, the hollow exploded. Do you see now? It's not about stopping its regeneration, Ryuhan said, it's about killing it before it can regenerate. How? How is it possible? Ishida questioned. I thought you had given up your Quincy powers. Baka, Ryuhan replied, my exact words were, I have no interest, and you have no talent. My powers, unlike your feeble ones, are not as easy to dispose of. Ishida's eyes widened as he realized the second hollow had snuck up on him and was about to strike when he was blown to pieces by Ryuhan. Ishida, you went to Seraiti before your powers had reached maturity and came back the powerless fool you are now. However, if I so will it, I can return your powers. Ishida looked at the man in shock with his mouth agape. Hard to believe. I assure you I speak the truth. I have but one condition. You must swear to cease all communications with any Shinigami. Ellipsis. Ah! Khan screamed, as he ran down the street, trying to escape Grand Fisher. Wait a minute. Let's not fight in the streets. Khan shouted, please. Why do you run, Kurosaki Ichigo? Grand Fisher roared, hurry and change into a Shinigami. Damn it. Why do I always run into crap like this? If I tell him I'm not Ichigo, he won't believe me. Why is his mask half open and his face showing? Khan thought, I've never seen a hollow like him. Is he even a hollow? Enough. Grand Fisher shouted, I only chased you so slowly because I was waiting for you to become a Shinigami. But I am tired of this. Grand Fisher grabbed Khan and slammed him into the ground. If you are unwilling to change into a Shinigami, Grand Fisher spoke, then I will just crush you along with your flesh and bones. Crap. I can't move. Khan thought as he watched Grand Fisher's hand come down. Without warning, Grand Fisher's attack was blocked. Khan noticed it was the lucky charm that Isshin Kurosaki had given to Ichigo that morning. I told you, take that with you wherever you go. Mr. Hollow, I'm sorry but Ichigo isn't here right now and, this is just a suggestion, but, why don't you play with me instead? Isshin Kurosaki said as he walked onto the scene. Suddenly, Naruto appeared on the scene as well. Oh good, Naruto said, I thought I might have come too late. Yuru-chan and Urahara sent me out to check on the situation. But they'd have killed me if I let Strawberry-chan's body get crushed. Good thing you showed up in time, Isshin-sensei. Ellipsis. That's right folks. How is that for a twist? Anyway, I have another important note. Important note. There, try to ignore that sign. Anyway, as some of you may have guessed, Naruto will be gaining new techniques for his Bankai. I won't be spoiling much if I tell you there will be 15. The 15th technique is already decided, but the other 4 are going to be up to you. Simply review with your idea for a technique and its name. I'll pick 10 and post a poll. On my profile and the top 4 will become the techniques. So, think up some cool ideas and post them. You never know, you might be a winner. Anyone can play, member or not, just review and have fun. Jin. Bye. The first Vizard. Holy crap, it's alive. Sorry, about the extremely long wait, guys, no excuse, this time. I procrastinated. Yeah, I do that a lot, actually. I do my homework at 1 a.m., too. So, let's get started. Talking. Thinking. Hollow talking. Not counting Aaronkar, hollow thinking. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach. Oh, that's right. Before we begin, I have some reviews I'd like to respond to. Kevin Wapu. Yes, I know about the Bound arc and its timeline. The thing is, the Bound arc was just filler that was added in the anime. I didn't like it, so I'm not gonna use it. Also, I'm more than likely going to follow the manga timeline. Rariku Uzumaki. Thanks for the suggestion, but I think I'm just going to keep it, Slacker-chan. Mainel. Y for T. It would seem kinda strange to change it suddenly and the explanation would be expositional if I did. 2. I have no idea what kuroi means, since my online translator couldn't tell me. Important note. There, try to ignore that sign. Anyway, as some of you may have guessed, Naruto will be gaining new techniques for his Bankai. I won't be spoiling much if I tell you there will be 15. The 15th technique is already decided, but the other 4 are going to be up to you. Simply review with your idea for a technique and its name. I'll pick 10 and post a poll on my profile and the top 4 will become the techniques. So, think up some cool ideas and post them. You never know, you might be a winner. Anyone can play, member or not, just review and have fun. Ellipsis. Naruto-kun. Good to see you again. Ishin grinned. How's the cafe? The sly fox is going strong. Naruto grinned as he adjusted his sunglasses. I'm almost finished with the renovations, too. Good, good, Ishin mummed. Led before turning back to the large beast before him. Hey, as for you. Who are you? Grand Fisher roared, glaring at the man who had just deflected his attack. Sorry, I haven't properly introduced myself yet, Ishin said. I am Kurosaki Ishin. Ellipsis. Ichigo and Shinji froze as an enormous amount of spiritual pressure fell over the area. What is with this spiritual pressure? Ichigo questioned. It's unbelievably strong. Is it a hollow? Shinji frowned. He just now noticed. Is he even worth our time? And who is the owner of that pressure? It's not Naruto's. Who else in Karakura is that strong? Suddenly Ichigo began to head towards the source of the pressure, completely ignoring Shinji's cry of protest. Hey, where do you think you're going? Shinji shouted. We're not done talking yet. I refuse. Ichigo called back. I said I'm not done talking to you. There's no need to say any more. Ichigo shouted. I don't care who the wizards are. I don't want to be a part of it. I am a Shinigami. I'm definitely not one of you. Shinji frowned as he watched Ichigo run off. What a rude punk. Shinji reached into his pocket, fished out a cell phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Shinji spoke. It's Shinji. Is this Surugaki-san? Sorry. I failed the mission. I couldn't help it. Don't scream. Geez, it's just a matter of time anyway. Other than that, you won't believe who I found. I'll give you a hint. He's blonde, wears sunglasses, and you probably want to kill him. Ellipsis. Kurosaki. I see, Grand Fisher mumbled. You are Kurosaki Ichigo's father. Kon turned to Naruto, who had just landed next to him. Hey, Naruto, what's going on here? I always told Strawberry-chan his dad would surprise him. Naruto smirked and grabbed onto Kon's shoulder. I'll explain later. For now, move aside and let Ishin handle this. He's been waiting for this moment for a while. Ishin reached down and picked up the charm that was on the ground and tossed it to Kon. Here, catch, Kon. The charm was meant for you to begin with. He knows. Kon thought, staring at Ishin in shock. Since when? Since the beginning. Ishin replied, since that day at the graveyard. When I saw you enter Ichigo's body. After that, whenever you were in Ichigo's body, I never called you, Ichigo. Enough. Grand Fisher roared, you are Kurosaki's father, you must know where he is. Hand him over. I don't know where he is, Ishin said flatly, he's not a little kid anymore. Plus, I'm pretty relaxed about rules in the house. Naruto snorted. Please, according to Strawberry-chan. You're really overprotective of your daughters. Why Yuzu and Karen are different? Ishin stated defensively. Girls and boys are different. Very different. Ishin then turned to Grand Fisher. Also, Ishin began. Even if you have no interest in me, I'm here to kill you. If you don't treat me as your opponent, it would be a problem. You came to kill me, Grand Fisher mumbled before laughing deeply. You sure talk a big Shinigami. Do you think that I am just a regular hollow? Look carefully. This is the true extent of my power. Suddenly Grand Fisher began to change. What was left of his mask disappeared. Revealing his entire face, he grew, and 4 horns sprouted from his chest. So damn big, Kon mumbled. It's nothing like the Manos I've seen before. That's because he's not a Manos. Naruto spoke. He's an Arankar, a group of hollows who gain Shinigami powers by removing their masks, right? Surprise, you're actually quite knowledgeable. Grand Fisher declared. So then, you should also know you can't beat my sword. Grand Fisher reached up and unsheathed the large Zanpakuto that was on his back. Zanpakuto, Kon exclaimed, shocked. It's huge. Yes, the size of a Zanpakuto is relative to the strength of the spiritual pressure of the user. With twig-like swords like those, you cannot hope to defeat me. Is he for real? Naruto questioned. That thing couldn't hold a candle to Ryujin. Is that so? Ishin asked. Why don't we try your theory out, then, Mr. Hollow? So, you're a Shinigami who disregards common sense, Grand Fisher chuckled. Fine then. Grand Fisher brought his blade down, intent on slicing Ishin in two, then froze. Allow me to tell you some basics, Ishin said as he sheathed his sword. Taichos like me and the slacker over there keep their Zanpakuto in a manageable size. Otherwise, we'd all be walking around with Zanpakuto the size of skyscrapers, like you. Remember this well, you can't judge an opponent based on size. Quote. Grand Fisher gasped for breath, managing to mutter, "Gee, this is impossible," before a large gash on his body opened, splitting him in two. His body quickly disappeared afterwards. "Oh, one hit," Khan mumbled. Naruto walked over to his sensei and gave him a pat on the back. "So," Naruto began, "how does it feel?" "A good question." The trio turned to find Urahara standing a few feet away from the scene. "Did you," Urahara spoke, "have your revenge?" "So you came." "Urahara," Ishin mumbled, "both you and Naruto, something big is happening, right?" "Long time no see, Ishin," Urahara smiled. "You're correct, it's Aizen," Naruto spoke, "but I guess that much is obvious, right?" "True," Ishin mumbled, "sorry to change the subject, but it's your son, right?" Urahara asked. "You've noticed they've contacted him, haven't they?" Ishin questioned. "I'm not the one to ask," Urahara replied, "ask your student." The duo turned to Naruto, who chuckled and adjusted his sunglasses. "Sorry, guys, but I can't give you any info on the wizards," Naruto spoke. "Besides, they had no choice but to contact Ichigo now that his hollow is waking up. It's for his own good to learn how to tame it. If his is half as bad as mine is, he'll need all the help he can get. Either way, if they've contacted Ichigo," Urahara trailed off, glancing once more at Naruto in a hope to confirm his suspicions. "Yes," Naruto answered, "if they've contacted Ichigo, they're preparing for a fight, just like us." "So, we can all feel it, then?" Ishin asked. "The sudden growth of Arrancar, that wasn't a Mach 1 that popped up like a few years back, either. For the Mach 1s to have developed into those monstrosities so quickly, the person responsible must be Aizen," Naruto finished. "He's made contact with the Mach Arrancar in hopes of creating a true, real Arrancar." "But how?" Urahara wondered aloud. "You destroyed the Haugyoku in Seraiti. Does it matter how?" Naruto asked. "Some way. Aizen has found a way to make Arrancar. What happened here tonight is proof of that. We can worry about the how later. Aizen won't stop here. The one we saw tonight was just a prototype. He'll find a way to make a perfect one. He'll make an army, take over the Manos Grande, and invade from the darkness to destroy our world. The question is, what will we do then? We'll think of something. Are the renovations coming, Naruto?" Naruto grinned. "They're coming along nicely, but we still have a little ways to go." Ishin and Urahara nodded. "Well then, at this point, both friend and foe will take action against them. Us, the wizards, and Seraiti. Aizen is building up an army." Naruto mumbled before breaking out into a grin. "So, this is what they call fate, huh? Sounds like fun." Urahara and Ishin smirked. "It sounds like you have a plan." "I do," Naruto replied, his grin becoming fiercer. "I'll just have to get the old team back together." Urahara gaped at him. "Are you seriously thinking of asking them? Seraiti banned your team from ever gathering like that again. Remember, I know you have your reasons, but Seraiti won't like this. They'll be after your heads. No one has even seen them ever since you guys broke up," Ishin added. "The only members that are known to even still be alive are you and Gaara." "Well then, looks like I'll just have to do a bit of digging." "Huh," Naruto chuckled. "I know those guys are too strong to have died yet. They're out there somewhere, and I'll find _m. Ellipsis. I see that everyone has arrived p. Properly," Yamamoto mumbled as he looked at the Taichos before him. "Then let us commence the Taichos meeting." Ellipsis. Ichigo sighed as he sat at his desk. Think back on Shinji's words. "We are wizards. Naruto and I. We are wizards, like you. Join us, Ichigo. You don't belong with them." Meanwhile, Ishida glared at the wall from his desk. "I can return your powers. I have but one condition. You must swear to cease all communications with any Shinigami." "Good morning, Kurosaki-kun," Orihime called cheerfully as she walked through the door. "Morning, Ichigo-kun." Shinji greeted cheerfully as he walked in. Ah, Shinji-kun, I have a new seat for you. Naruto called, giving Shinji a knowing smirk, right next to Ichigo-chan. Ah, thank you, Naruto-sensei. Shinji replied, shooting Naruto a grin. Hirako, Ichigo thought, he came to school like nothing happened. Does Naruto know about him? Ah, good morning. Hirako-kun. Orihime greeted. You remembered my name. Shinji grinned before latching on to Orihime in a hug. Good morning, Orihime-chan. Ichigo suddenly stood up and grabbed Shinji and walked towards the door. Let's go outside for a sec, Hirako, Ichigo muttered. The class looked on in silence before it was broken by a grinning, blonde slacker. My, looks like Straub Ichigo-chan is finally coming out. Ellipsis. Hirako, why are you coming to school? Ichigo shouted. What do you mean? It's every student's duty to go to school. Didn't you come to school to try to recruit me? Ichigo roared, so you shouldn't have any reason to come anymore. What the hell? Shinji muttered, a flat look on his face. Do you actually think I'm going to give up after just 2 days? I'm a very persistent person. I'll keep bugging you until you nod your head. It's too late, ya know. Once a wizard, always a wizard. If you don't believe me, ask Naruto. Like it or not, you're already one of us. Ichigo glared at Shinji. Orihime-chan. That big guy. 4 eyes. Even those Shinigami. Shinji muttered, you think they're your friends, don't you? Well, you're wrong. You may be friends now, but if you continue down the path of a Shinigami, you're in a Our hollow will slowly devour you from the inside out. Your power will destroy everything. Your friends, your future, and your life. Seriously, haven't you noticed? The hollow inside you should be growing stronger at an alarming rate. That is why my little group was created. That is why Uzumaki Naruto started the wizards to help people like us control our powers. Ichigo stared at him in shock, and Naruto started. That's right, Shinji interjected. Uzumaki Naruto is the oldest living wizard today, maybe even the first there ever was. He was the first to learn to control his powers and the one who started the wizards. Come with me, Ichigo. I will teach you how to keep your sanity in check, just like Naruto taught us. Ichigo didn't reply. He seemed to be in deep thought. So deep, he never ended. Otik that Tatsuki was listening in on their conversation. Ellipsis. Shinji sighed as he walked down the road. I'm so tired. Shinji complained. I'm so not used to this. Vocational test. Man, so stupid. Why do I have to be the one to go to school to recruit Ichigo? Man, this sucks. Without warning, Shinji was kicked from behind into a nearby wall. Ouch, Shinji growled, rubbing his head. Who the hell? Shinji stopped talking and stared in shock at the person behind him. She was short, with blonde hair up in 2 pigtails, wearing a red jumpsuit with a white shirt and a sword strapped to her back. Hi, Hiyori, Shinji muttered. Hiyori didn't say anything, she only kicked off her sandal and proceeded to slap Shinji in the face with it. You sure are taking your time with this, slowpoke. Hiyori roared. Sorry, Shinji mumbled. Where is Kurosaki Ichigo at? Hiyori shouted. Didn't I say to say whatever it took to get him to join? Does he want to join? Yet. And not yet. Not yet. What have you been doing? I can talk all I want, but it doesn't help if he doesn't listen. Then bring him by force. What? That's totally different from what you told me to do. Shinji protested. Found you. The duo turned to find Orihime and Chad standing there staring at them. Orihime-chan. Shinji mumbled. Hiyori wagged her finger at Shinji, motioning for him to get closer to her. When he did so, Hiyori slammed her forehead on his face. You idiot. Hiyori roared. You were followed. Because I thought, Orihime began, that if I asked Kurosaki-kun, he'd just say, nothing. I thought I should ask you directly. Hirako-kun, who are you? What do you want with Kurosaki-kun? Ha. Hiyori laughed. Did you actually think we'd tell you? Ellipsis. There you are. Ryukin mumbled as he watched Ishida enter his office. Now tell me your answer. Ishida paused. I want my powers back. And, I swear, that I will never have anything to do with Shinigami or their friends ever again. Ellipsis. Surugaki Hiyori. Hiyori stated as she looked at Chad and Orihime. That's my name. Now it's your turn. Inoue Orihime. Orihime spoke. Sato. Chad. Yasutora, Chad stated. Ha. Hiyori laughed once more. You have some clumsy names. Also, what's with those big breasts and silky hair? Looking at you is really unpleasant. You're just biased, Shinji muttered. You're specifically targeting Orihime-chan. Smack. Shinji clutched his now bleeding nose. Oh well. Hiyori smirked. I don't really have anything else to say, so, I'll just kill you now. Just as Hiyori was about to grab her Zanpakuto, Shinji rushed forward, grabbed her and ran off down the street. Wait, Orihime cried, about to chase after them, when Chad stopped her. Stop, Inoue, Sato-kun, Orihime mumbled. We'd never catch them at that speed, Chad spoke, and, if we did actually catch them, we'll really, get killed. Ellipsis. Shinji, let me go. Hiyori roared. They were playing games with us. Our target is Ichigo, Shinji replied. Don't make a ruckus with others. Hiyori paused. I really hate humans, I know. I really hate Shinigami, too. I know, Shinji repeated. That's why I told you to wait, Baka. Hiyori sighed. So, where is that damn slacker? Ellipsis. Ichigo remained silent as he closed the door to his room and sat on his bed. Oh, it's you, Ichigo. Khan greeted as he popped out of the closet. It's not like I was waiting for you, but welcome back, anyways. Hey, by the way, have you noticed anything abnormal about your dad? Recently, Khan suddenly covered his mouth as he thought back to last night. Flashback. Khan gulped as he looked at the three powerful Shinigami that were looking at him. Of course, everything you saw here tonight, Urahara grinned, is confidential. Of course, you're free to say anything, sickly innocent grin. Of course, if you do, I will have to log your head off and throw your remains into a fireplace. End flashback. Never mind, Khan shouted quickly. Your dad is just a regular dad. So regular, I yawned just thinking about him. Khan then noticed the grim look on Ichigo's face. Something wrong? No, nothing at all. Khan stared at him for a moment before huffing. Bah. What's with that stressful look on your face? Don't tell me you're actually worried about something. Oh well, forget you. N hopped onto the bed and out the window with a final call of, I'm taking a walk. Go ahead and think about your troubles or whatever you want. Ichigo lied face down on his bed. I do hear it. After I kicked him out during my fight with Byakuya, the mask that kept coming back disappeared. After that, I kept hearing that guy inside, calling out to me. Ichigo thought, it's getting louder and louder. At a faster rate, he even sounds closer than he did a few minutes ago. I didn't need Hirako to tell me that if this keeps up, he'll devour me. What should I do? Ichigo thought back to the new information he had on Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto is the oldest living wizard today, maybe even the first there ever was. He was the first to learn to control his powers and the one who started the wizards. Come with me, Ichigo. I will teach you how to keep your sanity in check, just like Naruto taught us. If Naruto was the first one to control his powers, how did he learn to do it? Ichigo wondered. The first wizard that ever lived, he had no one to help him understand it. Hirako said that he and the other wizards learned from Naruto. How did he beat this? Ichigo, can I come in? Karen walked into Ichigo's room. I want you to tell me, Ichigo, Karen demanded. What are you talking about? Why would you ask me that? Ichigo asked. There's nothing to worry about. I already know. Karen spoke up. I already know that you're a Shinigami. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, out in Karakura town, two figures shot down from the sky. One was small compared to the other, with pale skin, black hair, a helm. With a horn on it covering half of his head, and a sword strapped in his belt. This same figure unzipped his white jacket just enough to show the hole that was just below his throat. The other was quite large, had a bone-like jaw structure on his chin and a hole in the middle of his chest. He wore his white jacket open and kept a sword in his belt. So, this is Karakura town, the larger one muttered. I don't know why Aizen has his eyes set on this place. Ellipsis. Well, that's all for now, folks. Jin. Dude, what the hell? Where the hell have you been? What do you mean? Jin. It's been months, you idiot. Months. It couldn't have been. I've only been asleep for, like, an hour. Jin. Check your damn calendar, you dumbass. It's frickin' July. Holy crap. Jin. You see, I missed the Law and Order SVU season finale. Jin. Are you frickin' serious? You finally come back and that's all you have to say. You know what? Forget it. I'm not sure why I even bother with you. Tell me you taped Law and Order. Jin. Only criminal intent. That's it. Next chapter. It's gender bender time, you sick bastard. Now do the closer before I steal your soul and torture it in the pits of hell. Jin. Bye, save me. For the love of God, please save me from this guy. Did you say something? Jin. No. Good. The original Arrancar. Hello folks. Back with the next chapter. Before we begin, though, I'd like to say two things. So, important note. The group I talk about in the last chapter are not the Yoruicchi. Sorry, it is an interesting idea, but I don't have most of their names and their personalities are never, or at least not yet, have been revealed. If I tried to do their characters, they'd just come out OCs, and I'm not good at those. Also, I'd have to come up with a lot of good Zanpakuto ideas. The group had already been decided. I have all of their Zanpakutos planned out, and I think I did a pretty good job. Anyway, I just wanted to clear that up. Important note. There, try to ignore that sign. Anyway, as some of you may have guessed, Naruto will be gaining new techniques for his Bankai. I won't be spoiling much if I tell you there will be 15. The 15th technique is already decided, but the other 4 are going to be up to you. Simply review with your idea for a technique and its name. I'll pick 10 and post a poll on my profile and the top 4 will become the techniques. So, think up some cool ideas and post them. You never know, you might be a winner. Anyone can play, member or not, just review and have fun. Well, let's get started. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach. Talking, thinking, hollow talking. Arrancar talk normally, hollow thinking. Ellipsis. Me, Ichigo questioned as he stared at Karen, a Shinigami. What the hell? A Shinigami? What are you talking about? Karen, stop acting stupid. I saw you. Karen spoke, a long time ago. At first, I didn't know what his was, but, that old guy, Kananji, he. Karen was cut off, as a large spike of pressure filled the area, making it hard to breathe. Ellipsis. Chad and Orihime gasped as they stood in the street at the pressure spike. This spiritual pressure is. Chad managed to mutter as he looked at the area it came from. Ellipsis. Urahara, Yoruicchi, and Naruto froze and glared out the window. Naruto. Yoruicchi mumbled. Naruto, who was napping on the couch in the Sly Fox, sighed and stood up, stretching and cracking his knuckles. Yeah, I feel it, Naruto replied. So, the Espada are back for round 2, huh? Ellipsis. Bah. The larger Arrancar muttered. I came to the human world a few times with my mask on. But it's really boring. The spiritual energy here is too thin. Stop whining. The smaller one ordered. I said I'd be fine one my own, but you insisted on coming, Yami. Yeah, Yami mumbled. Sorry, Ulquiorra. What the hell? Ulquiorra and Yami looked up to see a group of people observing the crater they had created. Was it a meteor? I don't see anything in there. What's with these guys? Yami asked, cracking his neck. I'm gonna eat them now. Yami sucked in the air and with it, all the souls of the people surrounding them. Yuck. Yami spat as he finished his meal. What did you expect? Ulquiorra questioned. Such weak beings could never be tasty. They kept staring at me like I was a freak. Normal humans can't see you. I know, Yami grumbled. But I still don't like it. So, how many are we going to kill? Just one, Ulquiorra replied. You can leave the others alone. We have to find a single bug in this nest of them. Yami asked, a grin on his face. I heard that, presently, there are 4 humans that have noticeable power, Ulquiorra spoke, the rest are just trash. It shouldn't be hard to find them. What a surprise, Yami exclaimed as he looked at one of the fallen bodies before him. We have a survivor. Tatsuki struggled to stand as she looked at the scene before her. What happened here? What are they? Yami grinned as he walked up to Tatsuki. You got hit by my Gonzui, but your soul didn't fly away. I can tell that you're a strong spirit. Am I right? Yami suddenly turned to Ulquiorra. Is she it? Look closely. Ulquiorra answered. Her spirit is on the verge of collapsing simply because you're standing too close. She's trash. So, it was just a coincidence she survived my attack. Yami had a disappointed look on his face. How boring. Bye. Then, just as Yami was about to kill Tatsuki, two figures appeared to block his way. Huh, who the hell are you? Why? Ami questioned as he shot a strange look at Orihime and Chad. Inoue. Do as we planned, Chad instructed. Take Tatsuki and run. Okay. Orihime nodded. Be careful, Sato-kun. Ulquiorra. Yami called. Is he it? Yami. Ulquiorra sighed. If you had taken the time to improve your observational skills, YS trash, too. Okay then. Yami smirked as Chad charged at him. Orihime, who was carrying Tatsuki, paused as she heard a large explosion and looked back to see Chad's blood flying through the air. Yami dropped Chad roughly on the ground as more blood began to pour out of the wound on his arm, which was nearly detached completely from the shoulder. Sato-kun. Yami grinned viscously. Is she trash, too? Yes, she's trash. Great. Yami exclaimed as he lifted his fist. Bree. Nging it down on Orihime, only to find a shield block his attack. What's the deal with this one? Yami wondered aloud before growing shocked as he watched Orihime begin to heal Chad. What? She can heal. Come to think of it. He's still alive. He's pretty durable. Heal. No, that is not healing. Ulquiorra decided as he observed Orihime. That looks more like time reversal or spatial renewal, whichever it is. It is not just a simple healing ability. I've never seen such a technique before. Ulquiorra's frown deepened. What a strange human. This woman. I have to think of something that will hold them off. Orihime thought, at least until Kurosaki-kun gets here. No, why am I thinking of relying on Kurosaki-kun already? I can't cause trouble for Kurosaki-kun anymore. I don't know what is troubling Kurosaki-kun. But if I fend off these two on my own, maybe he will at least have some peace of mind. That is probably the best I can do for Kurosaki-kun. Raising her hands at Yami, Orihime glared. Tsubaki. I reject. Tsubaki flew at Yami, only to be blocked and completely destroyed. What the hell was that? Yami grinned. A fly. Tsubaki-kun. Orihime mumbled in shock. What should we do, Ulquiorra? This one has some strange tricks. Should I tear off some limbs and bring her back to Aizen-sama? Yami questioned. No, Ulquiorra replied. That's not necessary. Kill her, Yami. Okay then. Yami raised his hand and brought it down on Orihime once more, only to be blocked by Zangetsu. Yami glared at Ichigo. Who the hell are you? Kurosaki-kun. Orihime mumbled. Sorry I'm late, Orihime. Ichigo said. No, I'm sorry, Kurosaki-kun. Orihime cried. If I was a little stronger. Don't apologize, Orihime. Ichigo spoke. Don't worry, either. Very thing will be fine. After I beat these two. Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu. So strong. So this is Kurosaki-kun's Bankai. Orihime thought as she stared at the sword in Ichigo's hands. It's the first time I've seen it up close. It's so powerful. But, it feels different from when I felt it in Seraiti. It feels like a completely different Kurosaki-kun. Orihime. Orihime looked up at Ichigo as he called her name. Leave. Oh okay. Orihime mumbled. Did he say, Bankai? Hey, Ulquiorra. Yami called. Is he the guy? Yeah. It's amazing how your reckless ruckus managed to lure him out so easily, Ulquiorra muttered. The orange hair. The black Bankai. There is no mistaking it. He is the target. Lucky. Yami roared. I've saved us the time to track you down. Yami raised his fist, bringing it down on Ichigo, who effortlessly blocked it with Zangetsu. Are you the one who tore Chad's right arm? Ichigo questioned, shooting a fierce glare into Yami's shocked eyes. Then I am going to take your right arm, too. Ichigo suddenly jumped up and, before Yami could react, lobbed off Yami's arm. What? Yami cried in shock as he looked at his arm on the ground. That idiot. I keep telling him to practice reading his opponents, Ulquiorra thought as he watched as Ichigo continued to fight, yet, he still lunges recklessly. Though it is a surprise that this B-rat could see you. T through Yami's steel skin and cut off his arm. I heard that he only recently acquired Bankai, but his spiritual pressure is so solid. Still, at this level, he is no threat to Aizen Sama. Yami, whose was bleeding from multiple wounds, glared at Ichigo. Damn you, you little shit. You're still standing. Ichigo observed, you're as hardy as you look. It looks like you're struggling, Ulquiorra commented. Want to switch? Shut up. Yami roared back at him, grabbing the hilt of his sword. Is it really necessary to use your Zanpakuto against someone like him? Ulquiorra called. I told you to shut up. Zanpakuto. So that sword on his waist, Ichigo thought with wide eyes, is really a Zanpakuto. The broken mask, the hole on his chest, his Zanpakuto, his strange spiritual pressure, is this guy the same as Hirako? The same as Naruto. The same as me. Hehehehe. Ichigo's eyes widened and he clutched his head. Damn it. He's coming. Go away. Seeing an opening, Yami grinned as kicked Ichigo in the stomach, sending him back a few feet. Kurosaki-kun. Orihime called out. Stay away, Orihime. Ichigo shouted, blood leaking out his mouth. Yami suddenly smacked Orihime away, grinning before turning back to Ichigo. Orihime, shut up. Yami roared as he punched Ichigo again. Damn, I can't move, Ichigo thought. So, just because I refuse your help, you're causing trouble for me. Ha, I don't know why, but he's stopped moving. Yami roared as he continued to punch Ichigo into the dirt. Then die. Die, you little shit. It's over. I am going to crush you into a bloody pulp. Yami raised his fist high into the air and, bringing it down on Ichigo, found himself blocked once more. Oi, sorry for coming late, Strawberry-chan. Naruto called as he, Urahara, and Yoruichi blocked Yami. Naruto turned to face Yami. So, you're part of the new Espada. You're a little bit better than the original, I guess, but you're still pretty weak, big guy. What now? Yami glared at the trio. They just keep coming. Hey, blonde, how do you know about the Espada? Ulquiorra's eyes widened as he stared at Naruto. The sunglasses, the blonde hair, he's the one Aizen Sama warned us about. Since you like to butt in so much, Yami spoke, I'll kill you first. Just as Yami moved towards them, Yoruichi charged forward and flipped him onto his back. Yami let out a low growl as he got up. What the hell? DDDDAAAMMMMNNNYYYYYYYOOOOOOU. I'm going to treat Orihime. Yoruichi spoke up to Urahara and Naruto. Give me the medicine. Urahara nodded. Here you go. I'll check on Kurosaki and Chad. Yami glared. Hold it right there. Yami charged at Yoruichi, only for her to jump up and deliver a powerful kick to his face, sending him flying back. Yoruichi then walked over to the badly beaten Orihime. Yo Yoruichi-san, Orihime mumbled. Yeah, Yoruichi replied as she kneeled down next to her. K. Kurosaki-kun. He's fine, Yoruichi said as she held the medicine out. Can you swallow? Why yes. AAAAARRRRRRRGGGGGGGGGHHHHHH. Yami roared in anger as he got up and glared at Yoruichi. I am going to kill you. Yoruichi's eyes widened, as she saw Yami open his mouth and fire off a large blast, Sero. The Sero flew at Yoruichi, before exploding and covering the field in a layer of dust. Hee. Serves you right. Yami declared, now you're dust. It is impossible to dodge my Sero at this range, what? As the dust cleared, it revealed Naruto with Ryujin drawn, in front of a perfectly healthy Yoruichi. You, how did you do that? What did you do? How did you block me Sero? Yami roared at Naruto. Naruto scowled and adjusted his sunglasses. Oi, let me give you some advice, never try that again. If you ever try to even touch Yuru-chan in front of me, I'll rip your head off. Strike, Ryujin. Naruto launched 5 lightning bolts at Yami, only to have them deflected by Ulquiorra. Quiorra. Yami spoke in shock. Ulquiorra didn't say anything, he only turned and delivered a powerful punch to Yami's stomach, sending him flying a few feet back. What are you doing? Yami roared. Fool, you are too reckless, Yami. Those 3 are Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi Shihun, and Naruto Uzumaki. At your level, it is impossible to win, no matter what you do, as he opened a portal, time to retreat. Running away, Yoruichi called out. Such a foolish taunt, Ulquiorra exclaimed. If you fight me while trying to protect those pieces of trash, it is fairly obvious who would have the upper hand. My mission here is over. I will report to Aizen-sama that the fake Shinigami he was so interested in is nothing more than a piece of trash, unworthy of his attention. And just like that, they were gone. Ellipsis. Oi, Yuru-chan, I'm home. Naruto called as he walked through the front door of the Sly Fox. I brought that juice, too. How are you doing? So, Yoruichi replied from her seat on the couch, looking at her bandaged leg. The injury isn't causing any problems. It was a mistake to fight that guy without Shunko. I didn't think the Arrancar's skin would have such a dense spiritual pressure. Naruto, those guys are tough. Much tougher than what you and I anticipated. They are better than the ones me and my team faced all those years ago, Naruto replied as he sat next to her, that large one. He was close to the originals in terms of power. I'd say he was probably the weakest of the Espada now. It's decided, then. I need to find my team and finish up with those renovations, fast. Ellipsis. How did you get all those injuries? Orihime-chan. Chizuru cried out in shock as she looked in the bandaged Orihime. It was about 5 days after the event, and the group was now back in class. I fell down the stairs. Orihime declared. Liar. I was so worried that you had stopped coming to school for 5 days. Don't make me worry like that again. Chizuru shouted. Orihime turned around and smiled at Ichigo. What is it, Kurosaki-kun? No, nothing. Forget it, Ichigo mumbled before turning away. Chizuru stared at Ichigo for a moment. What did he want? Excuse me, Chizuru, Orihime mumbled. I need to go to the bathroom. Wait, Orihime, Chizuru called as Orihime left. Ichigo sat at his desk, looking to the floor. Chad got hurt bad. Tatsuki almost died, and Ime's in a cast and bandages. All because I'm weak. Aside from apologizing, there is nothing I can do. Ichigo stopped for a moment and thought back to the conversation he had had with Naruto just a few days ago. Flashback. Ichigo and Naruto stood in the classroom. Class had already been excused, but Naruto had asked Ichigo to stay for a moment. You wanted to talk to me, Naruto. Yeah, Naru, said as he stood up and patted Ichigo's shoulder. You've been acting different, Ichigo. Ever since the battle with the Arrancar. Ichigo grimaced for a moment. It's nothing. Naruto sighed. Look, Ichigo. What happened to your friends wasn't your fault. How is it not my fault? I was right there when Orihime was attacked. If I was faster, I could have saved Chad and Tatsuki, too. How the hell isn't it my fault? I understand what you're going through, Ichigo. How the hell could you understand? You're powerful enough to protect those you care about. Naruto glared at Ichigo. I wasn't always. Ichigo froze and looked at him. I had a lot of comrades, Ichigo. They were all my friends, my teammates. We were the best of the best in Seraiti and we weren't even Taichos yet. We had so many fun times together. Great memories, and when one of us fell, the others were always there to catch us. What happened to them? Naruto paused and looked at the sunset through the window. Like I said, we were the best of the best. So, when the Gote 13 had an enemy that even they couldn't beat, they sent us in. We were only called on once, and, during that one, all-out fig. I watched half of my friends get slaughtered right before my eyes. Ichigo stared at Naruto for a moment before looking to the ground. I'm sorry. Don't be, Naruto cut in. I've come to tell RMS that it wasn't my fault about what happened on that day. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened that day if I was stronger, though, I know how you feel, Ichigo. It may feel bad now, but it will get better. Your friends are safe, they're alive. Instead of beating yourself up about it now, get stronger. That way, you can protect them, unlike me when I lost mine. End flashback. Ichigo frowned slightly. Despite what Naruto said, he still didn't know how he could face or speak to Orihime, Chad, or Tatsuki. Ichigo's eyes suddenly widened and he looked to the door. This spiritual pressure is Ichigo's eyes widened even more as he looked at the people who had walked through the door. There, in the doorway, stood Renji, Hitsugaya, Matsumoto, Akaku, and Yumashika. Ah, you must be the new students. Naruto grinned as he looked up from his desk, pleased to meet you all. Call me Uzumaki-sensei. Hitsugaya growled and whispered, you're pushing it, Uzumaki. Renji smirked, how's it going, Ichigo? Renji, Akaku, Yumashika, Rangaku-san, Tushiro. Ichigo shouted in shock, what are you all doing here? It's, Hitsugaya Taicho, to you, Hitsugaya growled. It's an order. Renji spoke. They said to prepare for a direct confrontation with the Arrancar. We were to go to the human world and meet up with the acting Shinigami group. What's an Arrancar? Ichigo asked. What? Renji shouted. You didn't even know who they were and you started fighting them. Ichigo froze as he heard a familiar voice insult him. Dimwit. They're the ones that kicked your ass a few days ago. Ichigo turned to the window in time to see Rukia climb in. Rukia. Long time. No see. Rukia smirked. Ichigo. Rukia suddenly leapt up and kicked Ichigo in the face, ignoring the whispers of the students and Naruto's laughter. What's the big idea? Ichigo shouted in shock, only to be slapped in the face repeatedly. What's with that stupid look on your face? Rukia shouted. What? Rukia, armed with her glove, grabbed Ichigo, pulling out his Soul Reaper form, and jumped out the window. Come with me. Wait, what do you want, Rukia? Hey, where are you taking me? Ichigo shouted as he was dragged away. Naruto stared at them before shrugging and turning to Hitsugaya. Oi, Tushiro, I believe you have something for me. Grumbling at his own name, Hitsugaya handed Naruto a letter. Naruto skimmed the letter before smiling. Great. Looks like Gar is ready to get the old team back together. 1 down, 3 to go. Ellipsis. Hey, Rukia, where are we going? Ichigo shouted as he dashed across random rooftops. Shut up and keep running. Rukia ordered, looking at her cell phone. I see it. It's over there. Ichigo looked down to see a lizard-like hollow standing in a vacant lot. A hollow. Yeah, Rukia shouted, before kicking Ichigo towards it. Now go get him. Ichigo, who landed a few feet away from the hollow, scrambled to get up and dodge as the hollow attacked him. What are you doing? Rukia shouted. Start fighting. You're not going to lose to a hollow like that, are you? You're annoying. Ichigo called back. I was just about to kick his ass anyf. He. Ichigo froze, allowing the hollow an opening. The hollow lunged forward and knocked Ichigo back. What was that? Rukia yelled. Shut up. Ichigo shouted. Don't think that I don't know. You, ever since you lost to the Arrancar, you haven't taken the form of a Shinigami even once. What are you afraid of? Chad got hurt. Orihime got hurt. So what? Rukia shouted. Have you always been a man who loses his spirit over little things like that? Is it scary to lose? Is it scary not being able to protect your friends? Or is it scary to face the hollow inside of you? Ichigo spun around to look at Rukia in shock. If you're afraid of losing, get stronger. If you're afraid of not being able to protect your friends, swear to get stronger until you can. If you're afraid of the hollow inside of you, get stronger until you can crush him. Rukia spoke. If you don't want to listen to others, then hold your chin up and yell those words to yourself. That's the kind of man you've been. In my heart, Ichigo. Ichig Zanjetsu before turning to face the hollow. You're really noisy, you know that. Ellipsis. Orihime stared at the sky from one of the windows in the hallway inside. Inoue. Orihime turned and gasped. Kukuchiki-san. Running down the hall was Rukia, dragging Ichigo behind her. Long time, no see. Rukia called. When did you get back? Orihime asked as she walked up to them. How long are you staying? I'll tell you later, Rukia said before turning to Ichigo. Hey, Kurosaki-kun. Orihime mumbled. Orihime. Rukia suddenly slammed Ichigo's head down towards the ground. He says he's sorry he's so weak. I will get stronger. Ichigo spoke, and then, next time, I'll definitely protect you. I'm so glad that Kurosaki-kun is back to normal, Orihime thought. Thank you, Kurosaki-kun. And thank you, Kuchiki-san. Welcome back. Ellipsis. Ichigo twitched as Renji explained about Arrancar. Right now, he didn't honestly care right now, though, he rather figure OU. T how he crammed everyone in the ceiling light in his room for God's sake. So, at the last minute, they sent out a surveillance team, that'd be us. Renji finished his explanation. You guys were chosen by Yamamoto Sotaicho himself. They're busy replacing the Central 46, so the decision was passed on to the Taichos. Rukia was chosen due to her speed. I was chosen because they deemed me reliable. I offered Akaku a spot. After that Yumashika wanted to come. Matsumoto thought it sounded fun so she came, and Hitsugaya Taicho came to keep an eye on her, Renji explained. Is this a freakin' picnic to you guys? Ichigo mumbled. Moving on, Hitsugaya spoke up. Aizen has you in his sights, Kurosaki. It's true that Arrancar are hollows who remove their masks, but there still isn't much they can initially do. In order to achieve their aim, Arrancar must become stronger than any Manos. Stronger than a Manos? Ichigo asked. I thought there was nothing stronger than a Manos. Yes, well, the truth is that Manos are separated into 3 different categories. The first kind is Jillian, they are the weakest. I guess you could call them soldiers. They exist in large numbers and look and act the same. Those guys I fought, Ichigo mumbled, were just soldiers. They are gigantic, but slow and stupid. A Taicho won't break a sweat on them. The problem, however, lies ahead, Hitsugaya continued. Next are the Ajukas. They are smaller and less common than Jillian, and far surpass them in terms of intelligence and power. Lastly are the Vasto Lord. They are the most powerful of any Manos and their size resembles a human. Their numbers are unbelievably small, but the strength of a single Vasto Lord is far above any Taicho. Ichigo's eyes widened in shock. We don't know how many Arrancar there are in total, Hitsugaya spoke, and we are missing 3 Taichos. Let me give you my personal prediction. If, right now, including Aizen, there are more than 10 Vasto Lord, then Seraiti is doomed. Quote, if there are, Ichigo began, what do we do? I don't know, Hitsugaya replied, but I want you all to come with me to my next stop. Where are we going, Hitsugaya Taicho? Matsumoto questioned. To see the one of the 5 people to ever survive an all-out match with a Vasto Lord, Uzumaki Naruto. Ellipsis. We have returned safely, Aizen-sama, Ulquiorra. Ra declared as he and Yami approached Aizen. Welcome home, Ulquiorra, Yami, Aizen greeted. Why don't you relate the fruits of your expedition to your 20 brothers? Ellipsis. Yoruichi blinked as she watched the large group walk into the Sly Fox. She certainly wasn't expecting that. Yoruichi, Ichigo called, is Naruto here? Nodding, Yoruichi pointed to a door behind the counter. He's busy now, though. He's working on some renovations down below the store. Who would be making renovations to the basement? Renji wondered aloud. Well, it is Naruto, Hitsugaya mumbled. He probably has some weird reason. Maybe he wanted to make it more beautiful. Yumashika declared. Somehow. I doubt that, Matsumoto mumbled. The door suddenly opened and Naruto walked through. Man, those things are hard to set up. Yuru-chan, What's up, guys? If this is about your homework. It's not, Hitsugaya interjected. I was going over some old files in the Central 46 and I found a slightly burned ed paper that had information on a battle with the original Arrancar that took place a long time ago. Naruto tensed for a moment before grinning. Oh, I see. You want some info on what the Arrancar were like back then, huh? I'm a little busy now, though, Yuru-chan, could you tell them about this one? Are you sure? You don't have to, Yoruichi began but was cut off. I'm sure. Naruto grinned. They have the right to know with what's going on. With that, Naruto walked back through the door, leaving the group to stare at Yoruichi. So, you want to know about Naruto's old fight with the Arrancar? Huh, Yoruichi sighed. Sit down. It's not an easy thing for Naruto to talk about. The group did so, while shooting each other confused glances. Why? Rukia asked. What happened? I didn't even know there was an Arrancar attack before. It's not something the Central 46 allows to leak out anymore, Yoruichi explained, taking slight notice how Ichigo's face was slightly pale. Ichigo looked down at the floor. He had a hunch about this story. We were the best of the best. So, when the Gote 13 had an enemy that even they couldn't beat, they sent us in, we were only called on once, and, during that one all-out fight, I watched half of my friends get slaughtered right before my eyes. It began when a group of academy kids were killed when they were sent to kill a hollow to graduate, only the sensei survived. Though he was mortally wounded and died shortly after, he returned and told his tale to the Central 46, a group of 10 Arrancar calling themselves the Espada, were the Chi Tackers. Seraiti had lost a Taicho who had retired, and the others they sent in to stop them were killed. That's when Naruto and 9 of his friends stepped forward. Ichigo frowned, seeing everyone else in the room began to grow slightly pale as well. Naruto and his friends were incredibly powerful. All of them were at or above Taicho level, though none of them was one. None of them wanted to be at the time, anyway. They did nearly everything together. They were practically legends in their own way. So, when a team had to be made to fight the Espada, the Central 46 couldn't think of anyone better. They were sent out into Hueco Mundo, in perfect health and fully prepared to take on the threat. What happened? Ichigo asked, though he had a good idea of what came next. Naruto and his team didn't return for 2 weeks. When they did, there were 5 of them left. They were wounded, bloody, and tired. All of them were barely alive. When they recovered enough to talk about it, it had turned out that the battle had gone on for 1 week. One by one, both sides took casualties until there were 8 left, 3 Arrancar and 5 Shinigami. Seeing their defeat at hand, the Arrancar retreated, and that was the last anyone heard of them, until now, anyway. Seraiti was in an uproar, praising the team for their exploits, but the battle had changed them. What do you mean? Akaku asked. Yoruicchi sighed. For nearly a year, the group separated and kept to themselves. It was a year later that they began to recover, when Central 46 had a thought. If the team was able to defeat someone the Gote 13 couldn't handle, what would happen if they grew stronger? The Central 46 barred the group from ever reforming again. One by one, the survivors began to retire as Shinigami and EY left Seraiti to go out into Rugonkai. The only 2 that didn't were Naruto and Gaara. No one has heard of them since. So that's the story of the original Arrancar, huh? Ichigo mumbled. Yes, Yoruichi responded. That's all I know. I wasn't fight to know more about them individually. You'll have to ask Naruto. For now, though, it's late. Why don't you all head home? Nodding, the group got up and left, thinking about the new information. Naruto emerged once more, slightly crisped. What happened to you? Yoruichi asked her boyfriend. Explosion, don't ask. The door opened suddenly, and in walked a customer in a hood and sunglasses. Taking a seat at the counter, he called out to Naruto, "I'll take some coffee." Great. Naruto grinned. How'd you take it? Black. Really? Naruto's grin faltered for a moment, which Yoruichi noticed. Well, just hand me that cup next to you and I'll fix you up some. The customer eyed the cup for a moment before letting out a nearly inaudible growl. On second thought, never mind. Quote. The figure got up and walked out the door. What was that about? Yoruichi asked. Naruto took the cup on the counter and flipped it upside down to reveal the same mark that was on the charm Isshin had given Ichigo. Naruto frowned. Tonight's going to be one hell of a night. Ellipsis. Above Karakura, Grimmjow let out a viscous grin. Where'd he go? Probably off T. Oh, kill that Naruto guy, he kept going on about. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to kill Kurosaki myself. Ellipsis. Well, that is all for now. I'd also like to just say 2 things. 1. There will be a total of 8 Naruto characters appearing in this whole story. 2. Next chapter. Get ready for one of the biggest twists this story has yet. Murder breeds murder. Hello folks. I'm back with the next chapter. Sorry, it took so long. My computer broke down and I was left with one with a Microsoft Word that was so bad, I couldn't use it. Well, before we begin, let's answer some reviews. Yurufu-chan. Yes, I know that some of the battles are canon. But I really couldn't think of any way to make them uncanon without Naruto jumping in, but he was busy. But don't worry, I can guarantee that there will be more original content. Also, yes, Kakashi will be in this, but you'll have to be really patient because he isn't coming in until the very end, sorry. Blue Dragon of the 13. Nope. Sorry, but you're wrong. Don't sweat it. Though I really don't think anyone is going to be able to guess who they are. They aren't really a set group in the anime or manga, and I promise you they will never work together in either. Jared himself 31. No. Ryujin's name wasn't intended to be Raijin. Ryujin is short for his full name, Raikuri Ryujin, Lightning Dragon God. Naruto revealed the full name back in Chapter 5, but I use Ryujin to shorten it. Seichi no Kimura. You didn't read the top of the page right before the chapter, did you? I said there that the team was not the Jinchuriki. Plus, there are even some holes WITH that theory. I said there were 10 members, so it can't be the Jinchuriki. It's a good guess, but, nope. Besides, I don't know all their names, personalities, or powers, so I wouldn't be able to good Zanpakuto for the team if they were the Jinchuriki. Light Warrior 4. No, Jin didn't get to do the closure last time, sorry. If you're wondering why, you'll find out at the end of this chapter. And I'm ULLRULE, no, sorry. But Sakura won't be in the story. I already have it completely planned out. The Secret Uchiha. I'm glad you like the story. Sorry, but I don't plan on revealing the members anytime soon. But, I am going to reveal something, so be sure to read the closure. Curse Mark II Sasuke. Well, really the only reason the Zanpakuto would really fit Sasuke is because he uses lightning attacks in the manga and anime. Other than that, I'd say lightning or wind would match better with Naruto's free and random, excitable personality. Also, about Orihime being able to protect things with her barrier. Her spirits would have to be able to get to the things they're trying to protect, and the negation would stop them. Also, I wouldn't know why she would want to protect the Hogyoku. Well, since I'm sure you all want to find out about the twist I mentioned, let's get started. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach. Talking, thinking, hollow talking. Arankar talk normally, hollow thinking. Spirit talking, spirit thinking. Ellipsis. I see. Naruto mumbled. So, you need a place to stay, am I right? Renji gulped and focused his gaze on the ground. Why yes, please allow me to stay here, Naruto-san. Not long after Ichigo's group left, Renji returned and had asked our favorite blonde slacker for a place to stay. Naruto looked to Yoruichi, who sighed. She knew that look. Poor Renji. But of course you can stay here, Renji-san. Naruto declared as he patted Renji on the back. In fact, I insist upon it. Really? You mean it? Renji asked in shock as he looked at the grinning man before him. Yes, I do. Naruto laughed. But, in exchange, you wouldn't mind helping out a bit, would you? Renji quickly shook his head. No, I won't mind. I kinda feel like a freeloader, anyway. Great. Naruto grinned. I've been looking for a new employee. Welcome to the Sly Fox, Renji. Wait, what? Your shift starts tomorrow at 6 a.m. and ends at 9 p.m. Have fun, Naruto said before walking out the door. Hold on. What? Employee? Shift? Renji shouted. I didn't mean I'd help out as an employee. It's pointless, Yoruichi spoke, shooting Renji a sympathetic look. He's been looking for an employee for a while now. He has. Yes, but no one has taken the position, due to him being a little eccentric. Yoruichi sighed. You won't be able to back out of it now. Does it really get so busy around here that he needs help? Renji asked. Other than groups of friends and teams, Renji had never seen the cafe particularly crowded or busy. No, he just wants one to pick up most of the work so he can nap during the day. Renji fell to his knees in despair at hearing this. Help me, Saotaicho. Ellipsis. Alright, guys, are you ready to get going? Grimmjow questioned his group of Frashin. I don't want even one of them surviving. Remember, Uzumaki is his target. If you don't wanna die, stay clear of him, got it? Good. Go get him. The group dispersed over the town, maniacal grins on their faces. Ellipsis. Naruto-kun. It's been a while, I'm looking forward to this. I wonder if he's gotten stronger since the last time he faced us, what do you think? It's been over 600 years, he should be stronger by now. Either way, tonight he dies for the second time. Ellipsis. Ichigo's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky through his window, this spiritual pressure. It's them. Rukia. I know. Rukia shouted. No, 7. There are so many of them. Are they all heading our way? No. They're going in different directions, Rukia mumbled. Anyone wh. Oh has even a speck of spiritual pressure. These guys are looking to kill them. Ishida shouldn't have any, but what about Chad and Orihime? Ichigo shouted. Hitsugaya Taicho and Matsumoto should be with Orihime. But about Chad? Rukia muttered. One is heading his way. Ellipsis. Akaku smirked as he landed on the railing of a building. So, they've finally came, It would seem that way, Yumashika spoke as he appeared behind him. Akaku nodded. Let's go, Yumashika. Ellipsis. Hitsugaya scowled as he exited his gigai. Turning back to it, he saw it was already up and moving. Go somewhere safe, Hitsugaya called. Right, his gigai responded. Taicho. Matsumoto called as she appeared next to him. Where's Inoue? Hitsugaya questioned. She's asleep. She won't interfere, Matsumoto replied. I see. Get ready, Matsumoto. They're here. In a flash of movement, two figures appeared before them. Greetings. One figure spoke before clashing blades with Hitsugaya. I am Arrancar number 11 Sharon. And I am Hitsugaya Tushiro. Taicho of the 10th Division. Hitsugaya introduced himself as they jumped apart. Excellent. Then I should be finished with you in no time, Sharon muttered. Are you sure it won't be the other way around? Hitsugaya asked. Ellipsis. Chad's eyes widened as he walked out his door. That's weird, you aren't a Shiyu lose. An Arrancar suddenly appeared in front of Chad, his arm poised to pierce his chest. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the Arrancar's hand. Shut up about this, you lose. Crap, Ichigo muttered, we'll decide that after the battle. Ha, is that so? The Arrancar smirked, then after I kill you both. I'll just have to say it again. Ellipsis. No matter who you are. The Arrancar that stood before Akaku and Yumashika smirked. Ellipsis. Renji, who had rushed outside after feeling the spiritual pressure, grimaced at his opponent. You're all going down, the Arrancar smirked. Ellipsis. A figure smirked from atop a roof as it looked down on Naruto, who was leisurely walking down the street. Because our power is absolute, it muttered. Naruto sighed and looked up to the figure. Oi. Are you going to stand there all night or are you going to come down? Cuss I've got a girlfriend waiting for me at home and I'd rather be with her. I see you haven't changed much, Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened. That voice. So, I take it you remember. Actually, I don't really remember you, sorry. Naruto grinned. I'm not good at recalling people just by their voices. Yes, you really haven't changed. Yeah, whatever, now are you coming down or what? Naruto called out. Hey, you're taking me lightly, aren't you, Naruto? The figure smirked before letting out a low chuckle which erupted into full-blown laughter. So, you don't remember us? Us, Naruto mumbled, frowning slightly. Allow us to jog your memory. The figure roared before it jumped down, landing on the street. Wait, I remember you now. Naruto shouted in realization. You're that guy who came into my shop wanting black coffee. The figure sighed. You really haven't changed. What you are looking at right now is a gigai. Naruto stared at him before sighing. That's nice and all, so. Want to get out of it? The figure let out a low growl before removing his sunglasses and stepping out of his gigai. Naruto's eyes widened and he stepped back in shock. The figure was unmistakable. He wore a white suit, similar to the one he had seen Ulquiorra wearing. The remnants of his mask covered half of his face. It appeared to be a snake, with a single fang protruding from its mouth. The part of his face that wasn't covered by the mask allowed a cold, yellow eye to glare at Naruto coldly. The man laughed as he ran a hand through his spiky, black hair as he released a laugh. What's the matter, Naruto? The man laughed. You act like you've seen a ghost. Sasuke. Naruto mumbled, before glaring. I see you remember us. Sasuke laughed. Naruto shook his head. No, I shouldn't call you that. You may have his body, but there's no doubt that it's you in control, Orochimaru. Sasuke frowned before a grin broke out across his face. Kukukuku, very good. You remember both of us, Naruto-kun. I suppose Sasuke has some control, right? Naruto asked as he popped out of his own gigai and his hand rested on Ryujin. Maybe you have changed. Orochimaru commented. You seem more observant. Yes. You are correct. Sasuke has control when we release our Zanpakuto. It's really quite devastating, if I do say so myself. Why are you here? Kukuku. Isn't it obvious? I believe a man once said, murder breeds murder. That is what I am here to do, murder my murderer. Naruto glared. You expect me to feel guilty that I killed you? You'd have a better chance of actually winning against me. If you think I feel guilty about Sasuke's death, you're wrong. No one deserves a third chance after what he did. Orochimaru chuckled. Whether you feel guilty about our deaths is something we could care less about. Like it or not, you murdered both of us and we are here for revenge. Prepare yourself, Uzumaki, for your death. Ellipsis. Rukia sighed and shook her head at the sight before her. She had just defeated Arrancar number 16, D-Roy, only to find her Gigai and Ichigo in an argument when she returned. Suddenly they froze and looked up in the air to see a man grinning down at them. So, you're the ones that did D-Roy in, Grimjow smirked down at them. If that's the case, I'll have to make your deaths extra bloody. I am Arrancar number 6, Grimjow. Nice knowin' ya, Shinigami. Ellipsis. Naruto grunted as he got up from the small crater he had left upon his impact with the ground. Spitting out some blood, Naruto frowned. Damn, he's faster than I expected. What number is he? I can't let my guard down for a second. Oi, Naruto, hurry up and let me out. He doesn't know our power is clearly at a disadvantage. He only has one release, but we have two. Naruto nodded. Orochimaru had gotten him before he had time to draw his blade. Looking up, he scowled as he saw the grinning Orochimaru glowering down at him. Is that all you have? Orochimaru called. Pathetic. Ho, that fool Tusen died at your hands is beyond me. I have two release states, but, Naruto thought, his one must make up for the disadvantage. Judging from his speed in this state, he must be number 4, if not higher. If you're looking for an opening, you won't find one, Orochimaru spoke. You killed us, Naruto-kun. We've had more time to work on our form than you have. Really? Well, let's see how those few years help you against me. Strike, Ryujin. Naruto shouted, pointing his blade and firing 5 bolts. Orochimaru smirked, drew his blade and disappeared from sight and dodging the bolts before reappearing in front of Naruto and clashing blades with him. Naruto smirked and began to apply lightning to his blade. I've got you. Orochimaru smirked. Who has who? Naruto glared at him before his eyes widened. Orochimaru's blade wasn't conducting the electricity. A simple parlor trick like that won't work on us. Orochimaru declared as he began to gain ground on Naruto, who smirked. Really? Then how about this? Naruto shouted. Orochimaru growled as he saw the 5 bolts from earlier coming at him again. Naruto jumped away just as the lightning connected with Orochimaru. Naruto glared at the smoke that had engulfed his opponent, waiting for it to clear. Kukukuku. Lightning. So, is that all? I'm disappointed in you. I was expecting a challenge. Naruto stared at the Arrancar, shocked. It was completely ineffective. Just how strong is he? Orochimaru charged at Naruto, only to find that he had disappeared. Orochimaru frowned and glanced around, looking for the blonde. Where are you, Naruto? You can't hide from me. Take this. Orochimaru turned to find Naruto's blade about to connect with his face. He smirked. Without warning, Orochimaru's hand began to glow. The next moment, he was gone. What? That boost in speed? Naruto muttered in shock. Where did it come from? Wouldn't you like to know? Naruto froze as he felt a blade at his throat. Naruto-kun, why not release your Bankai? It is natural for a person to struggle with every bit of power they have when they know they are about to die, Orochimaru commented. Because you're not even worth it. You think you're in the position to say that? Orochimaru growled out, adding pressure to his sword. I wasn't being serious before. I think it's time I showed you why I was the 10th Division Taicho. Naruto shouted before using the Shunpo to jump high into the air. Naruto pointed Ryujin down at Orochimaru, smirking. Ryujin, you know what to do. With that said, Naruto chucked Ryujin towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru smirked and jumped over Ryujin. Fool. There was no way that would have hit me. Naruto smirked. I wasn't trying to. What? Orochimaru then noticed a shimmer in Naruto's hand. Is that string? Right. Naruto grinned. Thin, nearly invisible string, made of iron. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he saw what the string was connected to. Ryujin. Shock him now, Naruto shouted. Right. Orochimaru cursed as he looked down. Jumping over it caused his feet to get tangled when he landed. The electricity shot through his body. Naruto yanking Ryuji out of the ground and into Orochimaru's back, leaving a large gash as it dug into his skin in a sideways position. Naruto continued to tug, dragging Orochimaru to him and digging Ryujin deeper into his back. Oi, I want my sword back, Naruto shouted when Orochimaru was close enough. Naruto grabbed Ryujin and yanked it out of his back, then delivered a powerful kick to his head, sending him plummeting to the ground. Naruto glared down at his opponent, who lied face down on the street. Get up. We both know you're not dead. Kukuku. Of course, Orochimaru smirked, his hand letting out a familiar glow. What is that? Naruto wondered. Up here. Naruto froze before turning to clash blades with Orochimaru. When did he move? Now. Orochimaru smirked. Die. Ellipsis. I knew it. A bloody ick. Kaku looked up from his position on the ground to stare at Yumashika. He had just faced Edward Leones, Arrancar number 13, and had come out beaten in near death, but victorious. I knew you were still alive, Akaku, Yumashika smiled. Akaku smirked. Damn straight, I am. Today, my luck was at its peak. Ellipsis. Naruto growled as he spat out more blood. Currently, he had a scratch along the left side of his face that he was praying wouldn't leave a scar, 2 deep gashes on his chest and 1 on his back, and about 3 stab wounds, one of which he was sure nearly punctured his stomach. Looking over to his opponent, he growled once more. He barely had a scratch on him. It didn't make any sense. He had been hammering away at him for what seemed like hours, but whatever wound he managed to inflict healed in a matter of seconds. Are you surprised, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru called out, shocked. This is our power. We are absolute. Absolute. Ha, I'm just getting started, Naruto replied, before signaling in on Orochimaru's hand. It's that ring on his hand. Every time he heals, becomes faster or stronger. The damn ring glows. What the hell is it? Naruto, are you ready? Here he comes. He's coming whether I'm ready or not. So why even ask, Ryujin? Naruto thought as he blocked Orochimaru's attack. None of your moves will work on us, boy. Orochimaru laughed as he jumped back to dodge. 3 lightning bolts Naruto had fired earlier. Damn it, if I could just get that ring off of him, but when would I have an opening? Naruto thought as he fired more lightning. You won't win without Bankai, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru laughed as he dodged. Even then, you probably won't win. Naruto growled. Damn it, I can't use my Bankai without collateral damage being done. I just need 1 opening. Wait. I see it now, Ryujin. We're going in. Finally. Let's kick this guy's ass, already. Here we come. Orochimaru shouted as he charged at Naruto, blade poised to slash through him. Naruto grabbed Ryujin's sheath and tore it off his hip, charging forward as well. Naruto slammed his sheath over Orochimaru's Zanpakuto. What? Orochimaru shouted in shock as he tried to pull back from Naruto, only for him to grab his arm. Say bye-bye to that damn ring. Naruto roared as he brought Ryujin up and hacked off the arm he grabbed. Orochimaru howled in pain and grabbed his bleeding shoulder. Naruto smirked and removed the blade from Ryujin's sheath and the ring from Orochimaru's hand before tossing them both to his opponent. Here, take him back. I have a feeling that you won't last long against me in a fair fight. So let's see how you do without this ring. Orochimaru released a low growl as he picked up his Zanpakuto. You're going to pay for this, you fool, you are going to pay. Really? Naruto grinned. I feel pretty good right now. Kukukuku. Do you? Orochimaru smirked. As we weren't being serious before as well. Allow us to offer you a preview of our power. Ha, your power. You have 1 arm, not to mention you don't have that precious ring of yours. What could you possibly do? Blood. That was all Naruto saw. Blood erupting from his chest, mouth, arms, legs. And he was sure from his back as well. Orochimaru, who was behind him, laughed. How does it feel, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru laughed crazily. This is the technique we have perfected. Feel our power, our rage. Die, Uzumaki, die. Hey, Naruto, covered in his own blood, smirked as he felt a familiar presence. Took you long enough to get here, Gaara. Gaara appeared next to Naruto. Oi. Looks like you actually lost one. You okay? Naruto shot him an annoyed look through his sunglasses. I'm covered in my own blood, and you ask me if I'm okay. And who's lost this? I'm still standing, aren't I? But for how long? I wonder. Orochimaru smirked. Hello, Gaara-kun, it has been a while since we saw you. Gaara. Don't let his looks fool you. It's Orochimaru, Naruto mumbled, kneeling on the ground. Orochimaru. Gaara mumbled. I see, are you still okay to fight? I probably have about 10 minutes before I black out, Naruto replied as he got up. Until then, I say we kick his ass. As much as we would like to kill you both, it would seem our time here is almost up, Orochimaru smirked. Until next time, Naruto-kun, Gaara-kun, perhaps you will actually grow strong enough to fight me in my true form. Farewell. A portal opened behind him, allowing Orochimaru to walk back into it and disappear. Gaara and Naruto stood there a moment before sighing and turning to the direction where the sly fox was to begin their trek back. So, Orochimaru and Sasuke are still sharing the same body, Gaara mumbled. Did you find out what number they were? I didn't see for sure, but, Naruto mumbled. After that fight, I wouldn't be surprised if he was number 1. When are we heading into Rugonkai? Gaara questioned. Soon we'll need all the time we can get to look for those guys, Naruto spoke. Any idea where any of them are? I heard a rumor one of them was spotted working as a blacksmith in District 80, I'm not sure which one, though. Well, we'll head there first then. I need to borrow some stuff from Kukaku-chan, anyway, Naruto answered. What? Oh, just some stuff for my renovations, Naruto grinned, stumbling forward slightly. You're lucky I show wed up or you wouldn't be alive to make your renovations, Gaara smiled. You owe me. Are you kidding? I was doing fine. You're covered in your own blood. Maybe, but I took his damn arm off. Naruto grinned. Plus, I think I got one of Aizen's secret weapons, too. A secret weapon? Gaara stared at Naruto in shock. Yep, I got this ring he used to heal himself and make him stronger. Naruto smirked before coughing up some blood. Gaara smirked. If you pass out, I'm leaving you here. We'd better shunpo back, then, Naruto chuckled, because I'm sure I only have 5 minutes before I pass out. Ellipsis. Yoruichi looked up in shock as Gaara and Naruto walked through the door, and Naruto. What happened to you? Naruto grinned weakly. Hey, Yuru-chan, I'm going to take a little nap. Last thing Naruto saw before he blacked out was the concerned face of Yoruichi as she rushed to him. Ellipsis. Naruto groaned slightly as he woke up. Glancing around, he could see he was in his bedroom on the floor above the cafe he owned. Reaching for his sunglasses that were on the nightstand next to his bed, he got up, changed his clothes making sure not to forget his vest and stopped to hear the voices in the floor below him. Is he okay? He actually lost. Didn't think that was possible. If he couldn't beat them, how are we supposed to? He's not dead is he? What do we do now? Quiet everyone. Naruto should be waking up anytime now. Until then, we'll sit tight and wait. Naruto will have a plan he always does. I'll go check on him. Naruto heard footsteps before the door opened and in walked Yoruichi. Naruto. You're up. Yoruichi gasped. Morning, Yuru-chan. Naruto grinned before he was tackled to the floor in a hug. Baka, Yoruichi shouted. You nearly got yourself killed last night. Naruto felt something wet hit his chest. Smiling, he closed his eyes and ran his hand through her hair. It's okay, Yuru-chan, I'm alright. I'm not going anywhere, I promise. Naruto whispered before he lifted his chin and kissed her. Oi, Naruto, I heard you almost died. Urahara shouted as he walked through the door. Am I interrupting? Naruto sighed as he and Yoruichi pulled away. Yeah, you are. But it seems like everyone is. Anyway, so, who's downstairs? Urahara and Yoruichi grinned. Everyone. Ellipsis. Naruto, Yoruichi, and Urahara walked downstairs to find Ichigo, Rukia, Chad, Orihime, Akaku, Yumashika, Matsumoto, Hitsugaya, Gaara, Renji Hell, even Jinta, Ururu, and Tessai gathered in the cafe. "Ah, so you're all here," Naruto mumbled. "Can I ask why?" "Because," Hitsugaya answered, "last night, we were nearly defeated. If it wasn't for us being allowed to remove our limiters, we would have lost. You're the only one who has had any experience fighting these guys, so, what do we do? You're coming to me for advice. In case you didn't hear, I wasn't so hot last night," Naruto pointed out. "No one wins every fight, Mr. Uzumaki," Ururu mumbled. "Wow, I think that's her first line in the whole story. But there's no doubt you're the strongest amongst us," Chad mumbled. "So, we need a game plan," Akaku declared. "And you're going to tell us what it is," Ichigo spoke. "A plan, huh?" Naruto mumbled before grinning. "Okay, here's the plan. We train, we get stronger, and the next time we fight, we kick Aizen's ass." "Sound good?" Akaku grinned. "Now that's a plan." "Good." Naruto grinned. "Now get to it." "Oh, Renji and Strawberry-chan, come here, I need to talk to you both." Ellipsis. "So, what did you need to see us about?" Ichigo asked. Naruto had taken them both up to the roof of the cafe to talk to them alone. For what reason, they were about to find out. "Strawberry-chan, I'm sure Shinji has talked to you about your issue, right?" Naruto asked, glancing at the boy. Ichigo's eyes widened. "Why yes, so, it's true, then. You started the viz." "Yes," Naruto cut in, "I did. You need to learn how to contain that power of yours, take them UP on their offer before you do anything else. That's all I needed to tell you." Renji watched as Ichigo walked off, a serious look on his face. What was all that about? "Oh, nothing," Naruto grinned. "I have two things I need to tell you. Renji, but first, do you still dream of surpassing Byakuya?" "I do." "Good, then what would you say if I told you I could help you do it?" Renji's eyes widened. "Why you can help me? How?" "You know Byakuya was my apprentice. What I never told you," Naruto spoke, "is that he never completed his training." "He didn't?" "Nope. Byakuya failed his final lesson." Naruto grinned while adjusting his sunglasses. "So, I can help you surpass him, but only if you will become my new apprentice." "What do ya say?" Renji's eyes widened. Did the person who had trained his Taicho, who had defeated the Sao Taicho, and went up against the original Aaroncard, just ask him to be his apprentice? "Why yes, I will be your apprentice," Renji answered. "Good. Tomorrow, Aara and I are going into Rugonkai to find my old friends, and you're coming with us to start your training." Naruto grinned. "Now, onto the other thing I needed to talk to you about." Renji blinked. "What? You're late starting your shift today." Naruto grinned. "You're working overtime tonight." Ellipsis. And there we go. How was that for a twist? How many Naruto x Bleach crossovers have you read where Sasuke and Orochimaru share the same body? I'm guessing not a lot. Anyway, as some of you may have noticed, Jin didn't do the closure last chapter. Well, let me explain. Remember when I said I'd use the gender bender last chapter? Yeah, well, I did, and it turned out to be female Jin's special time of the month. So, Jin kinda freaked and escaped, so I sent the entire cast out to look for him, her, Jin. Naruto. Hey, we caught the she. Jin. What did you call me? I swear I will kill you all and eat the remains. Yeah, you see what I mean, right? Ichigo. You know, didn't you have something else to say? Oh, right. Anyway, some of you have been guessing who Naruto's team was. Jin. Kill. Ignore him. Her, Jin. Anyway, no one has guessed it right. But, somewhere in this story, I have hidden a clue as to one member's identity. It can be anywhere, not just in this chapter. Naruto. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, we have the whole team here today. They are censored asterisk, and censored. Ha, nice try, Naruto, but no way in hell. Censored. Busts door down, ha. I'm in. Hello people, my name is. No. Pulls out gun. Bang. Ichigo. Dude, you just shot censored. Naruto. Censored. Speak to me, Jin. You know, people are gonna hate you for this joke, right? Yeah, but that's the fun of being evil. Also, one more thing. Important note. As some of you may have guessed, Naruto will be gaining new techniques for his Bankai. I won't be spoiling much if I tell you there will be 15. The 15th technique is already decided, but the other 4 are going to be up to you. Simply review with your idea for a technique and its name. I'll pick 10 and post a poll on my profile, and the top 4 will become the techniques. So, think up some cool ideas and post them. You never know, you might be a winner. Anyone can play, member or not, just review and have fun. So, remember, submit your idea, review, and look for that clue. Jin, wrap it up. Jin, will you turn me back into a man? Sure. Jin, bye-bye. They're now turn me back. Naruto, Ichigo, get her, him, Jin into the cage. Naruto and Ichigo. Right. Jin. What? No. Turn me back. I will kill you all. You hear me? DDDD auth HHH. Free criminal or caged hero. Hi everyone. We're back with the next chapter. Before we begin, I'd like to say one thing. G.I. Joe sucked. 60% of the film was circa G, and I could stand that. ECEPT for the fact that some things that would be simple to do, like an actual human snake eyes instead of an obvious digital one, were done with computers. Anyway, let's respond to some reviews. Kento Namikaze. Tenten isn't the blacksmith. You see, Tenten being a blacksmith or being related to a blacksmith has been used a lot, so I thought I'd make someone else the blacksmith. T3 Co. Yep. It's gonna be one hell of a rematch, then, huh. Jnodl. If you're looking for more Naruto, you will be very happy by the end of the story. Paimon. Ichigo will never become the main character, so don't worry. The training is something he's just gotta do, ya know. Rest assured that Naruto will be the one to save the day. Important note. There, try to ignore that sign. Anyway, as some of you may have guessed, Naruto will be gaining new techniques for his Bankai. I won't be spoiling much if I tell you there will be 15. The 15th technique is already decided, but the other 4 are going to be up to you. Simply review with your idea for a technique and its name. I'll pick 10 and post a poll on my profile, and the top 4 will become the techniques. So, think up some cool ideas and post them. You never know, you might be a winner. Anyone can play, member or not, just review and have fun. Well, now that is over, let the chapter begin. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach, big surprise, right? Talking, thinking, hollow thinking, spirit talking, spirit thinking, ellipsis, flashback, falling. I was falling for what seemed like hours, thou. It was only a few seconds into my descent onto the street below the building. I can remember the cries of my friends as they rushed to the fencing of the tall building we were standing on together just moments ago. Faintly, I could also hear the shocked gasps of people passing by, though I knew they were too shocked to do anything. What could they do? I can even remember the thoughts that were running through my head at the time. I was falling. I was about to die. I closed my eyes and waited, wonned it would hurt or be painless. I could feel my stomach twisting as a few tears leaked out of my eyes. I was going to die, and I knew it. It had to be one of the worst feelings I ever felt. When you know you're about to die, and there is nothing you can do about it. I briefly wondered what would have happened if I had just swallowed my pride and didn't take the dare that led me into my current situation, if I hadn't let all those words get to me. If I hadn't been a total idiot and decide to climb the railing to prove I wasn't afraid of heights. I could imagine the headline on the paper local. 8-year-old boy falls from building to his own death, Kurosaki family in turmoil. Looking back, I nearly laughed. I wasn't really afraid of heights, and now they killed me. I wasn't afraid of my killer, I couldn't recognize him, and it had cost me my life. I thought about all this in the short moments of my descent. Hey, kid, you can open your eyes now. My mind went blank as I realized something. I had stopped falling. Opening my eyes, I saw a stranger wearing sunglasses with bright, blonde hair. What? Am I really that strange? My mind was racing. I looked around to see everyone rushing towards me with concerned looks on their faces. Before I knew it, I was back on my wob. Lee 2 feet on the ground that was nearly my grave. Looking up, I saw the man who had just saved my life by literally catching me right out of the air, pushing through the crowd without another word to me. I lost track of him soon. But after the shock and fear had resided, my mind calmed, and my heartbeat steady, I immediately felt ashamed. The man who had just saved my life, who had given me my NCE to stand here and look back on this memory, had just walked away, and I couldn't even gather enough courage to say one word to him, let alone thank him. That was the first time I, Ichigo Kurosaki, met Naruto Uzumaki. End flashback. Ichigo didn't blink as he looked at the seemingly abandoned warehouse in front of him. So, it seems like you finally found our hiding spot. Ichigo looked to Shinji, who was leaning against the wall next to the door. Shinji grinned as he looked at the teen. The look on your face says you've been looking for us. Are you ready to become one of us? Ellipsis. Naruto. Call me Naruto-sensei. An exasperated sigh. Okay, Naruto-sensei. I understand that we're heading to District 80 in Rugonkai. Yeah, what about it? Renji's eye began to twitch, but, I don't you understand why I have to carry all 3 of our bags? Naruto and Gaara turned to look at Renji, who was struggling to lift 2 large, heavy bags along with his own regular-sized one. Don't complain, Gaara mumbled. You should be happy Naruto is taking another student. Happy? You said I'd begin my training out here, but you haven't taught me anything. Renji shouted. Really, Renji, haven't you ever seen Karate Kid? Naruto called. This is an exercise to build your strength. To get stronger, you'll carry heavy objects for miles and soon you'll be as strong as me. Renji's eyes widened. Are really? Now pumped. Renji lifted the bags with ease and ran far ahead of Naruto and Gaara. As soon as he was out of earshot, Gaara turned to Naruto. Is this really an exercise like in Karate Kid? Naruto snorted. Hell no. But I'm not carrying something that heavy all the way to District 80. Ellipsis. Urahara stared at Chad, who was currently bowing to him. You want me to what? Urahara asked. Please, make me your student. Chad spoke. Right. Urahara's sweat dropped. He was sure Naruto was behind this in some way, shape, or form. Ellipsis. Renji looked at the small pond of water they had stopped by. An oasis. And yet there wasn't a desert in sight, only the wasteland that was Rugonkai. Looking up at the sky, Renji decided it to be at least 8 p.m. Oi, Naruto-sensei, just who are we looking for, anyway? Renji called to the slacker who was resting by the water. We're looking for a living legend, the Ijirishi Takai, Naruto smirked. Renji blinked. The innocent death. What did this guy do to earn a name like that? It's not what he does, it's what he doesn't do. He can murder anyone he wants, and never get caught. Do you know why? Because, Gaara called as he walked to the water. He can kill a person, without even moving. Without moving. Renji shouted in shock. How is that even possible? It's his Zanpakuto. It's amazing. Naruto grinned. It has a power unlike anything I've ever seen. He was literally banned from releasing it when another Shinigami was within 5 feet of him. He was banned from releasing his Zanpakuto. Renji cried. What kind of power is so great that it can get banned? Naruto grinned. That's his secret. Anyway, we're burning daylight, let's move forward. Renji looked on as Gaara and Naruto walked ahead of him. Just how strong are these guys? Ellipsis. Bang. A hammer hit tempered steel. They're coming. I know I can feel them. Clang. Will you leave with them? Bang. It depends. If it is important enough, I might consider it. Clang. You haven't gotten rusty, have you, innocent death? A pause. You should know the answer to that. The hiss of evaporating water as it hit heated steel. It's done. And a fine blade it is. How many years has it been? How many years since my retirement? You still call it that? You ran. You quit being a Shinigami. No one retires. You know as well as I do that it is a pathetic cover-up attempt. No, they consider you dangerous, so they plan to keep you locked up. You ran. You make it sound like I'm a criminal. Do I? You do. However, I would rather be a free criminal than a caged hero. Ellipsis. Yumashika froze before bursting out into laughter. Before him stood Akaku, proud warrior, powerful third seat of the respected and feared 11th Division, the brave Shinigami who had dared to face Kenpachi, and he was currently wearing a pink shirt with hearts covering it. Akaku growled before head-butting his friend, "You're really annoying." "Akaku, what are you wearing?" Matsumoto asked before bursting with laughter. Shut up. It was a gift. It'd be rude not to accept it." Akaku roared, "And why are you even here?" Matsumoto grew a serious look. "We've uncovered Aizen's plan. Ellipsis. You need what?" Renji and Gaara cringed as they heard Kukaku's roar echo out the door and down the hall they were waiting in. "And now Kukaku-chan," Naruto stuttered, his hands waving in front of his face. Let's not do anything you'll regret. I just need to borrow some things. You actually have the nerve to come in here and ask another favor from me." Kukaku growled as she glared at Naruto. "All right, please, Kukaku, wait, did you just say yes?" Naruto looked at her in bewilderment. "Yes, you can borrow what you need," Kukaku said slowly, "come by to pick it up on your way home." Naruto grinned, "Great, but," Naruto sighed, seeing an evil gleam in Kukaku's eye, "I knew it. You owe me," Kukaku grinned, "and you're going to pay me back." "With what?" Kukaku shrugged. "When I need something, I call you." "Deal." Naruto nodded. "Deal. What do you need this stuff for, anyway?" Naruto grinned and adjusted his sunglasses. "Renovations." "What kind of renovations need this much metal?" Kukaku shouted. "Let me tell you a little secret, Kukaku-chan," Naruto said in a serious tone, "a war is coming. It will be quick, painful, and bloody. Aizen started it, I'm gonna finish it. I taught Byakuya to have 2 aces up his sleeve. This is my second ace. If I run into trouble that even my team and I can't handle, this is my last gamble." "Those plans you had me draw all those years ago," Kukaku mumbled, frowning, "you're using them, aren't you?" "Yeah, with that much power, you could completely obliterate Seraiti." Kukaku shouted, "If anyone is in the area, they'll be killed. Anyone who uses that damn thing will be caught in the carnage, too. Like I said before, it's my last gamble. The opponent I couldn't beat. I got my ass handed to me. If it comes down to it, I'll make sure they're dead the only way I know how." Naruto spoke before opening the door. "I'll be back to pick up the stuff on our way home." Kukaku stared at the space he had been. "Naruto, just don't die." Ellipsis. "So, this is the place, right?" Naruto asked as he looked at the town before him. "It looks completely deserted." "Yes, this is definitely Saigo Shushi," Gaara mumbled. "The last stop. What a fitting name. Just beyond here is an absolute wasteland that goes on forever," Renji muttered. "So, where do we look first?" "Well, the place with the smoke coming out of the chimney would be a good guess for a blacksmith," Naruto pointed out as he approached a hut and knocked on the door. "Come in, Naruto. I've been waiting for you." Naruto grinned. "Haven't changed a bit. Have you?" Ellipsis. Flashback. "You stand before us, the Central 46, to be tried, judged, and reprimanded. Do you understand the charges against you?" "No, I have done nothing. I am here for something that you think I might do in the future, simply because I possess the power to do it. I do not see why I am being held responsible for a crime that no one committed. Such is the fate of all Shinigami who retire. Your 2 witnesses have spoken their words in your defense. Is there anything you would like to add before judgment?" "Yes, I'd like to say that I thank Naruto and Gaara for defending me. I would also like to say that you avoided my question because you know you're in the wrong. Judgment has been decided. You, innocent death, are found guilty by the Central 46. And are to be confined by the 3rd Division for life. Your final words are ones I can't say in public." A sneer. "Haughty brat, aren't you?" Meeting adjourned. Ellipsis. "Are you up? What took so long, Naruto?" "Sorry, we had to sneak past the guards. Gaara is waiting outside with your Zanpakuto. Are you ready to leave?" "Yeah, good. Come on, we're getting you out of here." Ellipsis. "So, where are you heading to?" "I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'll look for those 2. If you find them, let us know." "I will, Gaara. Thank you both. Don't mention it. We already broke those 2 out of that dump. So breaking you out was no problem. Just take care of yourself out there, man. Don't go dying on us." "I'll be fine." "This is goodbye, then." "No, it's not. I don't like Saw. Ying goodbye to people I know I'll see again." Naruto. We'll meet again. I'm sure of it. Gaara. Thank you both of you. I'm happy we were able to meet here after death. If you ever need me, find me. Until then, I owe you both. You don't owe us anything. Now get out of here, the 3rd Division could show up any second. Ellipsis. All those years ago, Seraiti drove me out here. Now, when it's in trouble, we need to go and save it. Why? What happens to the Gote 13 is no concern of mine. Gaara, I'd advise you to quit and stay out here. They'll just turn on you in the end. The old Central 46 is dead, killed by Aizen, Gaara spoke. Quote ellipsis quote, you don't need to come with us. No one will hold it against you if you don't, Naruto said, but you should know, Aizen is using the Espada. Espada, there should only be 3 of them. Did they really rebuild their ranks so quickly? Aizen helped them. We're not sure how he does it, but he's found a way to make Arrancar, Gaara mumbled, he's built a stronger Espada. So, the Espada have chosen to come out of the darkness again, have they? Yes, Aizen is going after the Okan, he wants to be king. Naruto sighed, he's a real pain in the ass. Aizen wants to be king, huh? I won't let him. I've killed opponents far more intimidating than him and have faced bigger threats than him as well. If Aizen wants a fight, I'll give him one. Great. 1 down, 2 to go. Naruto grinned before turning to the door. Oi, Renji, you can come in now. He said yes, then. Renji asked as he entered the hut. Gaara nodded, he has. Who is this? This is Renji Abarai, my new apprentice. Naruto grinned. Renji bowed. I have heard of your strength, innocent death. You don't have to be so formal, Renji-san. Just yesterday, I decided I'd rather be a free criminal than a caged hero, but more so, I'd rather be a free hero than either. It is a pleasure to meet you, Renji-san. My name is ellipsis. Orochimaru growled as he stared at his non-existent arm. That bastard. How dare he do this to me? I swear I shall kill him where he stands the next time our paths cross. Oi, you got dinged up, snake. What do you want, Grimmjow? Orochimaru snapped, and, in case you have forgotten, you don't exactly have a hand to spare. Grimmjow sneered, this is nothing. I'll claw my way back to being the sexta if it kills me. If that bastard Jin thinks he can get away with cutting my arm off, he's in for it. But, it's shocking. Some Shinigami punk managed to lob your arm off without going full power, even though you're an Espada. What do you think, Mr. Sero? Orochimaru's revealed eye began to churn before the pupil became a 0. You think I'm weak, is that it? You seem to have forgotten that I was holding back as well. Speaking of which, what does your released state look like? I've never seen it, Grimmjow muttered. No one who has seen my resurrection has lived more than a minute. Yeah, the great and mysterious power, who gives a crap? Grimmjow snarled. I just want to tear Luffy in two. Luffy. Ah, the annoying pest that has replaced you, Orochimaru smirked. I tend to try to forget about him. So, that guy who did a number on your arm, how strong is he? I'm sure that, going full power, he is on the same level 1M. And that doesn't piss you off? Grimmjow smirked. It would have at one point, but it doesn't matter. I will kill him, there is no avoiding it. He got your ring. Aizen wasn't happy. Despite his smile, I'm sure he rarely is. Losing the ring was a small matter. We have more than enough materials to create a new one, and soon. We won't need them. That is, if those idiots can figure out how to make another Hogyoku. Until then, we will just have to continue to use the shards of the original, Orochimaru muttered. Still, those shards are going to be scarce soon, Grimmjow pointed out, and the Shinigami might figure out that the crystal in the ring is a shard. By the time they do, it will be too late. We would have the completed jewel, Orochimaru grinned viscously, and once we do, I will crush Uzumaki. Piece by piece. Ellipsis. Well, that's a wrap. Jin. Did G.I. Joe really suck that much? Yes. Jin. Can I come out of the cage yet? No. Naruto. Shouldn't we talk about the story or something? Right. This story has grown far more than I predicted. We currently have 605 faves, 700 alerts, and over 98,000 hits. Jin. But we only have 311 reviews. If that many people favorited the story, shouldn't there be more? Yes there should. Jin. Naruto. Cough, Ichigo. Hint, hint, heading out again. Hi folks. Yeah, I'm not so happy tonight. Summer vacation is over. I have another 200-something days of high school starting Tuesday. Sigh. Life's not fun. Anyway, before I am dragged back to the hellhole, I thought I would update my most popular story. Well, before we start, let's respond to some reviews. Dual X. I guess it wasn't too obvious, 'cause you got it wrong. It's not Neji. You readers really pay attention to detail, huh? I didn't even think of Neji when I came up with the title chapter. Observer 01. Don't worry, I have my plans for Oro. Animegami Master 6. Sorry, it's not Neji. I wasn't even thinking of him when I wrote the chapter. Nice attention to detail, though. Lexer. Sorry, but the ring won't really work for Naruto or any Shinigami. I'll explain why later. Kento Namikaze. Nope, it isn't Neji. But he really got over the fate thing after the fight with Naruto, so he really isn't stuck on it anymore. XXXX Fading DreamX. Finally. Do you know how long I have been waiting for someone to ask about those? Sunple are gonna be at least a little surprised when they find out they actually plays a role towards the end of the story. In short, I gave him the sunglasses for a reason. Important note. There, try to ignore that sign. Anyway, as some of you may have guessed, Naruto will be gaining new techniques for his Bankai. I won't be spoiling much if I tell you there will be 15. The 15th technique is already decided, but the other 4 are going to be up to you. Simply review with your idea for a technique and its name. I'll pick 10 and post a poll on my profile, and the top 4 will become the techniques. So, think up some cool ideas and post them. You never know, you might be a winner. Anyone can play, member or not, just review and have fun. This is your last chance to get your ideas in. The poll will be up with the next chapter. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach. Talking, thinking, hollow talking, hollow thinking, spirit talking, spirit thinking, ellipsis. Ichigo panted as he lay on the ground. Damn it. I've been at this all month and I still can hold it for more than a few seconds. Oi, Ichigo, get up. You're supposed to be training. Ichigo turned to Shinji. How long did it take him? You mean Naruto, right? Shinji sighed. 1 week. In 1 week he managed to learn to go full hollow without losing control. Full hollow. Ichigo mumbled. Shinji twitched. You're a real idiot, aren't you? Remember how you transformed while fighting with your inner hollow? Naruto can transform like that without losing control. What's his power? Don't know. No one has ever seen his full hollow form, I just know he can do it. Shinji spoke. Now get back to work. Ellipsis. Wait. Why are we leaving without him? Renji outed as he ran to catch up to Naruto and Gaara. Just moments ago, they had left Innocent Death exactly where they had found him and were heading south of the abandoned town, also leaving Renji, whose jaw was touching the floor when he saw them leave without their friend. Naruto didn't look back. He does things at his own pace. When we need him, he'll show up. He's never been late before. Gaara nodded. He'll find us when the time is right. For now, we don't have the time to wait. We need to find the other 2. But we don't even have any leads. Renji said as he ran in front of the duo. How are we supposed to find them? Naruto blinked. Well, one could be anywhere. He's kind of a drifter, but we don't need any leads to find the other one. He's always going to be in the same place, and you couldn't drag him away if you tried. What? Well, where the hell is he? Renji shouted in shock. All the way back in Yoruicchi. What? Impossible. Yoruicchi has guards patrolling the districts constantly. There is no way someone as powerful as one of your teammates could go undetected so close to the Gote 13. Renji cried. He's the type that can evade capture if he doesn't want to be found, Gaara responded. And he never wants to be found. Especially with his hobby. Quote, hobby? Renji asked. Just what is his hobby? Well, Naruto scratched the back of his head. Let's just get to Yoruicchi, fast. Ellipsis. Orochimaru smirked at the dead body before him. Oi, Aizen won't like you killing Arrancar to train. What do you want, Grimmjow? Orochimaru growled. Didn't you hear? There's gonna be another mission to that human dump. You in? Grimmjow grinned viciously. Number. He won't be there. Orochimaru spoke. I imagine he is gathering his forces now, slowly growing stronger. It's no use, that fool realizes it, as well. Even his little team can't take on an army of Arrancar. As for the fools in Seraiti, they are nothing to worry about, mere insects. Grimmjow smirked. You really want revenge, don't ya? More than anything else. Nothing else matters, and I will stop at nothing until he is dead. Ellipsis. Would you both shut the hell up? Hitsugaya roared, causing Yumashika and Matsumoto, who had been fighting, to freeze. I can't even have a quiet talk with my Zanpakuto. Akaku frowned as he looked to the sky. The clouds are fast. Did you say something, Madarame? No, nothing. Hitsugaya Taicho, Akaku called as he looked to the white-haired Shinigami. Just as he tore his eyes from the sky, however, a large portal opened. Ellipsis. You're watching his movements again. Yeah, you still feel guilty, don't you? Quote ellipsis quote. Don't be. You were just following orders. Don't be. I killed him. I damned him, and then I killed him. He's happy, isn't he? He deserved better. Quote. I doubt he thinks there is better than what he has now. He still doesn't remember that day. It's better he doesn't. Less of a reason for him to hate you. He does hate me, I know it, and I don't blame him. You made the right choice. Sometimes I wonder. Ellipsis. What the hell are we doing here? Renji mumbled as he stared at the large building before him. Trust me, there is no other place he'd be than in there, Naruto called. He is in there. There is no doubt, Gaara added. Renji shook his head as the duo entered the building before looking at the sign above him. Shinigami Health Land. What kinda great warrior would hang out here? Renji thought before he entered. Really, for those of you who have figured out who this guy is. I'm surprised no one guessed him in the reviews. Ellipsis. Ichigo growled as he stood before Grimmjow, a scowl across his face. Oi, I've been looking for ya, Shinigami, Grimmjow smirked. Let me out you what I've been learning this past month, Ichigo muttered before a hollow mask formed on his face. Ellipsis. Okay, how are we gonna pick this guy out of the crowd? Renji asked, his eyes scanning the waves of people. We don't need to see him to find him, Naruto said, adjusting his sunglasses. We just need to approach this situation with extreme sensitivity and tact. Gaara sighed and shook his head while Renji gave a questioning look. Naruto sucked in a deep breath and, hey, there's a perv peeking in the baths. Ah, where is he? There he is. Wait, it's just Ryao. Renji's sweat dropped. Oh, yeah, tact. Looking to the crowd, Renji could see a swarm of angry women attacking the peeper. After the crowd had left the beaten man behind, he got up and angrily turned to the trio. Oi, what's the big-eyed, Naruto? Gaara, what the hell are you doing here? And why the hell did you rat me out? Jiraiya yelled angrily. Oi, not our fault, Naruto called. It's the only way to find you, Ero Sennin. This guy is a member of your team. Renji's sweat dropped. He's just some old perv. Hey, it's all in the name of research. Jiraiya declared. Who the hell are you, Gaki? Ah, this is Renji. Naruto smiled. He is my new apprentice. He's also a little slow. I am not. See. Anyway, Aizen is on the move, but you know that already, don't you? Naruto spoke with a slight smirk. My sources may have informed me of it. Jiraiya smirked. I suppose you want me to risk my ass against the Espada again. Gaara nodded. We're getting everyone back together. This winter we're going to fight the Espada again. So, what do ya say? Naruto asked. You in? Are you kidding me? You guys wouldn't last a minute without me. Jiraiya grinned, hoisting a scroll on his shoulder. Of course I'm in. Ah, good. Naruto grinned. Just one more to go. So, your network have any idea where that drifter went off to? Him. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Last time I heard from him was years ago. He said he was going to Hueco Mundo. I tried to talk him out of it, but he went anyway. Hueco Mundo. Shit. Looks like we'll have to pick him up later, then, Naruto sighed. Renji, meanwhile, was twitching. Wait. Are you seriously telling me this old perv is as strong as you two? He is, Gaara mumbled, but he gets so distracted by women that he never even made it to lieutenant. Who needs some damn position to show off their strength? Jiraiya shouted. I can't believe this. He slapped his forehead before turning to Naruto, whose pants had begun to wring. Naruto grinned as he fished his cell phone out of his pocket. Hello. Yuru-chan. Good news, we got the emo and the perv. Huh, wait, what happened? The Espada. Got it. We're heading back now. Naruto frowned as he put his cell away. We're going home now. Guys, the Espada just attacked. Ellipsis. Rukia blinked. It wasn't everyday Naruto. Gaara, Renji, and some random white-haired old man jumped through a window into the Ichigo's room. And Naruto. What are you guys doing back? I thought you were supposed to be out in Rugonkai until winter, not just for 1 month. Rukia exclaimed. We came back early when we heard about the attack, Renji spoke. Looking to a bandaged Ichigo who was lying on his bed. Damn, they did a number on him. Who's this guy? Rukia asked, pointing to Jiraiya, who was looking at her chest. Jiraiya turned away and sighed. Man, why did I come back? There were so many good women who came to Health Land. Rukia glared. What were you looking at? Naruto sighed. So, other than a blow to Strawberry-chan's ego. What's the damage? Everyone who was injured is being patched up at Urahara's while we wait for Orihime, Rukia spoke. Where is she? Gaara questioned. We both went to train in Seraiti when the attack started and I went ahead of her. I tried to contact Seraiti, but I can't get a connection. No connection. She should have been back by now, too. Naruto frowned. I don't like this. Rukia turned to Renji. What did he teach you, anyway? Renji twitched and broke into a cold sweat. Absolutely nothing. Ellipsis. You're still up, huh? Naruto, who was sitting on the roof of the cafe, turned to see Jiraiya walking towards him. Nice night. Stars are out and everything. So, you and Yoruicchi. It's about time. Jiraiya laughed. You got a girlfriend. It just took ya a few hundred years. Hey, when's the last time a girl showed any interest in your wrinkly self, Ero Sennin? Naruto laughed. Jiraiya grinned. Are you ready? Naruto nodded. Yep, I'm leaving tomorrow. Gaara's already headed off to Rugonkai to fetch him. You coming? Nah, I'll stay behind to help those two catch up with you. Jiraiya grinned. Ya know, though, you're not getting any younger. What are you saying, Ero Sennin? Bah, I'm old. I could be saying a lot of things. Jiraiya grinned. What do you think I'm saying? That I should confront my greatest fear. That's my boy. Jiraiya laughed. Of course it's your greatest fear. Hey, I'm sure you must be terrified of it. Naruto grinned. Well, I gotta finish something up. See ya soon, Ero Sennin. Yoruichi yawned as she walked down the stairs in the Sly Fox and into the cafe to find Naruto looking out the window. It had only been 2 days since his return and the disappearance of Orihime. Naruto, how long have you been up? Yoruichi called as she walked over to him. All night, Naruto replied. I finished up the renovations. He's going after her, isn't he? Yeah, there's no doubt Strawberry-chan's going after Orihime-chan. You're going with him, aren't you? Yeah, Yoruichi sighed. I saw that coming. I might not be back for a while. Naruto spoke. I might even die. What are you planning? Yoruichi questioned, shooting the slacker a suspicious look. What makes you think I'm planning something? Naruto grinned, chuckling. Because I know you. Yoruichi smiled. You've been trouble ever since the day we met. And to think you rejected me. Naruto grinned. Some guy the first didn't even know randomly asked me out in front of the entire class. Did you really think I would say yes? Yoruichi giggled at the memory. Flashback. Yoruichi sighed as she sat next to Urahara. It was her first year at the academy, and it already bored the hell out of her. Everyone, with the exception of Urahara, treated her like she was royalty, which she technically was, but it was boring and annoying to be praised 24/7. The more interesting people in the entire room consisted Urahara, Yukitake, and Shunsui. But the only one she really shared any secrets with was her friend Unohana. Class, we have a new student today. The teacher called from the head of the class. He is transferring from a lower class. Yoruichi sighed again. She had nearly forgotten this was the highest class in the academy, which still didn't relieve the boredom. The academy worked something like this. You would be Evaluated when you entered with a written exam and placed into a class based on your score. Depending on which class you were placed in, you'd work on more difficult things at faster paces. The exam wasn't hard, either. It was nearly impossible not to pass. The only way to fail was to get 0. No one had ever failed it. Of course, this class was the hardest, usually reserved for those from Crest. Aegis clans are the exceptionally skilled or talented. This school was nearly impossible not to get into. No one had ever scored 0 on the entrance exam, and a lot of idiots have walked these walls. In fact, there was a rumor going around that a student had scored so low, they invented a new class just for him. They stuck him and a new teacher together and just hoped for the best. Of course, it was only a rumor. You can come in now. Quote, the class turned to the door and waited for the student. I said you could come in. Nothing. Uzumaki-san. Ah, sensei, do you hear something? Yukitake called as he looked to the door. Everyone in the room listened carefully and Z's. The class sweat dropped. Urahara chuckled. Sensei, I think the new student is asleep at the door. The teacher sighed and opened the door, causing the sleeping figure that had been leaning on it to fall into the classroom. Yoruicchi looked on in interest, seeing only the blonde hair of the figure who was currently kissing the floor. Wake up, Uzumaki-san, the teacher sighed. Quote. Wake up, Z's. Damn it, wake the hell up, Z's. The class burst out laughing as the teacher had finally given up and began to kick the boy awake. Huh, where am I? Okay, I'm up. The boy sighed. Geez, Kyan was a better sensei than you, that's for sure. Just introduce yourself. Right. The boy grinned, turning to the class. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am transferring from Kyan Baka's class. Kyan, Hana frowned. Isn't he the new sensei that started this year? The class's eyes widened and turned to the blonde. Oi, Naruto, what was your entrance exam score? A student shouted. Oh, you mean that test they gave me? Naruto grinned. 0.001%. Yoruichi's sweat dropped at the blue-eyed boy. The rumors were true. Someone actually managed to score below 1%. So do you have anything else to say, Uzumaki-san? The teacher asked. Naruto suddenly turned to Yoruicchi, who blinked. Why is he looking at me like that? Probably just like everyone else and is shocked to see a member of the Shihuin clan. Who are you? Yoruichi blinked. I am Shihuin Yoruicchi. The class snickered. What kind of idiot was this guy? Who didn't know about the Shihuin prodigy? I see. Naruto mumbled before walking up to her and bowing. Please go out with me. The class began to snicker at the blushing Yoruichi. Even some cat calls and oohs were heard. What? A blushing Yoruichi shouted in shock. Please go out on a date with me. Naruto repeated. Yoruichi, whose mind was Rais, ing from embarrassment and the class's stares and laughs, did the first thing that came to mind. Be baka, Yoruichi shouted, punching Naruto, and no. Naruto lay on the floor for a moment before hopping back on his feet. I won't give up. One day, I'll prove you love me. Be baka. I already said no. End flashback. And I did prove you loved me. Naruto grinned. Yoruichi shook her head. You're still a baka. Like I said, I could be gone for a while. So, Naruto grinned. So, what? Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. What are you planning? So, when I get back I've DECD. Yoruichi sighed. That's nice and all. But what have you decided on? I've decided to ask you to marry me. Naruto smiled, before looking at a clock on the wall. Well, Strawberry-chan should be heading to Urahara's now. See ya when I get back, Uru-chan. With that said, Naruto stood and ran out the door towards Urahara's shop, leaving a gaping Yoruichi behind. Naruto. Get back here you baka. Yoruichi shouted out the door. You'd better come back in one piece, you hear me? I'm holding you to that. Naruto turned and smiled. Relax, Uru-chan. Everything's gonna be great you'll see. Yoruichi sighed, smiling, while shaking her head at her boy FR fiancé. He's still the laid-back slacker I met that day. Ellipsis. Naruto climbed down the ladder just in time to see Ichigo block a blow from Chad. Don't carry such a heavy burden yourself, Chad mumbled. Trust us. That's what friends are for. He's right Strawberry-chan. Urahara, Ichigo, Ishida, and Chad turned to Naruto. You're late, Naruto, Urahara smirked, nothing new, really. But what held you up? Naruto grinned, I'm getting married guys. Why you're getting married? Ichigo and Ishida shouted in shock. Congratulations, Chad mumbled. Urahara threw back his head and laughed. Never thought I'd see that day. Anyway, you three listen up. Naruto knows how to get to Hueco Mundo, but you don't. While Urahara explained the concept to the three rescuers, Naruto was still grinning. I'm getting married. Naruto grinned, before realization struck. I'm getting married. Naruto suddenly turned pale and began to wobble. Urahara noticed this. Oi, you okay, Naruto? I think I need to sit down for a bit. Ichigo looked confused. What's up with him? Urahara smiled a knowing smile. That, Ichigo, is the face of a man who just F.A. CED a slacker's greatest fear commitment. Anyway, ellipsis. Meanwhile, Jiraiya smiled. I hope you choose to follow my advice, Naruto. Jiraiya suddenly began to laugh evilly, because it's payback for revealing me at Health Land. Ellipsis. Ichigo turned to Naruto as Urahara finished his explanation. Oi, Naruto, I was wondering if you could show me your full hollow form. Naruto turned to Ichigo. Why, Strawberry-chan, I want to see how strong it is. Naruto sighed. Okay, but just this once. Ellipsis. Ichigo, Ishida, and Chad gaped at the destruction before them. Nearly all of the mountains in the area had been leveled. All that, from one attack, Ishida sputtered, amazed. Oi, I had to make those, Naruto. Urahara complained, now I have to make them again. Sorry about that, Urahara. Naruto apologized, scratching the back of his head, guess I went a little overboard. Sighing, Urahara opened the portal, now get in there. Urahara smiled as he watched them jump in before closing the portal. Alright, you can come out now. Quote, Tatsuki, Mizuhiro, and Keigo popped out behind a rock. When did you catch on? As soon as you entered, Urahara replied, as usual, Ichigo's a real fool. He thinks that just by acting coldly towards you, he can cut all his ties with you. If friendship was that easy to break, Naruto would hate Yoruicchi and I with a passion. In any case, I gotta get back to work. Ellipsis. Orochimaru smirked as he flexed his new arm, looking to Grimmjow who was grinning over regaining his position as the Sexta Espada. Turning to Orihime, Orochimaru grinned, we thank you, child. You have just guaranteed the deaths of your friends. Ellipsis. And that is a wrap. Jin, it's been days, can I come out of the cage yet? No, Jiraiya. I can't believe you shot me, Naruto, I can't believe I'm getting married. I can't believe I go back to school Tuesday. Jin, I can't believe that I am still stuck in this mother. Censored asterisk cage. Ichigo. Believe it. Ellipsis. Ichigo. Sorry, just thought I'd make the reference. Anyway, I am really surprised no one guessed Jiraiya would be in the team. I even gave them that clue I mentioned back a few chapters in the closure. Jiraiya. Yep, and here is the clue. If you look back to chapter 1, there is a sentence that says Naruto pulled out a familiar orange book. Now, some of you might have thought, where would he get Ika Paradise, and the answer is I would appear later in the story. Yep, so, Jin, sigh right, bye. The pillars that pierce the sky. Hello folks, I am back with another new chapter. Since I'm sure half of you are angrily trying to find my location to kill me for not updating in close to a month, I'll just get on with the chapter. Zerania. Nope, it isn't Minato. That little scene I threw in there actually has absolutely nothing to do with the Aizen arc and will actually only come into play during the last arc of this story. Also, while Naruto's sunglasses do serve a purpose that will come into play a role later, they don't hide the Kyuubi eyes or the Sage Mode eyes. XXXX Fading Dream X. Don't worry about the Academy Omake, it will be in the story but not as an Omake. Do you remember the Turn Back the Pendulum arc in Bleach? Well, I'm going to use that to explain Naruto's life in the Academy up until he leaves to the human world to open up the Sly Fox. I would respond to more reviews, but most of them ask the same questions over again. So I thought it would just be easier to answer them all at once, so To everyone. Okay, now, dealing with the team, judging from some reviews I got, I'd like to restate that there are not 10 members anymore, 5 of them died and 5 of them are alive, so anyone who wanted to know who the other 5 were will have to read this chapter. Next, one more member ND all 5 dead members will be revealed this chapter, so look forward to that. Now, dealing with Naruto's full hollow form. No, it's not gonna be the fox. And finally, this is one I'm a little confused on for some reason. People seem to think that they were 9 team members. I said there were 10, not 9. Okay, that being said, let's get this show on the road. Disclaimer. Psst, hey, you. Yeah, you. Wanna know a secret? I don't own Naruto or Bleach. Shocking. Huh, talking. Thinking. Hollow talking. Aaroncar talk and think normally, hollow thinking. Ellipsis. Flashback. Fireworks went off in the air courtesy of Kukaku. People ran throughout the streets cheering and laughing under the night's stars. Why wouldn't they be happy? One of the greatest threats Yoruicchi had ever faced had been crushed, stopped in its tracks by their heroes. Just this morning, the report had been told the Espada were finished. Almost immediately the heavy air of fear and dread had been lifted from the Ray and cheers and grins could be witnessed all around. It was no surprise to find a festival occurring that night, and it made him sick. Instead of living it up that night in celebration of his success, Naruto found he couldn't. Their mission was, by far, no success. People should have been mourning, not celebrating the deaths of 5 Shinigami who had died saving them. That is why we find Naruto in his current location. A small tavern in the lesser traveled areas of Yoruicchi, sharing a drink with the memories of his friends at an empty table in silence. It didn't shock him much when 4 ers entered the tavern and pulled up their own seats at the table, ordered their drinks and looked to the table, no emotions shining in their eyes whatsoever. So, we won, huh? Doesn't feel like much of a victory, does it? Jiraiya mumbled. At least it wasn't in vain. They didn't die for nothing. Gaara muttered. No, they died because the Gote 13 wasn't going to risk sending all the Taichos out. That's why they died, Naruto shouted, growling slightly as the music of the festival began to leak into the room. We could have refused the mission. All of us know that's total crap. We were going in there whether we wanted to or not. Naruto slammed his hand down on the table. Now look at them. They don't even recognize the fact that half of us are dead. They're too busy celebrating an empty victory. While our friends' their deaths aren't going forgotten, are they? At least not while we are here. Naruto, Gaara, and Jiraiya looked to the 2 figures who had been silent up to this point. One sighed. We made that promise, right? Before we went in there. Naruto's frown deepened. No matter what, let's all get back to Yoruicchi in one piece, and have an other drink together at this tavern. It seems like it's empty in here, now. We made that promise together. Then let's keep it, Jiraiya mumbled, raising his glass, to our friends. The others said their glasses as well before swallowing their drinks. Excuse me, sirs. The group looked up to see an unseated Shinigami from the 1st Division standing there. The Central 46 have requested our presence, the Shinigami mumbled before running off. Naruto sighed and put down his drink. Great. Ellipsis. To begin, a member called to the group that stood before him. We would like to thank you for your services in stopping the Espada. Why are we here? Naruto muttered. You'd better not have called us here just to say that. Another member glared at Naruto. Hold your tongue, she snapped. You may have stopped the Espada, but you are still only a lieutenant, boy. Gaara sighed and stepped forward. We were in the middle of something important when we were called here. Please tell us what you have to say so that we may go. You were called here to say, a member called, that, from this day forward, your group is disbanded. You will not be allowed to go on missions together. And you will be closely monitored when you are together. Also, some of you will be transferred from the 10th Division. What? Naruto shouted. We save your asses and this is how you repay us. Gaara out a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Calm down, Naruto. Yelling won't make this easier. Central 46, half of our friends just died. Protecting you, and you say we cannot even go out on a simple mission together. Why? Think about it, child. A member grimaced. A group of Shinigami, as strong as Taichos that have defeated enemies as strong as Taichos as well, coupled with the fact that you Avenue the people's support with your recent success, that's quite a lot of power you control. Jiraiya scowled. So you're disbanding us because you're afraid we might become arrogant and power-mad. That's pretty hypocritical of you. I will overlook that insult, the man sneered. We cannot allow a power rivaling that of the Gote 13. Our decision is final, do not waste our time further. You may go. No, that's total shit, Naruto shouted as he stepped forward. You can't do that. We risked our lives to fight for Seraiti, half of us died, damn it. Doesn't that mean anything to you? We are grateful to you for your exploits and we are sorry for your loss, the member spoke, but we cannot allow a threat to Seraiti to simply walk freely. Naruto growled, so you can't allow a threat to the Central 46's power. Is that it? Naruto didn't wait to hear another word as he turned and stormed out of the room angrily before he was soon followed by his friends. That one, isn't he the one from the Konoha incident? Yes, I believe he is. He has come farther than I imagined. Ellipsis. Naruto, where are you going? Jiraiya shouted as he ran to catch up to Naruto. I can't just stand by and let them do this to us. Naruto replied, I'm going to see Gigi. There has to be something against this. It won't do any good, Naruto. The Saotaicho won't be able to do anything about it Ot when the entire Central 46 are against us, Gaara called. So what are we supposed to do? Naruto shouted, just sit back and let them do this. That's all we can do. Gaara shouted, the Central 46 outrank us. They have more control than us, and they have authority over the entire Gote 13. They've beaten us. They've beaten us, huh? Naruto mumbled, you're right. They've beaten us, for now, but I'm not going to let it stay that way. We'll think of something eventually, Jiraiya mumbled, for now, let's get some sleep, it's late. End flashback. Naruto smiled a sad smile as he looked at the miles upon miles of white sand. It had been a long time since he had been here, and the results were less than savoring. The Espada, the deaths of his friends, the Central 46's disbanding of his team, all of these memories came rushing back to him as the nostalgia began to take over. Naruto, you okay? Naruto broke from his trance and turned to grin at Chad. Why wouldn't I be, big guy? I'm fine. Chad shot Naruto a doubtful look but let his slide, knowing he wouldn't get anywhere with Naruto, and opted to turn to Ishida and Ichigo, who had broken out into another argument. They had just spent time running through corridors deep under the sand of Hueco Mundo, before running into two Arrancar which were quickly and easily dealt with by Chad and Ishida. Naruto, ignoring Ichigo and Ishida, turned to the west of the desert. Oi, guys, I'm going to take a little detour. Naruto called over his shoulder as he started off. What? Ichigo shouted, where are you going? We have a job to do. I'll be back before we rescue Orihime, Naruto replied, just keep heading for the poorly hidden giant palace, you can't miss it. Ellipsis. For a second there, I was worried that I didn't find my way back here. Guess I was wrong, Naruto thought as he came upon a small circle of swords that were planted in the ground. Naruto looked over the 5 swords, which should have been rusty and worn away, but seemed to be well taken care of. Naruto sighed. So, this is where you came when you left Seraiti, Shikamaru. Shikamaru sighed as he shunpoed into view next to Naruto. What are you doing here, Naruto? If you're here to take me back, I won't go. I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, but the Espada are back and under Aizen's control. I've gotten everyone from the old team back together to fight them. I just need you, Naruto spoke. You've been keeping good care of their swords. These 5 swords, which act as a monument to our fallen allies, the pillars that ONCE stood with us and pierced the sky. But, don't change the subject, Naruto. Another fight with the Espada is too troublesome for me, count me out, Shikamaru declared. Take your time, pay your respects, but don't expect me to put my neck on the line like that again. Seraiti can go ahead and die for all I care, I don't owe them anything. If you want my advice, I'd be convincing Gaara to leave, too. So we just sit back and let Aizen play God, Naruto called out. Shikamaru didn't answer, he was gone. Naruto sighed as he watched Shikamaru walk off before turning to the swords. Zabuza's Kashira Karyudo, Headhunter. Haku's Nodoka Fuyu, Quiet Winter, Kiba's Akamaru. Temari's Sabaku Shippu, Desert Hurricane. Choji's Ko-Hon Jayanto, Big Bone Giant. Guys, I miss you all, and I won't let Aizen wreck what you gave your lives for. Ellipsis. Aizen smirked as he looked across the table at his espada. He was, of course, in their meeting chamber, near the center of Las Noches. In the darkness of the room, he could just make out Orochimaru, who opted to sit across from him. Good morning, my espada, Aizen smirked. We have been attacked by the enemy. But before we begin, I suppose we should warm up some tea. Jin produced a small pot from behind his back and quickly poured the tea into the cups that lay on the table. Now drink and listen to me, Aizen commanded. Jin, the reflection. In smiled as he pulled a lever on the table's side and a hole opened up in the center of it. From the hole, a beam of light shot out that depicted Ichigo, Chad, Ishida, and Naruto. Our intruders are called Ichigo Kurosaki, Sado, Chad, Yasutora, Ishida are you, and Naruto Uzumaki, Aizen finished, smirking at Orochimaru, who scowled at the sight of Naruto. Those are the enemies. Araniero spoke. What the hell? Baragan muttered. When you said enemies, I thought you meant something threatening. Those are irked, they do not look very interesting. Naruto, isn't that the person you keep raving on about? Orochimaru. Stark spoke up, causing the espada to look towards Orochimaru. He is the one who killed me in life. Orochimaru spat. If any of you attack him, I will be running from, not him. Killing him will be my pleasure, and mine alone. Ha, that pipsqueak killed you. Yami laughed. You've gotta be kidding me. Don't talk so big, imbecile. Orochimaru roared. Maybe you forgot. But I am the one who was the Sero Espada now. Yami stopped laughing and glared at Orochimaru. Just you wait, you annoying snake. I will take my old place back and crush your head in right afterwards. Enough, Aizen called. Orochimaru is right, do not underestimate Uzumaki. This will not be the first time he went up against Espada. You shouldn't underestimate any of them, for that matter. All 5 of them went up against the Seraiti and the Gote 13. Naruto has fought and defeated the leader of the Gote 13 by himself, even. 5. So who is the other one? Zamari asked. Inoue Orihime, Ulquiorra replied. So they came to rescue their friend. How sweet, even though most of them look so weak. Neutra laughed. Did you not hear? Aizen-sama's words clearly state that they are not to be taken lightly. Harabel spoke. For hell's sake, I didn't mean it like that, Neutra snapped. What's your problem, anyway? Scared of those kids? Grimmjow suddenly stood and made for the door. Where are you going? Grimmjow. Aizen-sama has not allowed you to leave yet, Jin smiled. I am going to kill the intruders. It is for Aizen-sama that I am leaving in the first place. Grimmjow argued. Grimmjow. I appreciate the notion, Aizen called. Sit back down. I have more to say. But, Aizen-sama. Grimmjow began to breathe heavily as he fell to one knee at the pressure Aizen exerted. Sit down. Grimmjow nodded and returned to his seat. Good. Now, we have 4 enemies intruding our sanctuary at this moment, Aizen spoke calmly. No matter what happens to us, as long as you walk by my side. Enemies of ours will not exist. Ellipsis. Naruto sighed at the scene before him and shook his head. He had been gone maybe 15, 30 minutes tops, and what does he come back to see? Ichigo, Ishida, Chad, and 3 Arrancar and a giant hollow worm all being sucked down into a whirlpool of sand controlled by a giant hollow made of sand. What the hell, Strawberry-chan? Naruto shouted as he unsheathed Ryujin. I leave for a few minutes and this is what I find. Ryujin, turn that annoying sandman to glass. Lightning struck down upon the sand giant, allowing nature to take its course and turn it to glass. As the group slowly climbed out of the sandpit they were in, Naruto turned to a tall dune that stood just a few feet away from them. And you two come out here, too. Rukia and Renji emerged over the dune and quickly, before saying anything, punched Ichigo. What the hell? Ichigo shouted as he held his face in pain. Baka, Rukia shouted, why did you leave us behind? Didn't you think we would come back? Don't you think we'd come back to save our friend? Don't you trust us? Aren't we friends? That's right, Ichigo muttered after a moment. Good, I don't want to have to explain that again. Rukia declared, don't just sit there. We have to save Orihime. Ellipsis. Okay, so you're Nell? Naruto asked, pointing to the small girl, and those two idiots are Peshi and Dondochaka. Thuddeth right, Nell, lisp and all, chimed, and this is Bawa Bawa. Bawa Bawa, who they were currently riding on, howled in happiness. I see. Naruto turned to Ichigo, you know, Strawberry-chan. You can't just go picking up weird kids you see. I didn't kidnap them. Ichigo shouted before turning to Rukia, where'd you guys get the cloaks? Rukia blushed slightly. W got them to protect us from the sandy winds, from Onisama. Ichigo, Ishida, and Chad turned to look at Rukia in shock, BB Byakuya. Naruto laughed, don't be so surprised. Before I left Seraiti, I actually got Byakuya to warm up. He was always training with everything he got, chasing Yuru-chan when she stole his hair tie, and he would even laugh and smile. The Kuchiki clan even told I.M. to stay away from me because they thought I was a bad influence. Oni-sama laughed. Rukia shouted in shock. Naruto's sweat dropped. Byakuya must have gotten way worse after I left if that surprised you. Oi, Naruto, where did you run off to anyway? Ishida called out. Oh, just to visit some old friends. Naruto replied, ignoring the looks of confusion that were shot at him. Ellipsis. Good. I see you all came. The Priver Espada stared at Aizen, who smirked back at them. Moments ago, Aizen had summoned them to his chambers. Inside the dark room, he waited for them, sitting on his throne and looking at them with his eyes, which were filled with a false warmth. Now, I'm sure you all remember the fight that took place many years ago, Aizen spoke, when the Shinigami came and murdered 7 of your comrades. Dordoni growled slightly. How could he forget? I called you here to inform you that a member of the Espada execution team is here in Hueco Mundo now, and he will soon be within the walls of Las Noches. Aizen smirked. Dordoni, I'm sure you, especially, remember Naruto Uzumaki. Dordoni, Yoruicchi, and Gatenban all glared and clenched their fists at the mention of the slacker's name. Kill him. Ellipsis. Naruto looked around the room before him. After they had blasted through the walls of Las Noches, the group quickly found themselves in a room with 6 different doors. An intersection. Damn it, Ishida muttered, glaring at the door in front of him. They're just trying to split us up. There are 6 paths. Each path has an enormous amount of pressure coming from it, Chad mumbled. We have no choice, we'll each have to pick a path and follow it, Rukia spoke. What, are you crazy? Ichigo shouted, we're going up against Espada. The smartest choice is to stick together. Do you think they fight us one-on-one? If we split up, then. Enough already. Renji interrupted. Worrying about a warrior on the battlefield is an insult. Moving together. That isn't like you, Ichigo. Rukia muttered before glaring Ichigo in the eye. I didn't come here to be protected by you. I get it. The 6 of us will split up, Ichigo mumbled. Renji sighed. Before we go, let's do something for good luck. Good luck. Ichigo looked over to Renji in confusion. It's a chant the Gote 13 used to motivate troops in times of crisis. Everyone put your hands in, Renji said. We who are about to go into the battlefield, believe our blades will not shatter, our spirits not be cut. Even if our steps separate, our iron wills remain solid. Promise, even if the ground may split, we will come back alive. The group broke away and ran down the halls, never looking back once. Ellipsis. Naruto smiled sadly to himself as he ran down the path he chose. How ironic. I remember hearing that same chant before my team left for Hueco Mundo. Be careful, guys, I don't want to have to build a monument for you, too. Ellipsis. Renji-san, did you hear something? Renji growled. For the last time, no Dondochaka. If you're just going to get scared, go back and wait outside with Bawa Bawa. But I really did hear something. Dondochaka whined. Renji, quiet. Renji snapped. Do you feel that pressure? Dondochaka froze for a moment. I do. Something big is coming here. Renji and Dondochaka looked into the darkness of the hallway, seeing nothing. What do we have here? Renji and Dondochaka spun around to see Orochimaru glaring at them. I was hoping Uzumaki would have picked this path, but it seems I got you fools instead, Orochimaru sighed, still, Killy. You should bring some mild entertainment. Do try to last a little while against me, it's no fun if the prey dies too quickly. Ellipsis. And that's all for now, folks. The poll will actually be posted NNE. Ed sometime to look over the ideas you came up with. Sorry this chapter took so long, I was busy with my other 2 new stories, The Road I Carve and Stepping Out of the Shadows. Check them out if you have the chance. Jin. Wow, nice advertisement. Oh yeah, what do you advertise? Jin. Isn't it obvious from my smile? Mentos. Jin. Of course, Mentos, the freshmaker. Well, it makes more sense than what Kenpachi advertises. Jin. What does he advertise? Google Kenpachi fried chicken, and you'll know. Jin. Okay. Types and looks at screen that is terrifying, hilarious, and mildly disturbing at the same time. Yep, Jin. I'm going to go to therapy now, bye-bye. Turn Back the Pendulum Part 1. Hello folks, I am back with a new computer, so I guess that means I have to return to my meager career as a fan FIC author. Life sucks, doesn't it? Anyway, let's begin. So, to respond to some reviews, well, actually, the reviews didn't really ask a lot of questions, so I don't have a lot to respond to, but here we go. Toa Naruto. Don't worry. Everything will be explained in the flashback arc that's starting this chapter. What happens with Kiba and Akamaru will be explained there. Dragon and Sword Ma, stir. I have my reasons for stopping it there that will be revealed later. Plus, I just hate that kind of thing, you know. When people bring in every single person that ever existed in a universe into the other universe and have 500 different plot lines. There are some crossovers where that would work, but not in a Bleach one. FF Lover HP 1. Everything in Naruto's past will be explained as we get deeper into the flashback arc. Well, let's begin. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Bleach. Naruto charged down the corridor he chose, not looking back once. He could see a light just ahead of him, an opening to a large room. He could feel the Reiatsu pouring out from it and, entering the room, he found himself surrounded by a large number of Erincar, who pounced on him the second he stepped into the room. Quickly unsheathing Ryujin, Naruto dodged a slash from one of the Erincar and delivered his own, jumping over 2 more and stabbing them in the back. Why? Seeing their comrades defeated so easily, the other Erincar hesitated before stealing their nerves and charging forward. Jumping into the air, he launched one lightning bolt down, frying 5 Erincar. Even if it was just me, back then, Naruto landed in the center of the room just as even more Erincar ran into it, surrounding him from all sides. Naruto glared at the ones he could, and spiked his Reiatsu to threaten the ones behind him. They took a step back hesitantly before charging forward. Back then, I thought we were friends. Why did you start all this, Aizen? Naruto thought as he ran forward to meet the oncoming wave. Chapter 16. Turn Back the Pendulum, Part 1. Man, that was some dream. Was that what I acted like when I was alive? Naruto mumbled to himself as he walked out of the room he was given. His dream had been what he assumed had been a memory from his childhood. He was really, well, energetic. Well, seeing as I'm dead, that didn't work out well, did it? Naruto questioned himself. In his dream, he seemed 13. Maybe a year younger or older, but still not too much younger than how he appeared, which was 17 or 16. Naruto smiled lazily to himself. Well, I should probably try changing that this time around, huh? If charging head first into things is what got me killed, it'd probably be a bit smarter to just, I don't know, lay back. You know, talking to oneself is the first sign of an insane person. Naruto practically hit his head on the ceiling as he jumped, turning to find the old man that had brought him here. What was his name again? Yamamoto. Don't sneak up on me like that, Gigi. Naruto sighed. So, what do you need? Yamamoto ignored the poke at his age and coughed. I am here to take you to the academy. You will be taking your entrance exam today. Naruto nodded. So, anyway, we can get this done quickly. If you studied the scrolls one lent you last night, then it should be easy. You will be given an hour to take your test, which should be more than enough time, and based on your score, you will be sorted into the proper class, Yamamoto responded. Hey, Can't we just cut through a lot of red tape and just place me into a class now? Naruto questioned, but quickly discarded the idea at Yamamoto's glare. Don't disregard regulations, boy, Yamamoto spoke as he and Naruto began to approach the academy. Enter this building and the Shinigami inside will lead you to the testing room. Good luck. Naruto watched as the man disappeared with a shunpo and shivered. I could end up like him. Damn, I really need to start relaxing more often. In hindsight, it probably would have been better to actually have looked at one of those scrolls, Naruto mumbled to himself as he looked at the papers in front of him. Looking around, he couldn't help but snort at the simply amazing look of the room, nothing but white walls and a desk for him to work at. Shrugging, he signed his name at the top. Abruptly, he brought his hand up to his mouth to cover a yawn. It probably would have been better to get some more sleep, too. Resting his head on the desk, Naruto closed his eyes. I'll just rest a bit. Where am I? Naruto looked around. He had no idea where he was. He stood on top of many dark storm clouds, and was surrounded by them as well. The occasional bolt of lightning would bounce between clouds or claps of thunder could be heard. Other than that, in the seemingly endless drifting of the clouds, nothing happened. Welcome. It is about time you have come here, boy. Suddenly, the clouds parted with a large bolt of lightning. And there in the cloudy sky sat a long dragon. Long navy blue scales ran down his back with 2 rows of orange scales jutting out from it. His stomach was white, but the look of it made it seem more like armor than skin. 2 long, blue whiskers flowed from his face along with spikes of orange, and lightning poured from his eyes. Whoa, who and what are you? Naruto shouted in surprise. My name is and I am your Zanpakuto spirit. The dragon answered calmly. Naruto blinked. What's your name? I couldn't hear you. It would seem you are not yet ready to learn my name. Come back when you can. Hey, wait, Naruto shouted, running to the dragon, who began to ascend back into the heavens. Ruto-san, Naruto-san, wake up. Wazot, Naruto muttered sleepily as he rubbed his eyes, ending them to find one of the Shinigami that lead him here. The timing period for the test is up. Please hand in your test. The Shinigami held out her hand, waiting for the papers. What? Naruto shouted. But, I didn't finish. Didn't finish. The Shinigami laughed. Don't worry, Naruto-san. No one has ever failed this test. I'm sure you did fine. The Shinigami snatched the papers from the desk before Naruto could say any more. Naruto could only stare as she left the room. Well, crap, Naruto cursed. Yamamoto smiled lightly to himself as he peacefully stroked another line of ink onto the paper before him. Calligraphy was one of the very few relaxation activities he had time for nowadays, and, with everything running so smoothly, he could stop and take a breather far more often than he once could. Why, Yamamoto Saotaicho, I think you should take a look at this. A Shinigami ran into his office, holding papers in her hands. Yamamoto sighed. What is it? The test results from Naruto-san's test came back and... Oh, I see. Yamamoto stroked his beard. How high did he score? But that's just the problem, Yamamoto Saotaicho. The Shinigami cried. He has the lowest score in the history of the academy. Yamamoto's eyes snapped open. What? He didn't answer a single question. The only thing he did was sign his name at the top. The Shinigami laid the papers before Yamamoto, who quickly grabbed them and looked them over. It was true, the only marks on the paper read, Uzumaki Naruto. Watuteicho. I mean, we need every Shinigami we can get to face the hollows, but, can we let this one pass? The Shinigami asked. I do have an idea of what to do with this one, Yamamoto sighed. We should have a new sensei arriving at the academy soon, Kai and Shiba. This will be a good test of both their abilities. We will create a new class with Naruto as the only student and Kaian as the sensei. If Kaian cannot help Naruto improve and if Naruto does not improve, they will both be dropped from the program. But how should we test Naruto-san, Yamamoto Saotaicho? The Shinigami questioned. I have an idea, Yamamoto replied. Arrange for the class to be formed. Give Naruto the lowest grade possible and make sure neither of them find out about this arrangement. Hi, Yamamoto Saotaicho. The Shinigami bowed before running out the door. Yamamoto sighed. Uzumaki Yuto. How much more stress are you going to cause me? Kyan grinned as he walked down the halls of the academy. Today was his first day as a sensei and he couldn't have been more excited. He paused as he stood outside the door, taking in a deep breath and calming his nerves before sliding the door open. Good morning, class. My name is Kyan Shiha. Kyan stared at the only student in the room, a 16-year-old blonde with his head down and a light snore. It took a few minutes for his brain to get out of shock and realize that he only had one student, who was currently sleeping through his entrance. A tick mark broke out on his forehead as he kicked the desk out from under the boy. Wake up, damn it. Ow, what the hell you crazy? Naruto glared up at Kyan. Who the hell are you? Your sensei, slacker. Kyan sighed. How'd I get stuck with you? Karma, maybe. Naruto smirked. Shut it, brat, Kyan grumbled. Look, are you sure you're the only one in here? Well, let me take a look around. Naruto said mockingly, glancing around the room. Nope. I don't see anyone else. Great, I got a smartass. Kyan shook his head, before walking over to his desk. Here, catch. Nah. Ruto caught the item thrown at him and looked at it. It was a plain katana in a black sheath. Nothing special, nothing out of the ordinary. What's this? Don't act so stupid. That's going to be your Zanpakuto, Kyan declared, pointing at the sword. Right now, it's dormant, like your Zanpakuto spirit, so you'll need to pour some of your Reiatsu into it before you can even hope to activate your Shikai. Got it. Naruto nodded. How do I do that? Kyan slapped his head. You don't know anything, do you? That's why you're supposed to teach me, sensei. Naruto mocked. Kyan sighed. What's your name, anyway? Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned lazily. And yours? Shiba Kyan. Kyan introduced himself. Come on, we're going out to the fields to practice focusing your Reiatsu. Kyan sighed as he watched Naruto try to exert his spiritual pressure once more. His 30th attempt. You can't just try and force your Reiatsu like that, Kyan called. Relax and try to make it flow like a wave into the sword. Naruto didn't respond, but glared at his sword, leading Kyan to assume he was making another attempt. Kyan couldn't understand what was wrong. Even rookie Shinigami could channel some Reiatsu into their swords without too much difficulty. Perhaps the kid barely had any Reiatsu. He'd have to check to see how much the kid had later. Looking up from his thoughts, Kyan blinked. What the hell are you doing? Get back to work. Naruto, who was currently resting on the ground, groaned. Come on Kyan Baka, I'm just taking a little break. If you always slack off like that, you won't get anywhere. Kyan shouted. I'll do just fine. After a nap, Naruto mumbled. Oi, who are you? Naruto and Kyan looked up to see the sensei of class 2 and his class behind him, who were shooting them odd looks and whispering amongst themselves. I'm Kyan Shiba, the new sensei here, and that's my student Uzumaki Naruto, Kyan replied. What are you doing here? My class has the field today and the rest of the week. The sensei gestured to his class. If you want to use the field, you have to request it in advance. I see, Kyan mumbled, grinning sheepishly. If you don't mind me asking, why are you using the fields today? Sparring, the sensei replied. We'll need the whole field to have enough room, as well. Right, we'll leave right away, Kyan said. Let's go, Naruto, Z's. Kyan slapped his head. Son of a. Ha 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 ha. Exactly what kind of class did you get stuck with to get a student like him? The sensei laughed. Naruto snapped awake. What's that supposed to mean, you ass? Naruto, we can come back later. Let's just go for now and, what did you say, slacker? The sensei glared. You heard me. Naruto snapped back. Who the hell are you to decide what kind of student I am? Exclamation mark quote. Oh, you think you're a good student, is that it? The sensei smirked. Then I guess you wouldn't mind sparring with one of my own students, would you? Winner takes the field for the rest of the week. Naruto, don't. You're on. Naruto cut off Kyan, who slapped his forehead again. Kyan grabbed Naruto by the shoulder. What are you doing? There's no W. Someone at your level could beat a student of class 2. You can't even control any of your Reiatsu yet. Don't worry, Kyan Baka. How good can a student be? Naruto shrugged him off as he stepped forward onto the field, ignoring any shouts from Kyan. The sensei looked back to his class. All right, Hirako, get in there. Shinji Hirako sighed and stepped onto the field, a bored look on his face. "Hi, Atago-sensei." The two blondes stood a few feet away from each other, studying each other's appearance. Naruto suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Shinji, a serious look adorning his face. Shinji blinked. What? Hey. Naruto glared. "I don't like you." Shinji frowned. "What? That's all you wanted to say?" Naruto nodded happily, grinning. "Yep. Enough talk. Begin." Atago yelled. Shinji immediately unsheathed his Zanpakuto and slashed at Naruto, who jumped back. Naruto then unsheathed his and ran forward to clash swords with Shinji. The two tried to force each other back. Until Shinji held up a hand and began to chant. "Bakudo number 1. Sai." Shinji shouted, pointing to Naruto, who dropped his sword as his hands were forced behind his back. Just as Shinji was about to strike Naruto with the blunt side of his blade, Naruto jumped back. Shinji ran forward after him while Naruto backpedaled away as fast as he could. "Stop running." "No, you're gonna hit me." "Of course I am, you baka, now stop running." "How would that convince me to stop?" "Just shut up and stop running, damn it." Obito turned to Kyan. "Just what kind of student did they stick you with?" Kyan slapped his forehead for what seemed like the millionth time that day. "A freaking weird one." Naruto, who was still running away, tripped and fell on his back. Looking up, he saw Shinji closing the distance between them, his sword poised with the blunt end to attack him. "It's over," Shinji shouted, bringing his sword down. A shock began to flow through Naruto, focusing on his hands. By the time the sword was halfway to his target, Naruto realized he could move his arms. Quickly, Naruto brought his hand up to grab the blade, sending the shocking feeling through it. Kyan and Obito stared intently at Naruto as they felt the huge spike in his Reiatsu. What is this? No one short of a lieutenant should have that much Reiatsu." Kyan mumbled. Electricity began to jump from Shinji's blade and made its way up his arm, electrocuting Shinji, who fell to the ground shortly afterwards. No way. The kid actually won." Obito shouted in shock before turning to two of his students. "Take Hirako to the 4th Division." The two nodded before collecting their classmate and running off towards the 4th Division. Obito turned to Kyan. "I won't go back on my word. You have the field for the rest of the week, but I have to ask. What is with that kid's ren? Anything like it from an academy student before?" Kyan shook his head. "I don't know. I don't think Naruto knows, either." "I see." Obito nodded before turning to his class. "All right. Everyone back to the classroom. We'll start learning incantations for Hado as soon as we get back." Kyan looked to where Naruto lay, now asleep, and shook his head. "What the hell am I gonna do with you?" Naruto grinned to himself as he lazed under a tree that was on the academy grounds. He had already eaten his lunch and was doing pretty well in going unnoticed by many of the other students who had opted to eat outside. He felt a tap on his shoulder and opened his eyes to find a rather meager-looking boy smiling back at him. He wasn't muscular and was a bit pale and also a bit shorter than Naruto. He had messy hair that covered his forehead and kind eyes. "I heard about how you defeated Hirako Shinji in a spar today." The boy smiled. "I think that's really amazing. Hirako-san is the best in his class and was supposed to be moving into the 1st class soon. I wanted to congratulate you." Naruto smiled. "It was nothing." "So, what class are you in?" The boy gave a weak grin. "I'm only in class 6. I'm not really strong." "Oh, I never caught your name." Naruto held out his hand, grinning. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." "Nice to meet you." "Oh, how rude of me." The boy remarked. "My name is Sosuke Aizen. Let's be friends." "A strange Reiatsu, you say?" Yamamoto questioned, turning to Obito. "Hi, Yamamoto Sautaicho." "It had an affinity lightning," Obito spoke. "The only one I've seen that's like it is your own, Yamamoto." "Sautaicho. I see," Yamamoto drawled. Holding the strongest fire-based Zanpakuto, Yamamoto's Reiatsu held an affinity for fire to the point that's what it became. "What do you think it means, Yamamoto Sautaicho?" "It means that Uzumaki-san is far more interesting than I had first thought," Yamamoto replied. "Be sure to me if you notice anything more in the boy's development." "Hi." Obito saluted before walking out of the room. It would seem that you have answered my question, Naruto-san, Yamamoto told himself as he rested at his desk. You plan to cause me a great deal of stress and then some. Yoruichi-sama, it's time to wake up. Soi-fan called, walking into the girl's bedroom. I'm up, Yoruichi groaned, sitting up and moving the hair that was in her eyes to the sides of her face. Today is the start of class 1, Yoruichi-sama, and I have instructions to make sure you're not late, Soi-fan declared. Sighing, Yoruichi nodded. Since class 1 had to learn everything faster than any other class, that meant that they had more time off from the academy, including an extra day before the start of the term. Well, I hope things will be more interesting this year, Yoruichi sighed. Naruto sighed as he looked at the large sign on the building. Shinigami Health Land. After today, he needed a break. Kyan had suggested the place, so against his better judgment, he decided to try it. Hey. Naruto looked to see an old man peeking into the women's bathing area. Hey. Ero Gigi, knock that off. Who the hell said to? Jiraiya paused as his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and Naruto. Naruto blinked. Who the hell are you? That's all folks. Jin. Food, I need food, huh? The hell's wrong with you? Jin. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? You left me here in this mother F*** G cage with no food or water. I've been here since Novemeber, you son of. AB***. Oh yeah. Oh well. What's done is done. Jin. I'll kill you. Let me out of this damn cage. I'll rip your throat out. I'll tear you limb from limb. I'll rip your face off. Yeah, just do the damn closer. Jin. Sigh, bye.